Good afternoon and welcome to the January 27, 2021 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. In a moment, we will commence the call of our calendar, a copy of which can be found on the meeting web page of the Board of Zoning Appeals found on the Town of Brookhaven website. As noticed, this is a virtual hearing conducted on the Zoom platform. Applicants and other interested parties may participate by utilizing the interactive Zoom hearing link found on the meeting web page or by utilizing the address www.brookhavenny.gov/join. When attending, please be sure to identify yourself by name and case number so that we may be able to determine which application you wish to speak on. The Q&A and chat functions on Zoom can be utilized should you have any questions, which will be answered by our staff. Again, thank you for attending this virtual hearing. Applications before the board will consist of three parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and finally, the rebuttal testimony of the applicant, limited to those issues brought on by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of each of the presentations, this board will take one of three actions. We can decide the application today by a motion to grant or to deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we could close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we could hold the public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means is that, at least in part, the relief that you seek from this board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office within 7 to 10 business days, and that will be sent directly to the applicant. That is a document that you return to the building department with to continue with your endeavor. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on decision calendar, what this simply means is that your hearing was held today and the record is now closed. Under the code, the board has 62 days to render a decision. Once that decision is rendered, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of the decision can access it off of the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals. Finally, if the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to hold the public hearing open to a future date, this occurs when an applicant has not met conditions precedent to the relief requested, or maybe more commonly where the board requires additional information before we can decide the application. In this instance, the public hearing record is held open to a future date. On that future date, the required information is made part of the record, and then the matter closed for decision. I want to acknowledge receipt of the notice documents for each of the applications pending today, which have been made part of the record in our files. In the course of your presentation as an applicant, please provide this board with any testimony you wish to be made part of the record for the board's consideration. Any exhibits previously provided have been made part of the record. If you are not an applicant here today, but someone wishing to speak on the application, we will promote you as a participant at the conclusion of the applicant's presentation. Opposition testimony before this board will have the same opportunity to provide the board with both testimony and exhibits for the board's consideration. We ask only where there's one person or more than one neighbor speaking on an application that you do not repeat what someone before you has said. Just please indicate to us that you agree with that prior point or the prior testimony, and then move on to issues not yet covered by prior speakers. In so doing, we can ensure that everyone wishing to speak will have that opportunity. I want to thank you for your attention. I invite you to stand with us for a pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you and welcome again to the January 27, 2021 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. May we have roll call?
Board members: James Mazzarella.
Present.
Rick Cunha.
Present.
Howard Bergson.
Present.
Deputy Chair James Wisdom.
Present.
Chairman Paul DeChance.
Present. It appears as though we have a 5-member board today for this hearing. Looking at the 2 p.m. interval calendar, there is one postponement from the application. Ms. Riccardi will read the case for the record.
Case numbers 1 and 2, K and W Santangelo, requesting March 24th.
Does the board have the motion?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We can commence this hearing then with cases 3 through 6 in the name of Campo Brothers.
Campo Brothers, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Properties located on the west side of Brookfield Avenue, 252 feet south of Bellingham Drive, Center Moriches. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 4 plots, 1, 2, 3, and 4, requiring a lot frontage variance for a proposed 1-family dwelling on lot 1. Lot frontage variance on plots 2, 3, and 4 for a proposed 1-family dwelling on each of those plots.
Mr. Chair, I have Michael Strauss for the applicant.
Thank you. While we're promoting Mr. Strauss, if John Doyle is with us. Mr. Doyle, can you swear in Chris Reed, please?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
And just for the record, can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? Michael Strauss?
Yes, good to see you, Mr. Strauss. Let's have your appearance for the record also, please.
Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, representing the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss. Mr. Reed has been sworn. We'll take his testimony first.
Property is located on the west side of Brookfield Avenue, 252 feet south of Bellingham Drive in the hamlet of San Mauritius. The applicant is proposing to divide the 4 1/4 acre parcel into 4 lots with lot sizes ranging from 40,001 square feet to 64,450 square feet. Access to the proposed lots is intended via a 16-foot common driveway from Brookfield Avenue. And the property is located within both the A1 Residence District and Hydrogeological Zone 6, requiring a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. And the proposal conforms to said requirements. Acknowledging the 4 1/4 acre lot size, it is noted that section 85-914E of Town Code states that the calculation for area for interior lots known as flag lots or lots with road frontage of 20 feet or less shall exclude the area encompassed by or attributed to the portion of said lot which is 20 feet or less in width. And with lots 2 and 3 proposed with 15 feet of frontage and at 40,001 and 40,250 square feet respectively, these lots would be substandard pursuant to section 85-914 of Town Code at approximately 34,976 square feet and 31,315 square feet respectively. There are a total of 47 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius, and 2% or 1 lot enjoys lot frontage conformance with the proposed application, which does not conform to the surrounding development pattern. Acknowledging the poor conformity for frontage, there are in fact flag lots within the 500-foot radius, having been approved by zoning board actions. Lot 56 was approved, stemming from an application known as Gagnon, case number 42 of June 11, 1986. The board also approved a 3-lot land division depicted as lots 27, 28, and 46 in the name of Procopio, case numbers 9 through 11 of May 30, 2007. And the Procopio parcel is the same size and configuration as the subject parcel. Access to the proposed lots is intended via a common driveway on the south side of the parcel, which may be preferable in that it abuts a parcel which also enjoys a long driveway at approximately 600 feet in length. To the north, the parcel abuts multiple residential lots on Bellingham Drive, which although are approximately half the size of the applicant's proposal at 20,000 square feet, these lots were the result of a 31-lot clustered subdivision known as Northwood Ridge. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with a negative declaration recommended.
Thank you. For the record, that is the testimony of Christopher Reed. Mr. Strauss, how did you wish to proceed here?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, for the applicant who's under contract to purchase the property. In terms of lot area, the lots do conform to the majority of lots in the area, certainly on the north, east, and west sides, notwithstanding that, of course, we understand that the ones on the north side were clustered. Mr. Reed made a point with respect to the calculation. The lots would be extremely close to 40,000 square feet each, even if you took out the common driveway area for those rear lots and made them of all equal size. What I would appreciate, Mr. Chairman, is if I could hear if there's anyone from the area who would like to speak, and then I'd like to come back and finish my presentation based on that, if that's acceptable to the board.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Strauss. Questions from the board, please.
Michael, hi, it's Howard Bergson.
Hi, Howard.
So how do you want to address the town code provision that excludes the common driveway from the calculation?
Well, if I could hear if there's anyone who wishes to speak on the application, I think I'd rather do that because there's a neighbor with the driveway that seems to have a right of way for an old deed that would be in the same area as the first 125 feet of the common driveway, and then it veers off, and our driveway would be in that same vicinity over it, which I think makes a lot of sense from a planning point of view.
Mr. Strauss, I'm not sure whether you answered Mr. Bergson's question. We certainly can revisit it if there's someone here that wishing to speak on it. But Mr. Bergson asked you to speak directly to 85-914 of the code that reduces your lot area. In your presentation, you said you're very close, but you're actually at one of the lots, 31,315. That's approximately 25% less than 20%, 5% less area than the code would provide. So I don't agree with you that it's that close, but
Well,
just answer Mr. Bergson's question.
I think it would be close, Mr. Chairman, if the rear lot were reduced in size and that lot area were added to the other two lots, and then you took out the driveway from the calculation.
Well,
Because
Michael, that's exactly what I wanted you to address. I mean, that was the point.
right. So if the lots were made more equal in size, I don't have that exact calculation, but I think it would come to being extremely close because the 14,000 square feet that are short on those two lots that Mr. Reed addressed in his report, 14,000 is approximately 32% of an acre. And the property is 4.25 acres, and an acre is, of course, a few thousand square feet larger than the 40,000 square feet under the zoning. So if the lots were made equal in size, I have a feeling that taking out, and I don't have that exact math done, but I have a feeling that if you were taking out the driveway under those circumstances, that the lot area remaining would be at least 40,000 square feet lot.
All right. So at this point, I have nothing further, Mr. Strauss. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Mr. Strauss, so talk to us about prior board actions. I know that you're measuring the area of the total parcel and you say, okay, divided by 4, that equals, and I can get an acre of each. I should have 4 lots here. But talk to us about prior board action in the area. You heard Mr. Reed refer to lots 27, 28, and 46. Those are now flag lots.
Right.
In all, the total size of that parcel was the same as this one, was it not?
Right. There's no denying that that's pretty much an identical parcel, a couple of parcels away, and this board ended up approving 3 lots there. I don't
3
know.
lots. And what about the reference to 56, which 56 and 34, again, as one whole lot was the same size, and that turned out to be a board action permitting 2.
I'm not sure what the history was, whether they applied for 4 lots, whether they only applied for that much relief.
Well, with that sort of background, with the board action in that sort of background, looking at the same identical lot, why do you believe that this applicant should be treated differently?
Well, the main reason to treat an applicant differently, if he can show that there is conformity to the area and meet that provision of the code, would be, I don't know the history of those cases, and if the applicant even in any way tried to request 4 lots, or if they were only requesting 2 or 3 lots, then they're not asking for the additional relief. But
you preference that statement with if an applicant can show conformity to the area and or the code requirements. So we know that the applicant or the parcel doesn't meet code requirements. How can you show us conformity in the area where I think that you can agree with me that this would be the only 4-lot land division on this size parcel in the area?
Well, the conformity really, the most important aspect here, I think, being lot area, that if you, even if you take out the clustered lots and assume that they were done in an average of 40,000 square foot area in terms of what the yield would be in that development, and then clustered, you have a tremendous number of half-acre lots on both the east and west sides. But to make a long story short, Mr. Chairman, but I had wanted to hear from the, I may amend this application, and I wanted to first hear from the people in the neighborhood, if you could.
Well, now
indulge.
that you've said that, I'll be happy to call anyone else into the hearing that you want. So, Mr. Vega, why don't we find out who wishes to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I have no one raising their hand or identified as a speaker for this case.
So hearing that, Mr. Strauss, are you offering to amend your
I
application?
have a letter though.
Oh, there, we do have a letter, please.
Yeah.
We are Guy and Jamie Sarubi, residing at 190 Brookfield Avenue, Center Moriches. We are located on the lot directly south of the proposed lot division. After a conference with our attorney, we have to come to the conclusion that we are opposed to the entire application. As it is being presented, our concerns will be stated below. We have been contacted by the applicant's attorney, Mr. Strauss, by certified letter, stating that they would offer us a new driveway and modern recorded cross easement. If we support the application, and only if the application is granted by the town. As our driveway is already paved, the new driveway seems to be an unnecessary action and would not benefit us at all. We have not responded due to the fact that for at least 6 months now, they have been sending prospective buyers to our house, and they have asked us for tours of the land parked in our driveway next to our house, told us the builder said our driveway was a public road and that they could use it to view the lots. It's been a nightmare, and I've made numerous calls to the builder and have had no relief of people knocking on our door and or parking in our driveway. Not the right of way, but our actual driveway. There was also a Post-it note affixed to the letter that requested proof of our easement for our driveway. The right of way is attached to our deed, and I believe it is public document that anyone could obtain. We have attached said letter to this email for your reference. We are opposing to making any changes to our right of way. Also, the real estate agent for Campo Brothers originally emailed us a proposed drawing for a 3-lot subdivision. When I questioned him on the now 4 lots, he said they would most likely try for 4 and use the 4th house as a compromise with the town. Reasons for our opposition for the board to please consider. Number 1, first and foremost, we have a major safety concern. This particular spot on Brookfield Avenue has a major elevation change, which is bigger than anywhere on this road in our area. The bottom of this substantial hill on Brookfield Avenue is directly at the proposed frontage variance request. We know firsthand the bottom of said hill has very limited visibility. When we purchased the land in 1995, all the mailboxes were on the east side of Brookfield. We requested that the United States Postal Service do a safety study in order to grant us moving our mailboxes to the west side of Brookfield due to the low visibility while crossing the road to get the mail. That was granted after they analyzed the area at the bottom of the hill. Brookfield is a very fast road despite the 30-mile-per-hour speed limit. The risk has only increased over the years for us to make a left north turn out of our driveway due to the increase in traffic and visibility issues with the lane heading north. If 4 more houses were added, that would mean at least 8 more cars, 2 per house. That would create an even more dangerous situation. Also, most likely there will be children waiting for school buses from these new houses at the dip in the road. 15 plus garbage cans with more on a heavy day. 5 mailboxes, including ours. It is impossible that the town could do a safety study inspection before any final decision is made. We also feel the frontage rules are in place to limit the usage to an acceptable level. The amount of traffic, garbage cans, etc., would overwhelm the small amount of frontage there is after subtracting the 25 feet from the width of the lot for our deeded right of way. Number 2, with a total of 5 houses, including mine, we really believe an actual road should be required with a stop sign and adequate drainage. If our calculations are correct, there should really only be room for 2 houses due to the frontage being so limited. The drawings show the proposed driveway on top of our deeded right-of-way. Again, we are not agreeing to sign the cross easement agreement. Number 3, during the past few years, there have been an overwhelming amount of development starting 2 lots south of me, 164, 166, and 168, all the way north to Wading River Road, especially the vineyards at Brookfield. The town portal overhead view does not show this yet. It still shows the salvage yard. Vineyards at Moriches, Bellingham Development, all located on the west side of Brookfield Avenue only. There is a point that an area can become overdeveloped, and honestly, we've reached that already. The quiet neighborhood we moved into has suffered greatly and been detrimentally changed. Number 4, we do not want to share responsibility/liability for maintaining our right-of-way with 4 other landowners. There is no town maintenance for a driveway. We don't know who would be responsible for plowing, cleanup, maintenance, etc. Number 5, per my phone call to the building department, our area is coded for 1-acre lots, but 3 of the 4 proposed houses are under 1 acre. Shouldn't that be mentioned on the variance as well? Number 6, the frontage limit is clear and already in the code book for the reason as to not to overdevelop land. It's also in place to protect the other taxpayers in the area from overdevelopment, so their land holds its value. Number 7, we were told by the town years ago that we could not subdivide our land due to having a right-of-way and no frontage. Campo Brothers is asking us to make it a cross easement so they can subdivide. We believe this is truly unfair and quite possibly precedent-setting. Number 8, there will undoubtedly be a devastating effect on our local wildlife. We have deer, fox, skunk, turkey, frogs, toads, and turtles all living in these woods. These animals have nowhere to go from all the land lost in recent years due to all the construction that has been allowed in and around the area, including the enlargement of the Crystal Pond development and the other developments mentioned earlier. It has forced the wildlife into our remaining wooded area. It's hard to watch as what little is left is being taken away at rapid speed. I believe it's unfair to the wildlife as they do not have a voice, and we continue to push them out once granted variance at a time until they are gone altogether. We believe that Brookfield Avenue has done its part increasing the tax base for the Brookhaven town. Please consider this in your decision.
All
Mr.
right,
Chair,
those are the comments we have. Mr. Vega.
we have a speaker, Mr. Meyer.
All right, why don't we promote that individual now?
Mr. Chairman, just one question while you're doing that.
Yes, sir.
So Michael, this right-of-way is on the subject property?
So they have, in fact, the reason I had asked them for a copy of it is their own deed says together with the right-of-way, but of course a right-of-way doesn't exist unless it's given from the subject property to them. And I actually went through all the deeds and then back in a 1946 deed found handwritten that a right-of-way was given to the neighboring property. And if you look at the survey, you can see that their driveway is in the same area that our common driveway would be for about the first 125 feet till it veers onto their property. If you look in the front there, and it's not an exclusive easement, it's just a right-of-way. And the first 125 feet would make sense to be utilizing essentially the same driveway. And then our driveway would continue straight and they would continue off to veer off to their property. I had indicated to them that the way, of course, anyone would prefer to do it, a modern, clear easement, which would reinforce their right-of-way over that area, and that they'd have 3 other people to share in the snow plowing and maintenance. They don't seem interested in that. We're not requiring that they do that. We certainly would have the owners of the lots be responsible for the maintenance of the entire common driveway. But it would essentially be the same driveway unless one was put next to theirs to go back further, if that's what the board determined made more sense. But I'm not sure you'd want a driveway of 32 feet or whatever instead of 16 feet. two driveways there. I don't think that makes sense, but that could be done.
Well,
All right.
go ahead, Paul. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Bergson. I thought you were complete with that. You can
Sorry.
continue.
So, Michael, if the driveway was entirely on your property, eliminated or was separate and apart from their right of way, and you moved the lot lines, would you still be in conformity?
Well, I'm going to end up amending the application to 3 lots, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Strauss. I did hear what you said. I think we should hear from
Sure.
Mr. Meyer. I see that he's here. I'm going to ask him to give his attention to the board attorney to be sworn.
Hello, how you doing, sir?
Good.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I honestly do.
All right, I heard you honestly do, sir. And can we start with your name and address, please?
My name is Peter Meyer at 186 Brookfield Avenue. That's the frontage lot on Brookfield, right adjoining to that, just to the south. The way that I did speak to Chris at the board the other day, and it really doesn't show clearly where that driveway, they were thinking about moving the driveway, and where that 15-foot buffer zone is from my property line to the driveway. And then they got it kind of, I spoke to them when they had it kind of like on my property, and I sent them out a deed for my, a survey for my property, and he agreed with me. Along with everything else, I'm not going to repeat what the Cerubis in the back said. I do agree with just about 100% of what they did say. The lot that's to the south of me, that they put 3 same size lots, where they did put 3 houses on. I think that originally, I think they did try to put 4 and they kicked it back and they put the lot size correct. And I think 3 would be better than 4. I don't want to take any dollars out of Mr. Campo's mouth, but I mean, we start changing things from one person to the next, and all of a sudden the lots get smaller and smaller. But I was worried about the buffer zone between the property line, their driveway, the amount of houses they have there. And at the same time, it is a dangerous section of the road where the people come over the hill from the north and come over the hill and come down. It's like a gully, and you have, you have a lot of runoff from rain there. It isn't the easiest piece of property to get out of, and I think safety reasons also should be, like a traffic study should be done, and I think it should be the same 3 houses like to the south of me. I don't think they have it laid out totally quite correct, but.
Thank you very much, sir, for those comments. Questions or further comment from board members? All right, then. Thank you very much for coming out. Mr. Strauss, you've asked to amend the application for a 3-lot land division. Does the board have a motion to amend?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So then with the amended application for 3, you will submit revised surveys.
We will, and
All right.
we'd probably like to leave the front 2 lots closer to an acre and the rear lot larger. We'll also take a look at whether the width of the lot should be adjusted a little bit to make the common driveway area larger, and whether we would simply avoid their driveway altogether and they just be in their own right-of-way area. Whatever makes the most sense, we'll go through it with the surveyor. I just like to quickly respond, and if Ms.
Yes, of
Ricard,
course.
please just send me a copy of the Cerubis letter. I was unaware of anything with potential buyers going to the site, and I'll of course speak to my client about that, and that will stop immediately. I was unaware of any of that. With respect to the 3 or 4 lots, part of the reason we're here for 4 lots is honestly our contract with the seller has some price adjustment, whether it's 3 or 4 lots. And there was a point at which we were explaining to their attorney that we thought, especially given the 3 lots to the south, that 3 was probably more realistic. And they were very concerned that somehow we were just caving in to take 3 lots without attempting to get 4 lots. And so we determined that by applying for the 4 lots, having the feedback from Mr. Reed's report from the board, from the neighbors, there would be absolutely no question that we in good faith attempted to obtain 4 lots. And essentially, the application will only be approved as 3 lots. And so it kind of, just from a private real estate transaction, kind of took that issue off the table, and we didn't really have a choice but to pursue that way. That was the actual reason.
Thank you for mentioning that. Certainly, the party will have the opportunity to view this hearing video if there's any doubt as to what transpired. You will, based upon what you're saying and the revised plan, will probably have different setbacks, and as a result, you're going to get a new denial from building for this application.
If that's, you think that might be necessary, and then to renotice it?
I think that your variances will change, and as a result, you will renotice in any event. I think that
I'd have to see how it changes to know if we have to
All right.
re-advertise.
Right.
Do you want to submit to BZA before getting the second building denial, or
Yeah, it may.
Let him
may
give us the
be
overall
All right.
surveys, and then we could see if what's changing, and we could go from there. But if Michael can send me his email address, I can forward him the letter that I read. I don't have his email address.
Would you like me to state it right now for you?
Or you can email me.
Okay.
And then I'll just attach
we
it.
Actually, you'll probably find it, Ms. Riccardi. We actually do email you, but I'm happy to send it tomorrow.
Lori, I have it. I'll send it over.
Okay.
all right? So with regard to this application, I'm going to ask the board for a motion. I think we can hold over until March 24
So moved.
because we have to renotice. So
Second.
motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Did you say
Any
March
opposed?
20 Did you say March 24th, Mr. Chairman?
March 24th, yes.
Would it be possible to hold it within the 30 days in case it doesn't have to be renoticed, and then just
February
adjourn it
24th.
again?
Yes, February 24th. All right, and that's fine. I didn't, I'll ask for a renewed
I'll
motion
amend
to
the
adjourn.
motion.
Very good.
And
Mr.
I'll
Bergson's
second it.
amending the motion to adjourn to February 24th, and the second is by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Case number 7 through 10, Dominic Rosselli, Melora Estates, Rosselli and Sons, Inc., 86 Mark Drive Ridge. Property is located on the north side of Waldorf Drive, 142 feet west of Puritan Drive, Shirley. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 4 plots, 1, 2, 3, and 4, requiring lot area, lot frontage, and minimum and total side yard variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on Plot 1. Lot area, lot frontage, both streets, front yard setback from both streets, and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 2. Lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 3. And lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling on Plot 4.
Mr. Chair, I have Michael Strauss for the applicant. I also have the applicant, Mr. Dominic Rosselli. I promoted.
All right then. Mr. Strauss, your appearance for the record, please.
Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Strauss, we will begin with the testimony of the board's planner.
Property is located on the northwest corner of Waldorf Drive and Puritan Drive in the hamlet of Shirley. The applicant is proposing to divide the 49,005 square foot parcel into 4 lots, 3 of which consist of 10,710 square feet and a 4th at 16,875 square feet. Access to the proposed lots is intended via Waldorf Drive for lots 1 and 2 and Puritan Drive for lots 3 and 4. And the property is located in the A1 Residence District, requiring minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet. All 4 lots do not conform to the lot area requirement of the A1 Residence District. There are 65 improved residential lots with the same zoning within 500 feet of the subject property. 17% or 11 lots have area conformance with the application. 23% or 15 lots enjoy lot frontage conformance, and the endeavor does not appear to conform to the surrounding development pattern. Staff notes the applicant intends to provide for the same configurations as the 8 lots to the east. However, there is an inherent difference with the subject application and these lots. And the 8 lots to the east were improved in the early 1970s, according to building department and assessment records. And wherein at that time, the underlying zoning requirement was Residence B, which required 15,000 square feet per lot and 100 feet of frontage. This area of Shirley was upzoned to A1 in 1989 on the town board's own motion to increase the lot area needed for residential development, with goals including, but not limited to, groundwater and surface water quality preservation, as well as limiting the burden on public facilities and infrastructure with increased density. And the applicant appears to be a contract vendee of the subject property. Staff notes the Board of Appeals granted a 3-lot land division known as Seaside Properties. Case numbers 9 through 12 of July 26, 2017, and partially depicted as Lot 69 and the 2 lots north of same. And the approval provided for lots enjoying 21,780 square feet of area and 100 feet of frontage. The proposed endeavor requires a total of 21 variances, 11 of which require relaxations of 50% or more, including the proposed lot area relaxations of 58% and 73%, which staff considers to be substantial. In addition, the application does not compare favorably with improved lots in the locale at 17% for lot area and 23% for frontage. And while it compares favorably with the 8 lots to the east, same were constructed with the underlying zoning requirement of B residence, requiring 15,000 square feet for residential development. And lastly, the endeavor does not compare favorably with the zoning board action on the same street and within the 500-foot radius, wherein the lots were approved at 21,780 square feet, and staff recommends a denial of the application. And should the board look favorably, mitigation is attached for the board's consideration.
Mr. Strauss, that is the testimony of the board's planner. How did you wish to proceed?
Mr. Chairman, yes, my client is a contract vendee. The lots do conform in lot area to the lots on the other side of Puritan Drive, but of course, Mr. Reed pointed out that's primarily because they were developed under a different zoning in the 1970s. And by the way, the Suffolk County Health Department will approve up to 4 lots based on them, the lots being on an exempt map from 1952. We agree with the planner with respect to the 4 lots, and there's potentially 2 ways the applicant would like to proceed. And Mr. Reed pointed something out to me that may not make that possible right at the present moment. But the applicant is prepared to provide a trade parcel, a 50-foot lot in Shirley, which is next to an approved building lot at Single and Separate and across from another that was approved. If the board thought it was better planning to have 4 lots here and have a 50-foot lot sterilized that would never be built, I understand for the board to even consider that, would have to be reviewed, everything would have to be renoticed and so on. The other option, instead of the trade, is the applicant is certainly willing to amend the application to 3 lots, where there would be a slightly wider lot on Waldorf Drive, and then the 2 lots on Puritan Drive. And instead of 3 75-foot lots, there would be 2 lots with 112.5 feet of frontage. And that would be the amendment to 3. And I think if that was done and Mr. Reed reran his calculations, that there would be very substantial conformity to the area for 3 lots.
Mr. Strauss, obviously this is your client's application. I don't know whether you have the same contract wherein the contract price is determined
No.
on the number of lots obtained, but I need to caution you.
He will be paying the same price actually in this case.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, I understand why then you're looking for 4 or 3 here. When we look at actions taken by the board and development in the same zoning classification, what we find on this survey, and I know that you know, is lots of the same size have been developed in half. 1 becomes 2. That is not one of your alternatives. You're free to pursue either of the 2 alternatives you just mentioned. I just want to alert you and your client that when the board considers this prior actions in the area, its prior actions for this size lot would make it a 2-lot land division in this zoning classification, despite the fact that portions of the area were developed prior to the A zoning classification and show slightly more density.
Right. I think what happens many times in those cases is that the applicant can't even obtain Board of Health approval for the additional lots, whereas this is a unique situation where they can.
I mean, they can because there was a filed map with these lots shown.
If they're in the same, if they're on the same exact file map, that may be possible.
Yeah, I mean, the health department doesn't look at the density or the many of the issues that we look at. I understand that that's a point to be made when in support of an application, because we hear it all of the time that Suffolk County Health is fine, but that doesn't speak to the variances, 21 of them here that the applicant is seeking. If we were to look at Mr. Reed's percentages of conformity, and I'm not hearing that you're contesting them, but he's finding 17% into lot area, 23% to lot frontage on this 4-lot land division. That's bad as it is. That's bad in and of itself. But when you take out those lots that were developed under a different zoning classification, I think that you're closer to 0. And
Well,
that's significant.
It would be different for 3 lots than for 4 lots, Mr. Chairman, though.
Yes, but how much better could it be if we're taking out those parcels developed under a different zoning classification, which this board can't consider? This
I'd
is
like,
why I'm offering the possibility, I'm offering you any alternative you wish to pursue, because this is your client's application and your client is making the decisions. But I bring these issues up because this is what the board will have to look at the next time we see this application, no matter how many dwelling parcels it comes in as being proposed.
if you look at the corner lots in the 500-foot radius, the corner lots themselves have been divided into smaller lots much more often than the lots that are not on the corner. But what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, is if we could hold this hearing over, I'd like to do a complete analysis based on a 3-lot layout and potentially proceed with a 3-lot layout with that research being done and perhaps even some input from Mr. Reed, given that I understand the board's pushback, but we'd like to at least put it over so we can analyze all that.
And I have no difficulty with that. Let me just find out, is there anyone wishing to speak today on the application, Mr. Vega?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have anybody wishing to speak.
And let me just take the opportunity now, if there is anyone that is with us as a participant, just please, if you haven't done so, identify yourself by your name and the case number that you're here to speak on so that we know to promote you during the application that you have interest in. Ms. Accordi, do we have any written communication on this?
I don't have anything.
All right, with that being said, then, Mr. Strauss, and if there's nothing further from the board, are you asking us to adjourn to the same date, February 24?
Yeah, let's do that initially, and then we can always address it again.
All right, does the board have that motion?
Second.
Motion, I think, I guess Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I bet you I got that wrong. Did I get that wrong? Was it Mr. Mazzarella?
Mazzarella.
All right, sorry. That motion by Mr. Mazzarella. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
Thank you very much, as always. I appreciate it. Stay well, everyone.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you.
Case number 11, Woodmont Brookhaven LLC, care of Building Permits Plus, 19 Stillwood Road, Brookhaven. Property is located on the southwest corner, Precision Drive and Ramsey Road, Shirley. Applicant requests permission for 5 proposed wall signs on north elevation, 1 permitted per elevation. Height variances for one of said signs, the Amazon delivery sign, to exceed 18-foot high, 80 square feet permitted, 28 feet 5 inches high, 201 square feet. And for second said sign, Amazon Hub, to exceed 18-foot high, 48 square feet permitted, 27-foot 6-inch high, 110 square feet requested. Permission for 2 proposed pylon signs to be located on Ramsey Road, 1 permitted per frontage. Permission for said pylon signs to exceed the 18 square feet permitted, 30 square feet, located less than the required 12 feet from Ramsey Road, 3 feet and 7 feet respectively. Also permission for a proposed 2-sided monument sign exceeding the 18 square feet permitted, 77 square feet on each side, located less than the required 12 feet from Precision Drive, 9 feet requested.
Mr. Chair, I have Jason Allen for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Are you with us yet?
Yes, I am.
Good to see you. Let me ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
Thank you. And your appearance for the record.
Jason Allen, Building Permits Plus for the applicant, Amazon.
All right. And we have Woodmont Brookhaven LLC, and we will then start with Mr. Reed's testimony.
Applicant seeks signage variances in conjunction with an existing 110,658 square foot industrial building. Property is located on the southwest corner of Precision Drive and Ramsey Road in the hamlet of Shirley, and the future home to Amazon. It is noted that Amazon was granted site plan approval for the use by the planning board on April 27, 2020. There were no conditions pertaining to signage, and 5 wall signs are intended for the north elevation depicting Amazon delivery, Amazon Hub, package pickup and returns, customer service, and associates entry. And staff finds that because the public will access the building, unlike a typical warehouse building, the latter 3 signs may be appropriate to communicate these amenities. With regard to the Amazon signage, staff questions the need for 2 signs to advertise delivery and hub, and an inquiry to the applicant's representative is recommended regarding same. It is noted that one of the purposes and intent of the sign ordinance found in Chapter 57 of Town Code is to avoid the unsightly proliferation of unnecessary signs. With regard to the height request, staff is in receipt of the elevations approved by the planning board and which are depicted as drawing 200-154 prepared by SMI. And there do not appear to be feasible alternatives for the applicant to pursue other than the requested relief due to what appears to be multiple glass windows on the building's facade. Both Amazon signs require significant area relief, 60% and 67% relaxations of Town Code. It is noted that the elevation of the building is approximately 300 feet in length, and as such, certain relief above 80 square feet for the largest sign may be appropriate. As previously discussed, the Amazon Hub sign may not be the minimum necessary to communicate the business. 3 ground signs are proposed, 2 on Ramsey Road and 1 on Precision Drive. Staff has no objection to the relief for same, in that there are 3 access areas to the site, and the ground signs will facilitate vehicular traffic. However, it is not clear why there are 3 different setbacks being proposed at 3, 7, and 9 feet. There do not appear to be any unique circumstances regarding same, and an inquiry to the applicant's representative is recommended why a conforming 12-foot setback cannot be achieved. Further, 30 square foot ground signs appear to be adequate for the applicant on Ramsey Road, yet the applicant requires more than twice the size on Precision Drive. In that the signs communicate the identical advertising, consideration should be given for a 30 square foot ground sign on Precision Drive as well. The application is a type 2 action.
Those are the comments of the board's planner. Mr. Allen, what would you like to tell us?
Okay, this building is the Amazon hub. And it's been the town board and also the supervisor negotiated this deal in order to bring them here over 2 years.
Yes, Mr. Allen, the board is familiar with it. We've also dealt with their transportation location also. Talk to us about the signage, though.
Okay, so there's a sign that's the Amazon hub, which it is. The Amazon hub is their advertising. That's the one that you talked about. The next one is the delivery. So there are deliveries that are being made in the door that's below the Amazon hub delivery. I think you can see it there.
Yes, I believe that elevation is up on the screen now.
Yes, it is. We got here. Hold on 1 second, please. Amazon Hub and Amazon Delivery are both signs that say what the building is and that their deliveries are being made under those signs. There's also a delivery sign, package customer pickup, under the Amazon Hub. This building is being used by hundreds of people. There are subcontractors and there are contractors, and there are 100 employees at least that enter this building. The system that they use is that everybody comes in, they come in the main entrance, they assemble. Some of the participants are contractors. They they're more like Ubers. They're called when there's a special need, Christmas, high delivery areas, and they're not familiar with the building. So they have put up the double signs. Those are nice large signs. I also sent to Anthony a couple of pictures of, they have a canvas sign up now that designates what it is, and you can see the dimensions based upon the size of the building. The building is huge. In the mornings on Precision Drive, especially during the Christmas area, the traffic of private cars that are delivering Amazon packages lines up all the way down Precision Drive. And these people have no idea where they're going. So the additional signs on the road would make a big difference. If we want to talk about the specifications that the signs on the roadside, there are none of those that are really advertising. They're all directional signs. It tells the people where to get their packages, where to pull in. I was there last night, and when I was there last night, I saw two UPS drivers, two UPS trucks that are regulars there, were confused of where they were going to go. They do change a few things up, but once these signs are up, that's going to be it. So you can see that even though it looks like a huge sign, it really isn't. These are pretty good depictions of what they're going to look like. They're very tasteful. They have the Amazon smile on them. And like the sign that's up there now, customer pickup, visitors, delivery vans, and all trucks have to make a U-turn and go into the truck entrance. There is one truck entrance. It's rather huge. Where the cars go in for the Uber type deliveries, there's a building that they built, an overhead that protects them from the rain. And there are 4 traffic lanes in that one particular area. The reason that the stagger of the signs from the distance of the road is because there is a clearing limit on this property. And I think if you look at the survey, you'll see what it says. It says, existing wooded area to remain undisturbed due to local clearing restrictions. If we want to put up the signs and we want to clear out areas, we can move them back. But if you look at some of the other buildings that are there and some of the other entities, you'll see that there are quite a few buildings that have signs, like the new one on Ramsey Road says Ramsey Road 17. That sign is only about 3 feet from the road. There is a sign that says modular, and that one is only about 4 feet from their property line. There's a Frank Lowe, that's about 4 feet from the property line. And there's Biodex, which is about not even 2 feet from the property line. I think if you take a look at the overhead covering that keeps everything out of the rain, you'll see that that's where one of the problems could be, but this signage would keep it from happening. Also, there's a little bit of a hill in the property, so when you go around to Ramsey Road, if you're going from Precision Drive, you can't see anything until you're almost on top of that sign. Moving it back would render the sign unusable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Allen. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
How are you, Mr. Allen?
Very well, thank you.
I appreciate the photos. That helped a great deal. Thank you. Okay, so you did address the setback because of clearing limits. Is that correct? And these clearing limits were set by the town board or planning board?
I would say planning board.
Okay,
It's one-
and this was on the original approval of this building, these clearing limits?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now let's, so the setbacks are because you don't want to cut down any other trees and just, now is that sign that's on the screen right now, is that one of the locations or is that just some comparison?
And you see all the woods, all the trees and the wooded area behind it?
Okay,
That would block any view of somebody coming up that road from that direction, opposite of what we're looking at.
so there will be, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there will be an Amazon sign in that location?
Yes, that'll come down.
Okay, I see what you're
That's
talking
rental. I
about.
don't think they want to rent it now.
Okay. And the other one on, I guess it would be both on Ramsey, that they're the smallest ones.
Right.
Now, I'm assuming the main entrance, and that's what I need you to clarify, is going to be where the larger sign is, number 5, and that would be on Precision. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you expect most of your traffic going through that area? Is that the reasoning for
Yes.
the larger sign?
Okay, let me just interrupt 1 second. Where this sign is going to be the main sign. So
Okay.
what's going to happen is that's where those cars line up. They line up on Precision Drive, which is where I'm standing when the picture was taken. And then they go into that covered area. If you go back a couple of pictures, there's a covered area. Well, I know it's there. That area there, that covered area, there are 4 lanes of traffic. And I've been there when every single one of those was full. The entry had cars backed up, single file, out onto Precision Drive.
Now,
And
these
not
are
knowing where they're
customers.
going at all.
Now, these are customers or are these actual Amazon drivers through here?
Well, you got to remember, the actual Amazon drivers are not part of the Amazon. They're part of the Amazon team, but they're not employed by Amazon. They are subcontractors.
No, I
Even-
understand that, but we're not talking about the general public here, are we?
The general public can line up there and pick up a package if they want. But there
Okay.
is another entrance where the Amazon sign is on the wall, that larger sign, where they go to pick up packages.
That would be the delivery sign.
Yeah. That would be right, those doors there underneath that sign.
Okay, and that's the delivery or is that the hub sign?
That's the delivery sign.
Okay, and so where that covering is that the Amazon delivery sign is over that one?
Yes, that's where it's gonna be.
Okay, all right, you cleared that up for me, thank you. And you, in your testimony, you stated that the signs are this size for what reason? I didn't quite hear it.
Well, I think they're appropriate for the size of the building. This is a huge building. And with the amount of traffic, everybody will at least know where they're going.
Okay, and that's the large signs we're
Right.
addressing there. Now, the other ones, I do agree with you. They are directional. They have some advertisement on it, but they're mostly directional. And you've explained the setback. Now, the other ones that are above the doors, how large are they? The ones that are the entrances,
Well, the ones that are on the top of the building,
not the Amazon hub and delivery, the ones just below that, the little ones. How large are those?
hold on one second.
Oh, I see it here. Anthony brought them up.
Yeah.
Okay. And on the elevation, you can almost barely see them in comparison to the others. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the large
Okay.
signs that are up on the top of the building that you refer to, the way that the grounds are, the trees and the foliage, those are very hard to see anyway. They're very difficult because this is building a setback and there's lots of natural vegetation there.
Yeah, your photos did show me a lot of vegetation around the road frontages. The other question I have for you is are these signs to be illuminated in any way, shape, or form? The Amazon ones, the big ones, the
Yes.
hub and the delivery.
Yes, they are. They'll be LEDs.
LED, rear or
Rear.
okay?
There's a picture. Yeah.
Oh,
just-
there we go. Okay. Very good. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Mr. Allen, you did speak to the setback of the ground signs. Mr. Reed also brings up the difference in the area of the ground signs. That one's the ground signs on Ramsey are proposed at 30 square feet, yet on
Talking about the setbacks.
Precision.
no, yet on
Correct.
precision. Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Yet on precision, it's more than 2 times the size. Tell us why there's a proposed difference in the area of the ground signs.
Because there's a lot of more traffic on Precision than there is on the other one, and that's where all the people come in.
What is the
side over
setback
where
being
Ramsey
proposed?
Road is more for the tractor trailers.
What is the setback of the sign on precision?
Hold on one second.
Is that the biggest setback you're proposing, 9 feet?
I think it is, yes.
And that's that wooded area that you showed us in pictures earlier, correct?
One of the wooded areas, yes, sir.
All right, so you're saying that it's due to the fact that there's larger vehicles utilizing that entry and exit?
Yes, most of the large vehicles enter on the back of the area on Ramsey Road. And that's where there's a sign there also.
All right, but I mean, that's the back. I'm talking about now the sign on the ground sign on Precision Drive.
That's the largest.
You're showing us that to be the largest, and I'm asking why is it different in size than the ones on,
I think it has a lot more to say.
On
There's a
Ramsey.
little bit more advertising on it.
I thought they said the same thing. Let me just go through your elevations again. I mean, with all the elevations that I have, they all say the same thing. They say Amazon delivery, customer pickup, visitors associates, delivery vans, all trucks with different arrows. Do the signs have different? Do they say things differently on Ramsey?
Yeah, one of them has trucks with an arrow going the other way. Customer pickup is a vital part of their business, even though they like to say that they deliver everything. If you look at the other sign, customer pickup is in the opposite direction. Visitors and associates, because they do have people that apply for jobs. when you employ 100 people.
Yeah, so under the Amazon delivery, there's four choices in each of the signs: customer pickup, visitors associates, delivery vans, and trucks. The variation is the direction of the arrows, some being U-turns and, some, but that's what I'm trying to find out. They say the same thing, yet the sizes are different. I'm asking why. The planner asked why, and I'm asking you why.
Okay. You need the larger sign for where there's more traffic. Around the back, you're going to be getting the same Amazon truck drivers usually that come in with the tractor trailers. They're going to be going a lot slower and they'll be easier to see.
All right, so you're saying, when you say around back, you're talking about Ramsey, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so then you're saying that the entry from Precision is from persons who know the parcel less than the people that are entering from the rear, and therefore the larger signage is required, in your opinion, to alert them to the turn.
Yes.
All right, that's what I was looking for. Thank you for describing that. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented.
I
type
have
2.
letters. I have letters.
All right, then. Ms. Riccardi has letters. I'll hold that motion, Mr. Cunha.
I will retract the motion.
I have an email from Kenneth Weinbrecht of 241 Carlton Drive East Yaphank. My neighbor informed me that the new Amazon delivery building is requesting a variance for oversized lighted signage for the building. Our home is at the southeast corner of the property. The location states southwest corner, Precision Drive and Ramsey Road. There is nothing facing that corner except some homes that are south of the building and woods. Any signage would definitely expose our neighborhood to overlighting. There's also a request for a variance, Amazon delivery, to increase the height of the sign by over 10 feet above code. Why? That sign will face the LIE. This building is a delivery center, not open to the public, and there will be no need for Amazon to advertise a delivery center. The increased height with a lighted sign will definitely disturb the residential homes south of the building. It's bad enough with the lights on the buildings now. Another sign is requested, Amazon Hub, exceeding the code by almost 10 feet. Why are 2 signs necessary? The existing buildings in the area exhibit a lot of light that is quite disturbing now. These 2 new signs at heights of almost 30 feet is ridiculous. If this is approved, then all new buildings that will be built in that industrial park will request the same. Can you imagine what it will be like? This request is for signage should not be considered. It will turn the neighborhood into Route 95 in the New Jersey area. I realize the town wants big business, but disturbing the constituents with bright lighting will only create issues that are not necessary. I have another email from William Finn of 223 Carlton Drive. First, in the letter, it says the location is at the southwest corner of Precision and Ramsey Road. Is that the location of the total building lot or where they are going to put the signs? I hope not, because Ramsey and Precision intersect only at the northeast corner, which would be at the front of the building. I also have some concerns about the lighting in the letter. It doesn't mention lights at all. I want to address the height of the signs at 28 feet 5 inches and 27 feet 6 inches. I think they are too high, and if their drivers can't see a normal sign of 18 feet, I don't know what to tell Amazon, unless they want to advertise themselves to the expressway, which is to the north of the front of the building. In that case, I don't think a sign that big is needed to go over the roof line. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Riccardi. I'll note for the record that there's no request for variance from the lighting code in this application. I did hear concern from those neighbors. Mr. Allen, did you want to speak to the manner in which the signs are proposed to be lit?
There was one comment made that it's not open to the public. That's
We recognize that, but just speaking
light.
directly to my question, can you do that?
Yes, the lighting will face Precision, the opposite direction of where those houses are, 223. Across the street from this is a WHBT glass manufacturing, and next to that is a parking lot for Amazon. It holds about 200 cars and trucks. I think you can see that depicted on the surveys that we gave you. These houses are not affected at all The light doesn't travel that far, especially when it's pointing the other direction. It's like they're holding the back of the flashlight. So it's not going to be effective.
Mr. Allen, are the ground signs lit
Yes, they are
internally or externally?
internally. Got to remember, this is a 24/7 operation.
And the wall signs, similar manner or different?
Yes,
The same type of lighting?
and they will meet dark skies regulations.
All right, thank you very much. If there's nothing further, then we'll get back to Mr. Cunha's motion. Motion on the table is motion to grant the application. Is there a second?
Second.
I heard second from Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Allen, I think you're going to stay with us for the next application.
So,
Case numbers 15 and 16, 262 Long Island Avenue LLC, care of Building Permits Plus. Properties located on the south side Long Island Avenue, Robinson Avenue, 990 feet east of Blue Point Road, Holtzville. Applicant requests division of a parcel into two plots A and B, requiring no variances for the existing one-family dwelling on Lot A. The lot conforms. And relief of Town Law 280A for a proposed one-family dwelling on Lot B.
All right, then, Mr. Allen, your appearance for the record, please.
Jason Allen, Building Permits Plus for the applicant.
Thank you. We will start with the board's planner.
And the property is located on the south side of Long Island Avenue, 990 feet east of Blue Point Road in the hamlet of Holtzville. The applicant is proposing to divide the 119,898 square foot parcel into two lots of 53,598 square feet and 71,216 square feet. Property is improved with a one-story dwelling, which is to remain on the land division plan as parcel A. And a new two-story dwelling is proposed for the parcel designated as Lot B, with access to the proposed lots intended via Long Island Avenue for Lot A and Sylvan Drive for Lot B. It is noted that the applicant filed a three-lot land division with the board in 2019, which was denied with findings. 262 Long Island Avenue LLC, case numbers 1 through 3 of May 22, 2019. Subsequently, at the meeting of December 9, 2020, the board granted permission for a two-lot land division to be filed with lot area of 48,223 square feet for a lot with proposed dwelling to front on Sylvan Drive, 71,675 square feet for a lot with existing dwelling. And the current proposal meets the spirit and intent of the December 2020 board mandate, with certain differences in lot area based upon the fact that the lot areas cited by the board with the permission to refile was calculated without a surveyor. And the property is located in the A1 district, requiring 40,000 square feet per lot, and the proposal conforms to the underlying lot area requirement of the A1 residence district. Access to proposed Lot B is intended via Sylvan Avenue, and the town of Brookhaven Department of Highway has indicated that Sylvan Avenue is not maintained by the town, and as such, relief for Town Law 280A is required in that it is a private road. And Town Law 280A states that no permission for the erection of any building shall be issued unless such street or highway is an existing state, county, or town highway, or a street shown on a plat approved by the planning board. Other lots which were before the Board of Appeals fronting on Sylvan Avenue include Rivers, case number 19 of July 26, 2017, and depicted as Lot 3 on the radius map, and O'Connor, case number 26 of December 17, 2014, adjacent to the subject property and depicted as Lot 21. Said lot said lots are 45,575 square feet and 50,390 square feet respectively. And both required relief of town law 280A and were approved for same. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with a negative declaration recommended.
For the record, then those are the comments of the board's planner. Mr. Allen, I don't know if there's a need to recreate the wheel here. The board is familiar with the parcel. We considered and invited you to return with this application. What did you want to say specifically, though?
I appreciate your consideration.
All right, see, I like that. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Mazzarella.
thank you. Hey, Jason, how are you?
Very good.
Good.
Hope everybody's fine.
Might as well, thanks. I guess I'll reiterate what the chairman said. I think the planner has pretty well laid this out. I really don't have any specific questions. I know exactly why you're here, what you need. I really am more interested to know from Ms. Riccardi or from Anthony if we have anyone to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Mr. Vega?
Mr. Mazzarella, I do not have any speakers.
I have an email from a neighbor, Joan Stillifson of 264 Long Island Avenue. She initially sent emails stating that she was in opposition. And then later she sent an email stating to disregard that. She's been able to review the site plan and see that the proposed dwelling to be built is on Sylvan Drive, which is a larger parcel of land. I have no objection to the house being built on that parcel.
Thank you. All right, then, if there's nothing further from the board, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to grant the application as presented, including the mitigation measures that are listed by the town's planner, Christopher Reed.
Very good. And I'll just add that it's an unlisted action with a negative declaration. That motion by Mr. Mazzarella, second by the chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Does the board have a motion for a brief recess?
Thank you. So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. It's 3:38. Our next interval starts at 4. I'll probably come on for a couple minutes before 4. Thank you. To the continuation of the January 27, 2021 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. With regard to the 4 p.m. interval, which the board is about to begin, there are several postponements. Ms. Riccardi will read those postponements for the record.
From the holdover calendar, case number 37 of August 26, 2020, Albert DeLuca requesting February 10th. Number 38 of March 25th, 2020, Mohammed Iqbal requesting February 24th. Number 1 of November 20th, 2019, 5G Properties LLC requesting March 24th, and numbers 3 through 6A of July 11th, 2018, under the name of Landmark Properties, March 24th.
Does the board have that motion?
So moved. Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Then we could resume with case number 19.
Fannie Mae, care of David Gazetta, 709 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Properties located on the west side of Pine Bark Road, 195 feet north of Deer Leap Ridge. Applicant requests relief of clearing limits imposed by the Board of Appeals decision of June 1st, 2001, 53% permitted, 59.6% cleared.
Mr. Chair, I have Justin, the applicant.
I do see that Justin is being promoted. However, right now his box is without showing me no video and no audio. Justin, I see that you put on your audio. Is there a video that you can?
I am trying to work that out. Just looking at the settings here. Just haven't been on.
You take your time. We can hear you.
Oh wait, it says start video here. Oh yeah, start my video here. Okay. Should see here. It's a little bit new to me. I know you guys have probably done a lot of these.
You could have asked us 12 months ago and we couldn't have answered your question.
Did I pop up yet?
You know, well, your box just show UCAM 4. It's something that we've never seen before, but it doesn't have your video of. There's
Mr. Chair, I was told that Mona was here for the applicant as well.
I do
Yes, Mona
see
is
someone
with,
else promoted.
She worked with me. Maybe it's just loading. The camera is in the laptop, like in one piece. So maybe it's just
Justin,
loading up.
were you presenting here?
Yes, I'm presenting here for Fannie Mae and David Gazetta.
And Mona, your connection to the application is what?
I'm with Justin. I'm moral support.
Okay, moral
She
support.
works with me.
All right.
Mr.
And
Chair, may I interrupt?
Yes, Mr. Cunha.
I just received a text from Mr. Mazzarella. He just lost all his connection. He'll be right back.
All right. So then let me just count board numbers. We're still at 4, so we have a quorum. We can continue. But thank you for telling us. Mona, do you recognize the voice that you're hearing as Justin?
Yes, I do.
All right, Justin, I'm going to ask you to just listen
Sure.
and give your attention to the board's attorney. Mona, you can do the same so that we can swear you in.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, then, Justin, why don't we start with your appearance for the record? Your name, your address, your affiliation to the application.
Sure, of course. My name is Justin Lapadula. Address is 55 Albany Avenue, Amityville, New York. And you said, what was the third one? Relationship to?
The application.
We are a contractor hired to assist with Fannie Mae and David Gazetta on getting through these variances.
All right, so that you were retained to bring an application to the board for relief from prior clearing limits imposed on this parcel?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, then. As you are aware, the board's planner reviewed this application and provided the board with certain comments. Mr. Reed is here. He's been sworn. We're going to take his testimony first.
Property is located on the west side of Pine Bark Road, 195 feet north of Deer Leap in the Hamlet Ridge. The lot is known as Lot B of a 4-lot land division, stemming from an application known as T&S Builders Incorporated, case numbers 2 through 5 of June 28, 2000. The board imposed covenants and restrictions as part of the 2000 grant, including maximum clearing of natural vegetation of 53%. And the applicant seeks relief of the imposed limit to 59.5%, as demonstrated on the survey provided by CSE Construction and Land Surveying dated November 2, 2020. Parcel is located in the compatible growth area of the Central Pine Barrens and pursuant to Town Code and Environmental Conservation Law, Article 57, which is the Long Island Pine Barrens Protection Act. The clearance of natural pine barren vegetation is strictly limited. According to Section 85-723 EB of Town Code, clearing shall not exceed the percentages as defined in Figure 5-1 of Town Code, which is 53% for lots within the A1 Residence District, the underlying zoning for the subject parcel. Acknowledging the fact that the applicant likely acquired the property in the non-conforming manner based upon the acquisition of same in 2018, granting the application would not only establish an adverse precedent for the other lots which were part of the 2000 land division, but the entire Central Pine Barrens in general. Staff is unaware of any zoning board actions granting increases in clearing in the Central Pine Barrens, and excessive clearing can result in soil erosion, stormwater runoff, and the reduction of Pine Barrens plant and wildlife habitat. And while the requested relief is not significant at 6.6%, there are reasonable alternatives to the requested relief in terms of a revegetation of the premises back to the requisite 53%. It is the opinion of staff that the proposed variance will have an adverse effect and impact the environmental conditions in the locale, and recommends a denial of the request for increase in clearing. Should the board be compelled to grant the application, any increase should require the filing of a new covenant and be properly recorded at the county clerk's office. The application is a type 2 action.
All right, then, for the record, those are the comments of the board's planner.
Sure.
Justin, what presentation did you have for us?
So, we're here today, representing the client, our client, which is Fannie Mae, their bank that recovered the property a couple of years ago through foreclosure proceedings. And, they hired us to do some renovation work on the property, which is permitted. And then it was discovered that there was this issue, during that time. We, understand that there is a clearing limit here that was on the original C of O when it was issued, but we were seeing what could be done about getting this clearing limit here that is now present at 59.6%, seeing what we can do to get that, approved. We don't believe it's excessive, from what it should be or what it's proposed that it was. But we would like to see if there's a way to, have this approved. We understand that clearing, limits for the Pine Barrens are important, that they're, kept at, I guess, what they were originally proposed to be. But with that being said, I guess we're just here to see if we can get the clearing limit at 59% approved, rather than going back to the 53%. We're not really sure what that process would be, and it probably be much better to of a process to leave it where it is now.
There's also, there's also the drainage, there's a drainage easement that is still in place on the property to protect from erosion and some of the other concerns.
All right, and for the record, Mona, that was you speaking, correct?
Yeah, that was Mona, I'm sorry.
And could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Mona Lupow, 55 Albany Avenue, Amityville, New York, 11701.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So Justin, prior to bringing this application, did your client do any work to or obtain any estimates of what would be involved in restoring the 6 and 6.3, I think it is, percentage vegetation?
They have not, because this was only brought up relatively recent. So we're not sure, they're not sure what the process and procedure is really, and that's kind of like what we're going through this now to determine what it is to either go back or if we can leave the 59% cleared.
No, I understand that you're here for that relief. I'm just curious. Now, they have owned this property since 2018, is that right? Sometime there?
Sounds about right, yes.
And when did they find out about this this issue?
Maybe about 2 months ago, because we tried to, we hired a building permit, which is being closed out. And
the new survey showed
overclearing.
That's how it was discovered.
Right. By the way, I misspoke. It looks like it's 6.6%.
And the property, excuse me, and the purpose of Fannie Mae having this property, which they got, from a foreclosure sale, was to get the house back on the market to keep it from being vacant, which is not in the best interest of the community.
No, I understand. I understand, and we understand that Fannie Mae didn't do the clearing. Now, our planner indicate that there doesn't appear to have been any board action of indicating or allowing change in clearing limits within the Pine Barrens. Do you have any reason to believe that Chris might have overlooked something, or that his statement is somehow incorrect?
It's very difficult for us to know that. The houses are very, set back. And the fact that Chris did say that it's, not excessive, we're hoping that might help.
No, I think the board understands what you're trying to do, and I think it's pretty clear that there are policy considerations here.
Yes, I
With
understand.
respect to this. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have a speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. With regard to the request before the board, I will state, at first blush for a normal piece of property with a covenant, a request for a 6% change in the clearing limit wouldn't necessarily be considered substantial and could very well be granted by the board. In this instance, I just want to point out, and I know this may have been a surprise, Justin and Mona, but it is within the compatible growth area, the Pine Barrens. And Mr. Reed makes reference to the statute, it's 85-723, but the statute specifically says that development shall comply with their standards unless a hardship exemption has been issued by the commission. And I'm, based upon what we've talked about thus far, I'm assuming that you haven't even filed for the hardship exemption from the commission.
I don't think we knew anything about a hardship.
I understand that. And in terms of resolving this to take this off of Fannie Mae's inventory and out for sale, I guess a consideration should be, and I think Mr. Bergson pointed this out at the beginning of his questioning, revegetation, which would bring it back to conforming to the clearing requirement without the need to do all of to take all of these actions, spend the time and the money doing it. Is that a consideration? Has that been considered thoroughly, or is this just the next step that you chose along the path to get ultimately to the place that you need to get to?
We just heard this yesterday about revegetation, about any of this, and we don't have any idea what the cost is, how much time it would take. So, it's
we don't exactly know what maybe the 6% of what vegetation that would be, and so this was where we were led to, basically. Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Why don't we wait for the outcome of the zoning board decision? If a revegetation is warranted, you both have my email. I will explain how to get that accomplished. In short, it's not a significant endeavor, but I'd rather not elaborate at this time until the zoning board comes to a conclusion.
Are we talking about, I'm not understanding, the 6.6%, that is a small area, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, was there anything further on behalf of the applicant? Mr. Vega, you indicated that you have someone wishing to speak.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have Jerry. I'll promote him right now. He is the neighbor.
Hi.
All right, good afternoon. Can I just ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn?
Okay,
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let's start with your name and address, please.
Jerry Cotter, 46 Pine Bark Road, Ridge, New York.
Thank you. And your property is of just photo of this directly fronting on Pine Bark Road?
Yes.
All right, and then just so that you know, and I don't know if you can see it, but we have an aerial up showing your house and this parcel. Well, you came on today. We thank you for doing that. What would you like to tell us specifically about the application before the board?
If it's going to be approved, then it should be extended to all four houses. We've been very careful on to comply, what we've cleared and what we haven't cleared. And if you deem that it's not harmful to the area, then that's something that should be offered to all four houses that are here, not just one.
That is certainly the precedent effect that the board's planner alluded to during his testimony. We thank you for the comment. Was there anything else?
No, that's just about it. I mean, if it's not good for the area, then it's not good for the area. But I know the surrounding houses, they don't have the same the same restrictions as we do. It's just these 4 houses. So whatever you decide is okay as long as it's for all 4 houses.
All right, thank you very much for those comments. Justin or Lori, and I apologize, I'm not using your last names. Was there anything further on behalf of the applicant?
I don't think so. Justin?
Nope, I don't have anything further to add.
All right, is there
I
anything
have a
further?
letter.
Ms. Riccardi has some communication.
I have an email from Melanie O'Neill to Milford Court Ridge. This property is part of a 4-lot driveway. That being said, if relief of clearing is approved for this property, that exception should be considered for all 4 lots.
All right,
So-
and much of the same testimony. Is there anything further?
The
I
only
actually
thing
do have
is-
a question.
Justin, yes.
One question is, not sure if this is an invasive question, but do we know if the clearing limit is at 53 on all 4 lots?
I believe it should be. They were part of a 4-lot land division, or at least it appears to be a 4-lot land division. Sometimes the clearing limits are different for the front lots and as opposed to the back, but they all certainly have clearing limits on them. And
Sure. I was
And,
just curious.
and this is Mona. I just, so what I'm hearing from the neighbors is that they're not adverse to anything. They just want everything to be the same, which is right, correct?
I believe what I heard was that while they're not opposing it, if it's granted to
One.
this lot, it should be granted to the surrounding lots. Yes.
Correct, yes.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Bergson.
I just wanted to make it clear without indicating which way the board is going to go on this. If, and I underline the word if, the board were to grant this relief, it would pertain to this lot. It may very well be precedent for future applications, but it would not, in and of itself, change the clearing limits on the other lots.
That is
Just wanna
correct.
Make that clear. It may very well be precedent for that kind of application, but.
Yes, I can just weigh in. Yeah, they would each individual plot would have to apply for the same relief. Yeah, because they each were required to make the covenant, but each covenant is independent of the other ones. They'd actually each would have to come in sequentially for that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bergson. Was there anything further? Does the
No.
board have a motion?
Chairman, you move to close and hold.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 20, Fred Aframe, 19 Hunt Court, Glenhead. Property is located on the west side of Superior Street, 225 feet south of Squires Avenue, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests lot area, lot frontage, and minimum and total side yard variances for a proposed 1-family dwelling on a 50-foot lot.
Mr. Chair, I recuse.
Thank you. The record should reflect that Mr. Cunha has recused from the application.
Mr. Chair, I have Larry Davis for the applicant, but I also would like to note that I believe we only have 3 board members.
And that would be accurate. Is Mr. Mazzarella back?
We do not have Mr. Mazzarella back.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Davis yet? Larry, good to see you.
Good.
I think your microphone just went off. Yeah, we can hear you now. There you go. Are you back?
I'm back.
All right. I don't have a quorum for you, sorry. If you'd like to hang with us or stay with us for a while, when Mr. Mazzarella comes back on, I can
will.
do that. I'll do whatever you like, though.
Mr. Chairman, that's just fine. But before I leave for temporarily, can I just address the board? I had made them a promise at the last hearing on the 13th of January regarding my brother's application, and I would just like to report back to them regarding my findings. And, it's some issues had come up at the hearing that I'd like to address and just let them know. I know we closed the hearing, but they were looking for some input from me post hearing, and I just would like to get back to them. So
Mr. Davis, what I'd like you to do is just put that in writing to to Ms. Riccardi, and she will disseminate it to board members. And I think that should be sufficient. With regard to this, while we don't have a quorum, I know that you got the opportunity to review Mr. Reed's report, and you see that that this application that you've brought was previously considered a number of times by the board and is currently on our holdover indefinitely calendar. I'm absolutely certain that you were not aware of that when you filed it. Is there, are you going to hold because you want us to hear it?
I was going to ask the board what they wanted to do because I just got this report day before yesterday. And yes, it was quite a surprise to me that there had been other attempts on this lot. So I was going to defer to the board to see how they wanted to deal with this. And I have a discussion. And if they want me to present today, I'm more than capable and able to present today. But if not, we can address that.
It would appear that in order for the applicant to come back to us, they would have to request permission to do so. Certainly, the application as it stands now on the validity of the, on the merits of the application should not be on our calendar at all. I think what you should do is to withdraw the application, submit a request for the board's reconsideration, and if it was reconsidered and placed back on the calendar, I believe that we could take the just forward the application fees so the applicant is not out of any funds in that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, due to the fact that we have posted, advertised, and paid all the fees to have the hearing, can we let this hearing act as the request to put it back on the calendar rather than pay new fees and go through that process all over again?
That's never been done, and I don't know that it's a good precedent. If you want to wait for Mr. Mazzarella to come back, if you want to continue that discussion, I'll be happy to. I think that your best course of action is what I just suggested. In the normal circumstance, we would dismiss the application. As you know, we extend courtesies to your office because of their manner in which you deal with this board. And as a result, I'm not suggesting that we should do that. But I think that you should ask us that you should withdraw it at this point. And if it was to be heard again, ask for the fees that were paid to be credited towards the hearing.
I understand. If that is how you would like to deal with that, I will withdraw at this point then.
All right, then. At the request of the applicant, is there a motion to withdraw?
So moved.
Motion and
Chair.
second. Mr. Vega, you have someone wishing to speak.
I do not, but we still do not have a fourth member.
Oh. Well, thank
Right.
goodness for Mr. Vega. So, Mr. Davis, I will take you up on that, but I can't at this point. And in fact, I'm going to have to move for a brief recess until we get our fourth, at least the fourth member up. If you'd like to return for that motion, you can do so. Otherwise, I will be sure that that motion is made, and we will, if you want us to confirm it with you tomorrow, we can do that.
That's fine. There's no need for me to stick around. I'm sorry.
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair.
Davis. Mr. Cunha.
Since this is just to dismiss, would it be an issue that I come back in?
I have no issue with that. Mr. Davis?
Not
any issue?
offended. That's fine.
Oh, all right, then we can resolve it now. With that motion, it has been made. Motion was to withdraw the application at the applicant's request. Made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Case number 21, Kenneth and Catherine Roberts, 75 Shore Road, Setauket, located on the south side of Shore Road, 215 feet east of Bayview Avenue, Setauket. Applicant requests relief of Chapter 33-5 FEMA elevations for existing one-story residence addition. 13 feet required to bottom of lowest structural member required, 11 foot 9 inches requested.
Mr. Chair, I have John Kniffy for the applicant.
I'll read it to them. Mr. Kniff, let me see. John, we see your box. You're being promoted. I think you put your audio on, but we don't have video yet.
Mr. Chair, I would like to note that board member Mr. James Mazzarella has returned.
Thank you.
Hi, can everyone see and hear me?
Yes, John. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney.
Sure.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, then. Can you just please state your name and your affiliation to the application?
Sure, Chairman. It's good to see everybody. My name is John Kniff. I'm an architect at Office 17 Hillside Road, Stony Brook, New York. I'm representing Kenneth and Catherine Roberts at 75 Shore Road in Setauket for the said variance associated with the FEMA flood elevation. And I'd like to sort of just begin from a little bit from the beginning. My client, Mr. Roberts, had purchased the home short sale, not understanding, unfortunately, that a rear one-story structure on the home did not enjoy having a proper certificate of existing use or certificate of occupancy. And he had come to me in January of last year, almost to the date, actually, to propose a dormer to the Small Cape. It's a very small historic home on Shore Road in Setauket. So after some analysis of the property, his certificates of occupancy and survey, I noted that there was a rear structure CO'd, but it didn't reflect the proper size or use. It was a sunroom, not a room. And so we set off to correct the situation. I brought to his attention that it's the building department's determination that the line that separates Zone X from the VE flood zone actually just kisses or touches the house at the front to the north. And effectively, the entire structure is within the VE floodplain and should have complied. The front portion of the house, the two-story portion of the house, did have a certificate of occupancy or CEU. And at the time, it was Art Gerhauser, but it kind of rolled into Angus Graham. They both concurred that we could apply for the dormer addition as long as we simultaneously applied for a variance with the state of New York for the structure that was going to remain in the flood zone, even though it is in the furthest portion of the house and the furthest point within the Zone X on the house, which I think we all know that Zone X doesn't carry any requirements for floodplain mitigation. So to that end, we did apply to the state of New York. They gave us a full approval without any flood mitigation whatsoever. I have those findings are on file with the building department, and I'd be happy to forward them to you if required, but they are part of the building department record there at the town. The dormers have been built, permitted, permit B134132, as well. We filed to legalize the one-story structure that is the subject of today, and all of that existing construction and the construction of the dormer has passed its inspections. So with the state having approved this and the building department having approved the legalization of it from every other standpoint in regard to New York State Building Code, we're here asking for your relief of this code, the town code of chapter 33-5 FEMA flood elevation. I'm open to any questions the board members may have at this.
Thank you, John. Right at the end, we're beginning to lose you, but we certainly heard your whole presentation. Just to simplify things again, we are not dealing with the entire structure. It is the rear addition, 9.8 by 14.4, and the bay window. And while you are holding, it's interesting how the denial was written this time. We have it as relief of chapter 35, existing one-story residence addition 13 feet required to bottom of lowest structural member, 11.9 requested. So it's a foot and 3 inches off of that requirement. We are used to seeing it as it comes from the code, which in essence says, referring to section 35, the bottom of the lowest horizontal structural member supporting the lowest elevated floor that must be 2 feet elevated above the base flood elevation. So it sounds like you are above the base flood elevation, but only by 3 inches. Is that, am I looking at
I
that
believe
correctly?
that's correct. Mhm.
So that's why you're here for the other foot and 9 inches, or foot.
Correct.
Or actually, you're 9 inches above it and you're here for the foot 3 inches. That's what will get
Mhm.
you to 13. All
Yes.
right. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Cunha. I'll take Mr. Cunha, Mr. Wisdom, whichever one.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Mr. Wisdom's case. I'll let him have it.
Mr. Wisdom.
Okay, so this is all going back and forth between the state and the town, if I'm not mistaken, or FEMA and the town, correct?
It was referred to the Department of State Code Division, and it had been reviewed and granted an approval
By the state.
by the state.
And now you're looking for the approval from the town.
Correct.
Okay, so there's not much you could do with this thing because it's already built, correct?
Correct.
So
All the rest of the construction is in compliance with the state code.
so you're kind of like at a standstill unless we get this thing approved.
Correct. And I think having vetted this with a series of engineers with the Department of State that represents the federal government's
FEMA.
code for safety, health, safety, and welfare, and have a 9-point facts of findings supporting their decision for relief. I feel pretty confident that the relief request to the town of Brookhaven and the fact that we have a building inspection that has passed muster for all other circumstances, that this is a reasonable relief request to ask.
And are the owners of the house in the house, or we're still waiting on this thing?
No, they're in the house, and Art was very generous to offer since the dormer addition wouldn't have any bearing on this application. They allowed for that dormer addition to occur, and this is like a real, I mean, if you saw photos, it's a real small house. They downscaled from where they were and are going to retire on this beautiful parcel of property, but in this ultra small home. So everyone at the town has been gracious enough to allow for the construction and expansion of the portion of the home that had an existing CO. So everybody is in, the building is in full use.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Do we have any comment or anyone wishing to speak on the application?
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers on this case.
I don't have any correspondence. However, we did refer this to HDAC on January 12th. I haven't gotten any comments back yet.
Does it look like we're going to get any soon?
Chris can elaborate, I think.
Mr. Reed.
Yeah. Just trying to get my.
Mr. Chair, while Chris looks it up,
gotta
can
put
I
your-
ask a couple questions?
Your speaker, not your.
I think, Rick, I think he's just about to speak now.
So it was referred to HDAC. We have no written comment, as Lori indicated. However, there is a letter dated March 18, 2020 to the applicant's representative, which indicated the HD recommends final approval based upon the design submitted. But again, no specific referral to the zoning board on the variance relief.
Okay, so then,
May I comment?
Mr. Kniff, yes, go ahead.
Hi. I'll speak in two phrases. One, I used to be the Stony Brook representative for the HDAC. I do know how they work. I have stepped down from that position. But I do want to note that the drawings and submission that was approved by the HDAC, which included the dormer, also included the legalization drawings for the rear addition. And it also noted that the variance from the state and town were going to be a subject of the application. And those drawings and documents with those notations was approved.
Thank you. Mr. Cunha.
Yeah, no, actually, Mr. Chair, I just had one question for the architect, and that is that the actual, what we're really looking to vary, or the variance at 1'3", is really the freeboard that's required by the town. Is that correct?
Correct.
So it meets everything, every other code. All right, thank you.
It meets every other code. It's passed all other current building code requirements.
All right.
And it's
Thank you
been
very much.
inspected and approved.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board?
So with that being said, I'm going to make a motion, and I'll make a motion to grant the application as presented.
Okay, for the record, the application is subject to Chapter 81 of the code. So Mr. Wisdom grants as a type 2 action subject to Chapter 81. Mr. Cunha is seconding it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Night.
Case number 22, Donald and Mary Shelton, care of Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the east side of 10th Avenue, 219 feet north of Fairview Avenue, Holtzville. Applicant requests front yard setback and side yard variances for proposed detached garage located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, good evening. Let's take your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. You are proposing a detached garage in the required side yard with the, is it including a front yard request? Yes.
Yes.
What would you like to tell us?
All right, so what we have here is a 368 square foot garage. The current owner has no garage presently, so they're looking to add this to have some storage for their vehicles. It's not a big garage at all. Again, 368 square feet, 14 feet high. No adverse effects to the area. 119, 121 10th Avenue, both have attached garages with similar setbacks. And 121 9th Avenue and 115 12th Avenue have very similar detached garages in the side yard as well. The garage is technically in the front yard, although it is in line with the porch. And as you could see from the survey, there is no other place to put this but where it is, proposed. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. It looks like it's, I don't know if that's to the south, but 109 also has a garage addition on that side, on the same side.
Correct.
And from the appearance of the house, does the porch is roofed over? So
yes, it looks
well,
like
it appears that the garage is in line with the front.
Absolutely.
And do you know what the difference in frontage is between what is being proposed and that's being held at 109?
No, 109, it's pretty much in line. 109 might be a foot or two back. But again, it's our lot dictates, like, there's nowhere else to put this garage, but where we put it.
And you feel is that it, based upon that, it's conforming?
Correct.
All right. Is there anything further from the board? Do we have a speaker or some sort of communication?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any speakers for this case.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cordy, I didn't hear you.
I don't have anything.
All right, then we don't have anything further. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Case number 23, Debbie and Alan Shankweller, care of Michelle Cotrali, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue. Property is located on the northwest corner, Thompson Avenue and Seneca Street, Ocean Bay Park, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests front yard setback variances for existing reconstruction of deck with shower, rear yard variance for proposed porch, side yard variances for existing shed, and proposed relocation of second existing shed, each located in the required side yard. Permission for existing 6-foot-high fence forward of structure, Thompson Avenue not permitted. Permission for proposed relocation of existing 6-foot-high fence forward of structure to property line, Seneca Street, and for existing 6-foot-high perimeter fencing running north and west on Seneca Street.
Mr. Chair, I have Michelle Quattrelli for the applicant. I also have a speaker on this case.
Thank you. Ms. Cutrelli, can you hear us? We do see you, but your audio is not coming through. Still no. We do see that you're turning on and off the mute, but nothing changes. Yes, sorry, I still don't hear you. I see you shaking your head, but I'm sure that, oh no, I think we just heard you. Can you say something for us now? Yes, you're here. All right, then. It's good to see you. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, please.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Your appearance for the record, please.
Michelle Quattrelli, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, New York, 11772, agent for the applicant.
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. And what would you like to tell us regarding this application?
The subject parcel is a 75 by 100 corner lot, which is located in Ocean Bay Park, Fire Island. It was improved with a one-story dwelling with front and rear decks in 1978, CO number 110054. The rear deck setback has always been a non-conforming 7.9-foot setback. Our request to construct an enclosed porch will not encroach any further into the established rear yard. It would help, though, in alleviating the noise from the adjoining property to the north, which is a 2-story rental house throughout the summer season. Mr. and Mrs. Schenkweiler actually use their beach house almost all summer long. The original front yard setback was a non-conforming 14.7 foot in 1978. Approximately 11 years ago, a portion of the front deck was widened by 2 feet. We are requesting to maintain that 12.6 foot front yard setback, as it is necessary to turn the wagons around and to pass in and out of the shower more comfortably. In addition to the front and rear variances, we're requesting to maintain a 3-foot side yard for an existing storage shed, also built around 11 years ago, and an 11.5 foot for a proposed relocated storage shed where 12 feet is required by code. To reduce the lot coverage to a conforming 35%, my clients are removing some of the decks and the ground level walks. The small shed is presently located on one of the decks being removed, and it's being relocated to the east of the larger shed. Both of these sheds are for storage only, no habitable space, no electric, no plumbing. Lastly, we're requesting to maintain a 6-foot high fence on the perimeter of the property forward of the principal structure. Our requests are not uncommon for Ocean Bay Park or Fire Island as a whole. The board has consistently granted similar setbacks and fences throughout the years, and we believe the requested area variances are minimal and will not have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions in the community or Fire Island. We've received a no objection letter from Fire Island National Seashore. And lastly, I would just like to read into the record a letter from my clients. They sent me an email, and if the board doesn't mind, I'd like to read it in.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. To Chairman DeChance from Deborah and Alan Schenkweiler, 79 East Thompson Avenue, Ocean Bay Park, New York. Case 23, January 27. We lived in our house in Ocean Bay Park, Fire Island for 30 years, and we've been active members of the community. I've been a volunteer fireman, a member of the community board, and have chaired our annual fundraiser that raises money to maintain our community. 4 years ago, I won't say the name, but the neighbor to the north bought 17 Seneca Street, the house directly north and behind our home. It has been a VRBO rental house ever since. Every Monday and Friday, a new group of up to 16 people move in. There is noise from blasting music, screaming and howling that never stops and is intolerable. We have not been able to use our rear deck for the past 4 years. Their renters have also thrown items off of their deck onto our property, and the objects have hit our glass back door. We have made many police reports and have to live in our doors with our doors and windows closed, and we still hear the noise above the sound of our TV inside our house. We're requesting the variance for the porch for the purpose of privacy and a noise barrier. My roof, the roof should cut down the sound and would protect against objects being thrown through our glass door. Thank you for your consideration, Deborah and Alan Schenkweiler. So if the board has any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr.
was
Cunha,
it?
I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Mr. Cunha.
Hi, how are you, Michelle?
I'm well, thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go right to your letter since it was the last thing you discussed. I just want to make sure. My microphone, I had to turn it on instead of holding the space bar. I just want to go to the letter. It said, you said the proposed porch, and it said, and then he said the roof should deflect the sound. What roof are we talking about?
The porch, the enclosed.
Oh, it is enclosed.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify. So it's enclosed. And I'm assuming,
It's a proposed enclosed porch.
and I'm assuming it is screened in or going to be?
Either screened in or glassed in. I would most likely, due to this, what's going on right now with the northern neighbor, I would think they would want more noise barrier. So I'm going to say is going to be glassed in.
Okay, and similar to most of the houses, I believe on Fire Island, I'm assuming the enclosed porch will not have heat?
No heat, correct.
Yeah, okay. We'll have electric, but no running water or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it should be used just as a sunroom, sun type room or enclosed porch.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Okay. Now I wanted to get back, go to the fence. I know you're going to propose to move back to the property line, which is on Seneca Street. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and it looks like it goes over the property line on the property to the north. I mean, that I'm just letting you know about that because it's on the neighbor's property.
If the neighbor has an issue with it on the property, my clients will be moving it. If not, it'll
Okay.
maintain there.
Yeah, I know it's not here for that. I'm just pointing it out. And we have, and it looks like you have marked in yellow the fence in the front yard. Now it says some of this fencing says wire fence, others says wire and wood. So I'm assuming most of the fence is not for privacy.
No, it's all private. It's just the bottom half is wire. So when you walk down the boardwalk, that would be the wire part, and then the privacy part, so you can't see in the deck.
Okay, so it's above the wire then is the wood part.
Right, the privacy part. Correct.
That's on the front. Is it the same on the Seneca side also?
No, the Seneca side has a lot of vegetation, but that's a full solid fence.
Okay, because it does say wire also on your survey.
If you look at my photos, Anthony, if you could show them my first photo, you'll see that it's heavily vegetated there, so I can't guarantee that it's not wired there either.
Okay, it's covered in vegetation, so the fence is not even visible, it looks like.
fence, correct. But they're going to be moving it back and most likely it's going to be the same as what it would be on Thompson Avenue.
Okay, and do we have a photo of what it looks like on Thompson Avenue?
Back to the first photo. If you can look over to the left.
I see it. Okay. Anthony, just scroll up a little. Yeah, right to the left of that telephone pole.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. And you said these types of fences are typical for the area?
Yes, that's not out of character at all.
So there are others in the neighborhood and down the street next door?
Yes. Across the street, I've taken photos of conformity. Anthony, up towards the back of the pictures I scanned have some conformity. The property across Thompson, 22 Seneca was before this board for a fence and was granted. I can go over those conformities if you like, but this is not out of character at all.
Okay.
21 Seneca was also in front of this board for a fence, which is
Okay.
street.
All right. I see some of the conforming photos showing conformity. All right. Now let's jump over to since we're in the front yard, we'll go right to the deck at 12'6". You are removing one part of that deck, it says in the corner there, but you're still going to maintain that 2'1" to the front yard. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, that is to get the lot coverage down to 35%. We're trying to squeeze in as much as we can without hurting their mobility.
And the reconstruction and creating too much reconstruction, I gather. Okay, and is that setback, similar to others in the neighborhood, the 12'6"?
Up and down Thompson Avenue, they're all 5-foot setbacks, 6-foot setbacks, 10-foot setbacks. So yes, this 12.6 is right in there.
Okay, it seems like a little larger as a matter of fact. Okay. And now let's go to I'm assuming it's the west side. Yes, it is. You're putting the shed that's to remain has been there how long?
11 years approximately.
11 years, and that's the one that's set 3 feet from the property line?
Correct.
And the shed that you're proposing, or relocating, I'm sorry, is going to maintain what setback from the side yard?
8, 9, 10, 11, about 11 and a half feet, I think it was. We would
Okay.
And
All
it's
right.
12 feet. So we're just shy of the norm.
6 inches, basically. And the size of these sheds look like they're under the 144.
Correct.
And the one that's being relocated is the one on the deck that is being removed.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Ms. Cutrelli, I should point out, and thank you on behalf of the board, you apparently counseled this applicant in order to accommodate their request for a proposed porch. They had to remove significant portions of deck, walkways, and an area where a bike rack was. And we do see that occurred, and we appreciate the fact that you brought, and they elected to bring the best application they could to the board. Ms. Riccardi, do we have communication on this application?
We do.
Mr. Chair, we have a speaker as well.
Thank you. I'll take that first.
You want the letters? Because if the speaker's here, I won't have to.
All right, just with regard to, I was interested in Fire Island National Seashore. Is that a no objection letter?
That's a no objection letter.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, yes, you can bring up the speakers.
Mr. Chair, I have Giovanni Di Natale.
Mr. Di Natale, can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. If I ask you to please give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Sure.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do. And I'm
All right, sir.
here with my wife.
I would like you to just state your name and address, please.
Sure. It's Giovanni Di Natale, 19 Seneca Walk, Ocean Bay Park, New York.
Thank you, sir. And you were here on this Zoom hearing, and you were able to hear the applicant's agent speak in favor of the variance being requested from us.
Yes, I did.
All right, what comment did you have?
A couple of comments. I wanted to start by saying that we purchased the property in 2017. We've used it for personal use as well as rental, although the person living on Thompson Avenue and Seneca may think it's all rental, but we also have family members that use the property throughout the summer. There's been a lot of incidents with regard to noise complaint. A lot of them were documented by the local police department as being unfounded, where you know the
Mr. Di Natale, let me just stop you there.
Sure.
What address did you give us just now?
So I give you the address of the property on Fire Island.
Yes, the address of the property on Fire Island.
Yep.
Is it what number was it?
So it's sometimes it shows.
Is it 19 Seneca?
It's 19 or 17.
All right. If you were immediately next door, you're 19. Does that
Yeah.
help you?
Yeah.
All right. So you're immediately next door at 19, and the request is for certain variances. One is for fencing in the front yard. Another is for an addition of an enclosed porch. You haven't spoken to those variances. What you're talking about is noise emanating from your house. So
Yeah.
can we start with the variances, please, sir?
So let's start with the fence. The property fence is actually, last year we moved the fence because we realized that the property fence on the north side between the two property was 8 feet on my property. So we moved it back.
And thank you for noticing. There was one gentleman that actually from you guys noticed that we're talking about building decks on our property. So we reclaim our property, asking lawyers and town and some of you department guys, and that we took another new survey, and we reclaim our property 6 and 8 feet. And now, according to the proper line for both properties, the neighboring and us, the deck that it exists now, it's almost you can touch when you stand by the proper line fence, and I give few inches to the neighbor just in case of bad measuring or something, but we will remeasure like maybe 10 times. And now it's almost your hand can touch. There is no property on Fire Island Ocean Bay Park that deck will touch somebody fence that closed. The neighbor deck, it's almost all around. It's we have his own surveys that we took from Brookhaven town. Whatever is on his survey is not the real deck.
All right, ma'am, let me stop you there. Understand, I haven't gotten your name and address, and I haven't sworn you. And I can only take one person at a time.
Okay.
So so why don't we do this? Why don't you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Katarzyna Di Natale, and the property I own is 17 Seneca. Some maps shows 19 Seneca.
All right, so now I just need to clarify with you both. The house that is before us is a corner parcel at Thompson and Seneca.
Yes.
The house immediately next door on Seneca to the north is 19.
Yes.
And the house immediately adjacent to that one is 15.
Yes, our house we talking is the 19. The house.
All right, so ma'am, but you just said 17. So can we clarify that you have a summer residence at 19 Seneca Street? Is that accurate?
Yes.
All right. Let me just say something else before we get involved. This board will not get involved in whether a fence is or any other structure is within a property line or without. The applicant is seeking specific variances, and this board cannot consider or grant variances for structures outside of property lines. So if there is a disagreement between neighbors, that disagreement you will need to resolve directly or conventionally or civilly through the legal process. So understand, we're not here for a war concerning where structures are vis-a-vis property lines.
Yes.
Okay, so
all right. So I cut you off, ma'am. I want you to continue whatever you were saying instead of going back and forth. So what else did you want to say?
I'm sorry. It's, I don't know the terms and everything. So what I'm just in simple words, simple person saying, when you stay on the property line, the neighbor deck, you can almost touch it from when I'm standing in my.
All right, well, see, but we were looking at a certified survey that shows us that the existing deck holds a 7.9 foot setback to the property line.
Maybe now it's according to the fence that we just installed last fall.
No, it's not, they don't measure setbacks from fences. They measure setbacks from property lines. You can see here that there's the setback showing you, and that's on the west side. And you can see the existing deck, and you see the number right there, 7 feet 9 inches. So the first question is, I just need to know, with regard to the structures being proposed and the setbacks being proposed, do either of you have any objections to those structures or
Yes.
setbacks?
Yes, the porch, the porch, it's large. It's from one side to the other side and almost all around the house of the Thompson house, the neighbor house. It's,
All right.
it's,
Ms. Nidentelli, do you understand that while the applicant is proposing this porch, they are also proposing to remove sections of the deck? Do you see those sections?
Sir,
No,
whatever
so-
was
All right,
said by
so-
the lady is not in truth, because all these porches are very old, black and gray, and you could tell, and they did something this year on the side with the sheds and everything. Everything is moved, and new porch on the side. Now the picture showing that's a totally new wood. This wasn't existing when we make the complaint. All this is done for you guys to just show you in the pictures. And also
And maybe I'm not following you. Are you saying the porch is already built?
yes, all this is built,
All
sir.
this is already existing.
Well, I see I see the deck, and it
Yes.
certainly is new wood, like you're saying, and
Yes.
that appears to be the decking.
And this was done this spring, whatever the picture.
Mr. Chair, it
shows
appears to be
now.
Thompson.
Yes, but sir, you don't
Right,
have,
that would be the west side. Is that right?
yes, that's
Yes.
brand new. That was built this spring. You could see the new wood. This wasn't there, or it was, but different measurements, old something. But what we are, show me the porch existing now from my side. That's the problem. There is no picture of it. It's a huge porch that touches almost my backyard.
Well, ma'am, look at this. Look at this
Okay.
photo we have up now. So I see a
Okay.
deck. What side of the house is this, Mr. Cunha?
This is the north
So
side.
now that I see this picture, that's the picture.
That's the
And
north side. So that's the rear of the house.
Yes.
That's the north side. The application proposes to remove sections of that. That is certainly not a new deck. The boards themselves look old, but you're saying that you believe that this deck as it exists goes too close to your property line?
And it's too
Correct.
big. It's a
Yes.
huge deck, almost touching my fence. It cannot be. I don't know, you may,
According to the survey, when you say almost touching your fence, the survey says again 7 feet 9 inches.
I don't want to say wrong, sir. I don't know. We have an old survey of the property on Thompson, and the deck is much smaller on the survey what it is in real. In real life, is from one side to the other side of this house, from beginning of the house to the back of the house, and it's almost touching my fence. Now that we put the fence in the right spot, our land was taken from us. And this gentleman that wrote this letter to you, long time ago, before we purchased the house,
Anthony, leave that survey up there.
Plant-
Go ahead, ma'am.
plant huge, the biggest trees
You
on
could see
Fire
the tree on
Island.
the
You can
picture.
see on the pictures on our property.
All
Because,
right, ma'am, let me ask you to stop right there. Do you see we have the survey up?
Yes.
yes,
All right, do you see that the front of the house, and then there is a section of existing side deck, and then the deck all along the back of the
Yes.
house? Do you see
Yes.
that? Are you saying the deck extends in any other location, or is that all of the deck that you know to be?
the deck is together where the house is.
I think this is correct, but I believe the deck is much wider than this 11.9 additional.
And also where you see the porch, the proposed porch or something, kind of yellowish, and then you have
Yes.
checkers. Where the checkers are, it's a deck. It's an old
Well,
deck.
understand where the checkers are is that those are the portions of the deck to be removed.
Be removed.
Okay, let's believe in this, because it should be removed because it's huge for the property
Well, I
side.
understand that if this board was to act in favor of this application, the conditions would be, and as noted to the building department, that those sections of the deck are being removed. That would be at the end, do you see, on the other side of the proposed porch, and even where the, on the west side, where the shed is sitting on the deck now, those two sections are removed as a result of the board's consideration of this application.
All the new woods that you see, it was done after
but
our
that's- the new
complaint.
wood is
I
different.
don't know what it means. I just want to make sure I'm not asking for special treatment or anything. I'm just asking that the porch proposed, it's within the sizes that you're supposed to build porches according to the fence, property line fence, property line.
And again, the survey shows us 7.9 feet. Sir,
that's
Mr.
correct.
Di Natale,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, ma'am, did you have anything else to say?
Yes, you also guys talk long time about the front, totally front of the house from the Thompson. This is the only house in Ocean Bay Park. I invite all of you for a walk that has a privacy part like this. Before we moved
And a
in,
fence, a
and a
fence.
fence, it's a wooden fence. The chicken wire or wire fence, you can't even see it because it's so overgrown that it's like a fort that you don't see. You don't see that somebody lives in this house. When you walk from the beach, when you walk from my property, you don't know people can live in this condition because they hide over there. They plant trees on my property huge so they can have privacy, but the trees don't take a space from the backyard because they already don't have a backyard because they build an oversized deck. Everything this gentleman has, you can't find on the island. I can walk you all the way, Thompson. There is no property like this. I have the same picture that I took. I can show it to you. And I have picture. If you scroll down, one of the house with the chicken wire fence, it's actually mine. So I'm gonna show you what's the difference. If you scroll down, I show you which one is mine. No one has fence like this on Fire Island. And when we moved, all the neighbors warned us, this is a crazy guy, be careful, but we know.
Okay, this is it.
This is it.
So
this is
all
mine.
the property on Ocean Bay Park have
Chicken wire fence.
or whatever, see-through fence. He's the only one that have a tall fence that you cannot see through. So the comment that was made earlier that everybody in the neighborhood has similar fence is actually wrong.
Mr. Di Natale, let me ask you, when you're saying high fence, the request from the board is 6 feet. We've seen that request many, many times. When you say high, are you referring to a 6-foot fence or some other height?
Sir, you cannot check because it's so overgrown on top of.
Ma'am, I asked your husband that if you can let him answer, and then I certainly will ask you that question also.
I want to say it's higher than 6 fence. I'm 5'12" and the fence is much higher than me.
All right, and thank you, sir. And ma'am, you wanted to answer the same question.
Yes, so I don't know exact measurements, but somebody inspector can go and check. I am just telling you, look at my house, which is this. Normally people will have this type of fence because I understood is only allowed. I'm new to Fire Island. I don't know the rules, but all the neighbors either have no fence, corner properties, no one have even chicken wire fence, whatever you call it. No one has in corner property. The neighbor is a corner property. It's like a bunker. You see on your own picture, you have it. You cannot see. It's a house behind the overgrown bushes. You cannot tell somebody live there.
You see on the left of the telephone pole, it's like wooden. And you see the bottom part doesn't have wood. It just removed them this August.
This August.
It used to be, yes.
Yes.
And this used to be
So as I understand it, then you're both objecting that the fence is not wire, it's solid, it's a solid fence.
Solid wood, and on top of
you believe that the setback from the deck is larger than the survey shows, and therefore the setback is not what's shown.
We believe
Is there anything else you're objecting to regarding this application?
Well, I just want to make sure that, this is, whatever you guys are looking to do in terms of the approval with regard to the deck in the back, it's take into account the minimum requirement between the distance from the deck to the property line, that no special authorization is giving to him to come closer to us.
So the survey is showing us 7.9 feet, and the request for the variance is 7.9 feet. So I'm not sure
And
what
is
you're
the
saying. The
first
board is
one-
going to consider that setback as proposed.
And
Yeah.
the survey is this, the survey you're showing us, was this done recently?
Mr. Chair, was revised on 11/2/20 at the bottom.
Yes, last revised,
On 10/21, and then the survey signed 11/2/20.
so 2020. Yeah, I see that. 10/21/20 edition proposed and it's signed off. So yeah, it's 2 months old, 2.5
Yeah,
months
so
old.
it's actually the same person that did our survey last year.
Yes, so it's the same person that did the survey. When they did the survey, they put markers. We moved our fence and we give few inches, very few inches to the neighbor, just in case. And when his surveyor came this year, I saw some pink markers and it was exactly the place
So-
that the fence should stay.
What is Ocean Bay Park standard in terms of the distance between a structure and the property line of the neighbor?
You're asking what the code required setback is and
Yes.
what's being proposed. Ms. Recorder, I'm going to ask you to look at the building department
Thank you, sir.
denial.
I just want to say, guys, like a normal people, if the problem was a watermelon piece fall down on the neighbor deck from the top porch, if a 6 years old can throw a piece that he doesn't want to eat, mama say eat, and he doesn't want to eat, and he landed on Mr. Allen porch, that just shows you, the policeman told me, look at this, the porch is under your house. So if a 7-year-old can throw a piece of watermelon, to the.
Ms. Eaton, I don't want to get involved in the issues between the
Yes.
two houses. I suggest that you find a way to live with your neighbor because that is your neighbor. And
Yes.
I will tell you in response to your last question, sir, the code 85-381G requires a setback of 20 feet and the request here is 7.9 feet for the proposed porch, which is the same setback held by the existing deck.
Yeah,
So
but
hold on,
maybe
hold on.
the existing deck is not
So you
proper.
said the standard is 20 feet?
I didn't say the standard was 20 feet. I said the code requires a setback of 20 feet. And this board is here to hear requests to vary from that requirement.
So what I will ask is, for the town to, to stick with the 20 feet if that's
20
possible.
feet. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for explaining this. We didn't know. We don't have experience. We don't do this. This is a must.
Let me tell you, you're doing a fine job. And if you think that there's any issue with regard to the certified survey, the guaranteed survey that we're looking at, then there are other ways to pursue that. Ms. Cutrelli, I'm going to bring you back though. There are a number of issues that have been spoken about, and I'm sure that you
and I'm sorry, I'm just sorry to cut. I don't want to cut nobody, but somebody mentioned the roof and a net or some kind of windows. There is nothing like that. There is
That's proposed.
for now.
That's
It's
proposed.
nothing like that. It's just oversized, huge deck.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Cutrelli, I'll invite you then to respond to the comments. I also want to give you the opportunity. You had specific actions of the board that you referenced previously. While I don't have them, you're free to put them on the record if you wish.
As you are aware, that rear deck was an original rear deck that is covered under the certificate, which I mentioned in the beginning of my presentation. Nothing's changed from that deck. It was an L-shaped deck. We are now removing a portion of it to accommodate for the 35%. The size of it has always been a 7.9-foot rear yard. I did some measurements on the county GIS, and the subject parcel to the north has a side yard there of about 14, maybe 14 and a half feet. So I don't know where that you can reach from the fence. If you look at one of my pictures, you can sort of see, if the board can see this picture here, if Anthony can find that one, that's the distance. I have a couple of others that would if you can see here. Yes, that one right there, Anthony. There's about, I'm just going to give benefit of the doubt, minimum of 12 feet between the fence, the property boundaries, and this house. So they've got similar setbacks. They have more, yes. Their lot is slightly bigger. my conformity with the fences. We have 6-foot fences throughout Fire Island and Ocean Bay Park. We have setbacks of rear yards of 5 feet that have been approved before, which one is May 18th, 2011, case 24 for the neighbor to the west, Ariella Bendove. She has a enclosed porch that is 5 feet that the board granted. And there's a picture of it coming up right here. That white structure is the enclosed porch that was granted by this board in 2011. She also has a 6-foot fence with a lot of vegetation that the board granted. Also a 7.6-foot front yard. So very, very similar setbacks that were granted back then to the neighbor. Across the street, Sharon Gershon, 6-foot fence around the property. That one is stockade. 0 and a 9-foot front yard was granted. This was granted May 6, 2015, case 17. With a 6-foot rear yard, and these for decks, existing decks and bike platforms and whatnot. Very similar to what we're requesting today. Angelo Palladino, October 26, 2016, case 32, was granted a 3.3-foot rear yard, a 1.6-foot rear yard also because his property was abnormal, and a 2-foot side yard. Very similar. He has no fence as of yet. Judy Ellis, July 10th, 2019, 10.2-foot front yard. With the rear yard established of 6.6 feet, but we didn't go for a variance on that one, but that's established on there. And then April 5th, 2017, case 17, case number 26, I'm sorry, case number 26, there was a 6-foot fence. This is on the west side of Seneca, about 100 feet south of Thompson. We were approved for that fence. And I'm not positive if it's a stockade or if it's a wire or both. We have March 26, 2014, case 13, Buckley's. They were granted a 6.9-foot rear yard, a 9-foot front yard, a 6.9-foot side yard, and a 40.2% lot coverage, all for proposed decks. Flynn, Ocean Bay Park, which is down the road, February 3rd, 2010, case 10, granted a 3.4-foot rear yard for a deck. As I stated, this is not uncommon. There's a civil matter going on more than anything else. The neighbors don't get along. What we're representing here today is the truth. So I've been to this site, as you know, I go to every one of my sites. These decks have not been repaired. If the front deck was enlarged, that's a potential possibility. Don't know when, but it's still not brand new. We conform in every way on this application. I actually thought it was a wonderful application to bring you. So if this board has any other questions.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, we do have communication. Ms. Riccardi will read it for the record.
Okay.
I have 2 emails from the Di Natalis, but they've put their comments on the record. I have 12 letters in support. I'll read one. They all pretty much say the same thing. Okay. I would like to add my support for the approval of the proposed variance. The Shankwellers have been in Ocean Bay Park for 30 years and are beloved and active members of the community. Their quality of life and the enjoyment of their home has been under attack for the last few years because of the lack of common decency of the neighbors behind them and their constant rental of their house to groups that have no regard for other people. I ask that you would decide in favor of granting the Shankwellers their variance so they can enclose their back deck in hopes of shielding themselves from the constant noise and disruption coming from 17 Seneca. That was from Jill Gibbs. And I have letters from 12 other neighbors. Do you want me to put their names on the record?
Yes, please.
Mr. and Mrs. Joe Guerrera of 19 Bayview, Ocean Bay Park, Jeff and Janet Lewis, 21 Erie Street, Ocean Bay Park, Ricky Mandel. I have from Erin Flynn and Wei Liu of 26 Oneida, Ocean Bay Park, Karen M. Key of 38 Ontario, Ocean Bay Park, Alice and Arnold Kotzen, 35 Bayview, and Robert Howard, 22 Seneca, Ariella Bendove, 20 Oneida, David and Jody Miller, Fran Lomans, and Harriet Anicharico. And they all basically say the same thing. They're in support.
Very good. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Are we subject to any section of the code with this application? No. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll close and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha to close and hold. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries. All right, then. Thank you very much for coming out.
Case number 24, Phyllis Romano, 8 Tulip Avenue, Farmingville, located on the south side of Tulip Avenue, 137 feet west of Blue Point Road, Farmingville. Applicant requests permission for existing partial conversion of attached garage to habitable space on a 50-foot lot.
Mr. Chair, I have a Larry Buscemi for the applicant.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. You just have to put your audio on and we'll be able to hear you then. There you go. Can you hear
Hi,
us?
can you hear me?
Very good. Let's start with just you giving your attention to the board's attorney, please.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. We'll start with your appearance for the record.
Larry Buscemi, PO Box 679, Mount Sinai, New York, 11766.
Thank you, Mr. Buscemi. What would you like to tell us here?
This is a simple application. It deals with a substandard lot that's in the 50-foot lot category. But it's actually, it averages about 58 feet across over the span of the lot. And it's an application for an existing 136 square foot partial garage conversion. So it's an application to just convert an existing structure from one use to another. It seems relatively simple. We did provide correspondence from the neighbor on that side in support of the application. It doesn't change the character or affect the character of the neighborhood. It's in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. That's about that.
Thank you, sir. And according to the records we have that came from the building department, the conversion was as a result of an extension of the existing dining room within the house, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
So, Mrs. Buscemi, it's used for a dining room. How long has it been there? I don't mean the
Since,
structure, but the conversion.
Conversion was about 2001.
Okay, and you said that you have a letter from the neighbor. I guess that's to the west?
Correct.
To the west? Yeah, to the west.
You should be, or you should have it.
And I'm sorry? Yes, and I know, but I haven't seen it
I have it.
specifically. I understand. And they're joining with the application or consenting to it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does anyone wish to have a copy of that red or lead? Is that necessary?
No,
If not,
for me.
Thank you. If we have no one wishing to speak, I'll ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application submitted type 2.
Motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries. Thank you.
Case number 26, Natalie Krempa, 8 Priscilla Avenue, Holtzville. Properties located on the west side of Priscilla Avenue, 279 feet north of LIE North Service Road, Holtzville. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for existing 8.8 foot by 20.5 foot roof over portico and rear yard variance for proposed one-story residence addition.
Mr. Chair, I have Diego Steisel for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Mr. Steisel, can you hear us, sir?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you
I'm
see
going to
me
ask you.
too?
I'm sorry?
Can you see me also?
We can see you.
All right then.
All right. Can I ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, please?
Yes.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Very good, sir. Let's start with your name and address.
My name is Diego Steisel. I am the agent for the applicant and also their architect. Office is at 1101 Waverly Avenue, Holtzville, New York, 11742.
Thank you. You're here proposing a rear yard addition to the home, and you're also here to legalize this roofed over concrete entry. Is that correct?
Yes.
What would you like to tell us specifically?
The front roofed over porch, which we're here for that front yard variance for, is 8.8 by 20.5, built in 2005. It's not raised off grade. It's a slab construction with posts and roof. I submitted photos of it. And the homeowner had purchased the house back in 2002 and just had flat out just wasn't aware that this required a permit. So unfortunately, they went ahead and built it, but here we are trying to rectify it. The front yard setback with this porch in place becomes 33.1. I know this area quite well. It's very close to my office. Actually, it's only maybe 2 blocks away from my office. And so I know the neighborhood quite well. And I went up and down all the neighboring roads, and there's quite a few houses in the area with fairly short front yards. So this is, I would say, consistent with the character of the neighborhood. And as far as the rear yard setback, with the addition, we're left with 55 feet, where the minimum required is 60. But again, there's many houses in the area, many examples, some of which I've submitted photos of with short rear yards. In fact, some quite a bit shorter than what we're proposing.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mazzarella?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Steisel. So I see they're going to remove the shed on the side of this property. And so that extension in the back, is that a concrete patio that it's going to adjoin?
Well, part of that concrete patio was going to be demolished in order to accommodate for this addition. And there's already a existing sliding glass doors that leads out onto the patio, so that's going to remain. But I guess essentially the patio is going to be reduced in size to accommodate this addition.
Okay, I understand. Question about the addition. It's also naturally going to be a 1-story. And what's the roof line going to be like in relation to the actual home itself?
Okay, so I've already developed the building elevations. And so that's going to be a gable roof, which will tie into the existing gable roof. So essentially the new ridge will be perpendicular, if you can imagine, perpendicular to the existing ridge.
Yeah, so in essence, you're going to have so that'll just, does the ridge in the back come slope down towards the backyard, and then these are going to go across?
I'm going to flip over my iPad so you can see my screen, my AutoCAD screen. I don't think yeah, I guess I can do it that way. And you can see what the rear elevation would look like. Can you see that?
Yeah, if you can slide it over just a bit. There you go. Okay. Yep, I see it.
So that's the rear addition, and you're seeing the proposed addition towards my left side with the 4-on-12 gabled roof. It's a 4-on-12 pitch, and it just ties into the existing gable, which comes across from side to side on the house.
Completely understand. Thank you for that picture. And so, what is the primary purpose of that room? What is it going to serve?
It's going to be a master bedroom addition with a master bathroom and a walk-in closet.
Okay, great. Right, and thank you. I'd just like to know if there's any communications or residents that are here to speak on the case.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Do we have a written communication or anyone wishing to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I have no speaker.
All right, so there is no one wishing to speak on the application. We have no correspondence. Mr. Mazzarella, was there anything further?
Yeah, just from Mr. Seisel, there's no concerns from the neighbors with regard to this project, because I'm sure that you had to put out your mailings and whatnot. So you heard nothing back in relation to it, I imagine?
No, we posted the sign, we sent out the notices, we haven't heard anything back. The homeowner herself hasn't heard anything back, negative or positive, from any neighbors. So I imagine no one really has any issues with, I mean, the addition is hardly going to be seen from the street. We're not going higher than the existing ridge, so it's not really obtrusive to anybody. And as far as that front porch, it's already there. It's been there for 15 plus years, and no one's really complained about that in all these years. So
very good. And in essence, from your design photo, it looks like it's going to fit in nicely. And as your due diligence with looking around the community and confirming that it conforms was important note for us. So I have nothing further, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to approve the application type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
thank you.
Case number 27, Caesar and Tony Chuan, 2 Sheffield Place, Manorville, located on the southeast corner, Sheffield Place and Wading River Road, south of Orchard Street Terminus, Manorville. Applicant requests rear yard variances for 3 existing sheds located in the front yard, Wading River Road not permitted. Height variance for existing 6-foot high fencing located in the front yard, Sheffield Place. Height variances for existing 6-foot high fencing located within the required 30-foot radius of the apex of the intersections of Sheffield Place and Orchard Road, and Sheffield Place and Wading River Road.
Mr. Chair, I have a Tony Schumann, the applicant.
Thank you.
Tony Schumann.
Sir, are you able? Yes, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. May I ask, are you both presenting or just one of you?
Just one of us,
All right. Who will that be?
myself, Tony. So,
Thank you. Thank you, Tony. I'm going to ask you, please give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
yes, I do.
All right. And can I ask your name and address, please?
Caesar Chiwan? And Tony Chiwan, 2 Sheffield Place, Manorville, New York, 11949.
Thank you. I just want to state for the record, while the call of the calendar called out sheds in front yards, Wading River Road is the secondary front yard for this parcel, which fronts on both Sheffield and looks like it fronts on Sheffield Place with the driveway at that location. So with regard to the relief requested, which is for fencing and for the sheds, what would you like to tell us?
We just have the 6-foot fence for security and privacy. That's mainly it.
All right.
And
thank you.
especially, I'm sorry, especially on Wading River Road, being that it's Wading River Road, a 4-foot fence isn't suitable.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Wisdom, are you still with us?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So looking at, there is no street on either side of this, or is it on it's on Sheffield side? So the fence goes directly down Wading River Road to Sheffield?
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Where it has like a little section that looks like it's on Wading River Road and turns into Sheffield, that's a paper road. So there's nothing there.
So there's no street or anything through it? It is a paper road? Is it?
It's just a paper road, yes.
Is
So
there-
where Orchard and Sheffield meet, that's a dead end. It never, for some reason, continued on to Wading River Road.
Is it vegetated, all the trees down that road and everything, or is there a path?
There's a little bit of a path, yes.
It's just a walking path?
Yeah.
So let's get back to the sheds that are in the actually side yard, which is considered a front yard.
Right, there's actually no other place for us to put them.
Well, what's in the smaller one to the back of the off of Wading River Road? What's in that small shed?
The one that's, if we're looking at this picture, is it the bigger one to the right with the, to the right of?
You want to start with the large one?
Yeah, that's got a riding lawnmower and like rototiller, all, yard equipment.
I can see the photo.
Yes.
So, and the center one, what's in the center one?
It's got some lawnmowers and a snow blower, and just tools to work on the cars and things to maintain, the yard, like the gardening and stuff.
Is that the same thing for the last one on the in the back?
Yeah, definitely. It's a big property to maintain.
Yeah, it does. It's a nice big piece of property. I can see that.
Thank you.
Does that conform with your neighborhood? Are there other homes that have other large sheds or more than 2 sheds in a yard?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you're saying is true, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? I don't expect we have anything on this application, so I'll ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Case number 28, Kelly Allingham and Daniel Molino, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the south side, 5th Street, 218 feet east of Lake Promenade, Ronkonkoma. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, you've previously been sworn. Can we just have your appearance for this application?
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. Mr. Malguanera, this looks like a lap pool of some type, being 13 feet wide, but longer in length.
Yes.
We do see the setup in the rear yard. You've located the cesspool in the survey for us. Thank you. I don't take any issue with the application. What did you want to tell us in favor of it?
Yeah, as you can see, they kind of customize it to fit this property the way it is. Asking for minimal relief of 8 foot on the side, 13 in the rear. Has no adverse effects to the property, to the surrounding area. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes,
Move
Mr.
to
Chair,
approve.
move to grant. to-
I'm going to take that motion. Is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Number 29, Douglas and Jacqueline Riggs, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the east side of Farmhouse Drive, opposite and east of Crabtree Lane Ridge. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed.
Mr. Malganara, you're still with us? Your appearance for this, please.
It's Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
What do you want to tell us here?
It's pretty standard storage shed. 2 feet from the property line. It's been there for about 10 years. Has no effect on the surrounding neighborhood. I suggested to try to move it, and that would be basically having to tear down the shed and redo it. So that wasn't financially feasible, and that's why we're here today. If the board would look favorably, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Questions from the board? I think Mr. Bergson, this would go to you.
Andrew, you're holding 2.2 feet?
Yes.
And how long has the shed been there?
About 10 years.
I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I would agree with you. We see the vegetation on the parcel is identified by the survey. Thank you. Does the board have a motion?
Move to approve the application is submitted, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Case number 30, Brian Vasic, care of Andrew Malguanera, East Side Imperial Drive, 1,984 feet north of Mount Sinai Coram Road, Miller Place. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed second-story deck. Also side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Mr. Maguire, the applicant.
Yes, Mr. Malganara, your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us regarding this application?
What we have here is just a second story deck, not tremendously high, a little over 4 feet. Has no adverse effects, holding 10 feet from the property line. Shed is in the required side yard because they are building an addition that does conform to the code, but by doing so, the shed requires a variance. It's a small 8x12, and again, has no adverse effects. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair?
I think it's Mr. Mazzarella.
Oh, okay. I don't see him up there.
How are you, Andrew?
Good, how you doing?
Good. So, shed is just a basic storage shed.
Basic as they come.
I think maybe
Okay.
we lost Mr. Mazzarella.
That guy, yeah.
So I think we can move
You lost
to.
me?
I think we have Mr. Mazzarella.
Oh, no, oh, no, I guess he's back. Mr. Mazzarella, I'm sorry, you froze there for a second.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, you can continue.
Okay. So Andrew, I think I lost you, or it was on my end, but you said the shed is just basic, right?
Yes.
And the deck itself, I heard you say 8 feet, but the 8 feet is it a 4x8 deck? Is that, I'm trying to look at it here.
No, it's I'll give you the exact dimensions. It is 14 by 8.
14 by 8. So you said something like 4 feet. Was that the height?
No, it's a second story deck because it is over 4 feet, but it's not much higher than that. So
Okay. Only other question I would have is it's fairly close to the property line. Is there another home on the other side of that property line that it's close to?
I believe there's a setback on the other side as well. I don't believe it's infringing on the neighbor.
Okay. Obviously, you sent out notifications to the neighbors, so if someone wanted to comment, we may have that record. All right, I'm taking a look at it now. So it'd be on the side of the house with the pool there?
Correct.
Okay, and it does look like
Yeah, there's some space there.
There's some space. Okay. We have any comment, written or otherwise?
Let's find out. Mr. Vega? Anyone wishing to speak?
I do not have any speakers, Mr. Mazzarella.
No written comments.
Nothing from either side.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew, it looks as though they're attempting to make the house the same size as the one at 39.
Correct.
I know that sometimes we deal with true two-story decks, meaning it's at the second story level of the house. And with high ranches and structures of that type of construction, they'll consider it a second story deck because it's accessing the second floor, which is not high off of the ground. In this case, you're saying it's about 4 feet. Is that what we're dealing with here, or is this really a true story? Why in your opinion, did they deny it as a two-story deck?
Because it's slightly, on the architect has the mock-up slightly over 4 feet. So anything over 4 feet requires it to be second story. Whether it truly is or not, I don't believe so.
But talk to us about the construction of the addition. Is it a high ranch situation, or I mean, a 4-foot high deck? I'd expect over the first floor level or in the middle of the first floor level, unless the structure was constructed similar to that type of residence. Do you know what we're dealing with here?
I believe it's a grading issue. I believe. I don't think it's a high ranch. I think it's a basic colonial.
So the grading gets lower as you get away from the house, and therefore the height of the deck is measured higher off the ground.
I believe so. That's I don't have that as fact, but I think because of elevations, I think that's the reason.
I think the board would look at this and inquire further if we were aware that it was a true two-story proposed deck in a side yard with a 10-foot setback, and then either a high ranch or a grading issue, which is a deck accessing the first floor, but just is considered a second story because of the grading adjacent to the house.
I'm completely fine with that. I mean, we could push this. It's not a rush, so we could push this.
Well, let me see I'm looking at the denial. There's maybe something here. So at the beginning, proposed 34 by 24 two-story addition with 6 by 13 platform with steps and 4 by 18 deck with steps. Proposed 14 by 8 two-story deck with steps per applicant. So I
have the owner actually said they are decided through the planning stages to not build the deck. So we could actually scratch that.
Do you want to withdraw the request for relief for the deck?
Yes.
All right. Does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. So the only relief you're here for is for the deck. I'm sorry, for the shed, which formerly was not in a side yard, but is now going to be in a side yard due to the proposed addition.
Correct. When we were planning this, they had that deck, and the owner informed me that through the planning stages, they decided not to go with it. So.
All right. Thank you. Then on the amended application, does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to grant the application type 2.
Second.
And that would be as amended for side yard relief for existing frame shed. Motion by Mr. Mazzarella. Second, I think, was from Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 31, James Anson and Patricia O'Neill, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the northwest corner, Minto Court and North Howell Road, Center Reach. Applicant requests a height variance for existing fencing located in the front yard on North Howell Road.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Mr. Malguanera, your appearance, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. You were here for fence in a secondary, or may not be secondary front yard, but it certainly is in the front yard. What would you like to tell us?
Yeah, it's basically a judgment call on the building department's part. They were going back and forth about it, whether to call this a front yard or not.
Well, you saw I hesitated too.
Yeah. So the address is actually 50 North Howell. So because of that, here
It's
we
a
are.
front yard. Yep.
It's a front yard, and so we are asking for relief. There's no issues with traffic. It has been there for 10 plus years. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Sure. With regard, it appears as though the 6-foot section has, there's a roadbed there that keeps it away from a good distance from the paved portion of the roadway. But in terms of its location vis-a-vis the driveway, are there visual obstructions for persons exiting the driveway with the existence of the fence there?
I think there's enough buffer between the road and the fence, honestly, that there's no issue. The owner hasn't relayed that to me, that a fence has any visual effect.
All right. Are there similar instances of fences on neighboring parcels where, I mean, in the neighborhood on the corner parcels such as this?
I don't have that as fact. I just know this is a unique lot in the way it is presented, and the circumstance dictate that this is that their yard is there. They want the 6-foot fence privacy from the adjacent road.
And this is in essence enclosing the rear, what they use as a rear yard, which also has a pool.
Exactly right.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha?
Bergson.
Bergson, sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 32, Angela, Francine, and Thomas DiMartino, care of Andrew Malgonera, located on the east side of Fair Lane Drive, 90 feet north of Catalina Lane, Selden. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing above ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malgonera for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Malgonera, your appearance, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Fort Jefferson agent.
Thank you. You have a side yard request for an above ground pool here. What do you want to tell us?
Yes, above ground pool has been there for 28 years, according to the owner. Has a no adverse effects. Neighborhood has many above ground pools in it, and we were only asking for 1.5 feet. Again, that pool has been there for so long that it was just be a hardship to move at this point. And if there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Mr. Bergson.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
I have a letter.
Ms. Riccardi will be happy to hear that.
Okay, this is an email from Caroline Burns. I have concerns about this permit. To understand my concerns, you need to know the history of the property at 9 Fair Lane Drive, Selden. The DiMartinos purchased 9 Fair Lane Drive in 1995 as a mother-daughter property. They have used this property as a rental income for as many years without a proper accessory apartment permit. There have been parking issues as well due to renters parking in the street, and more importantly, not on the east side of Fair Lane Drive where their property is located, but on the west side where my property is. This is problematic during inclement weather when a state of emergency is declared and proper plowing cannot take place for the residents on the west side of the street. Repaving of Fair Lane Drive brought issues as their cars were again in the street while the asphalt was hot and not set, causing divots and tire marks. Now, once again, we are being asked to look the other way for a special permit because they created a small area for their tenant in an illegal apartment and now need a variance for the existing above ground pool, which could easily be taken down so that the special permits are not required. I strongly recommend denying this variance and rather suggest things be done in the correct and proper way to begin with from the start. That's it.
Mr. Malgonara, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, absolutely. The apartment has gone through proper legalization. We are at the last step of said legalization, and this pool came up, and now we're addressing it, but it is signed off. It is ready to go. This pool just needs to be legalized in order for us to legalize that apartment.
Thank you. And can I ask you, is the permit that being obtained, is that an accessory apartment or a house rental permit?
No, our accessory apartment. My client lives in the house.
The client lives in the house, so it's an accessory apartment permit. It's filed and it's pending legalization of this structure.
Exactly right.
And for the record, so we're all clear, the request is for a setback of 13.5 feet where 15 foot is required, a 1.5 foot variance. The board has that before it. The person, the neighbor sending us communication, we thank you very much for doing that. If there's any activity that you believe needs to come to the attention of the town, you can refer that to code enforcement. In terms of this, the limited focus this board has this evening, it is for a 1.5 foot variance for an existing pool. So with that, I'll ask the board for a motion.
Move to approve the application. Oh, it's in my, I'm sorry, is it mine?
No, that's fine. Mr. Bergson moves to approve the application as a
Move,
type
that's right, it was
direction.
mine. Yes, type 2, thank you.
I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Case number 33, Eric and Rebecca Waxman, care of Andrew Malgonera, located on the south side of Sunbury Lane, 82 feet east of Sycamore Circle, Stony Brook. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing sunroom addition.
I'll put myself on. Sorry for that delay. We are going to call case 41 out of turn at this point.
Case number 41, Ron King Corp., 80 Montauk Highway, Blue Point. Properties located on the south side of Montauk Highway, 194 feet west of Blue Point Avenue. Blue Point, applicant requests permission for proposed 1,125 square foot first story and 631 square foot second story in conjunction with proposed one-family dwelling on a 50-foot lot. 1,052 square foot one-story dwelling was demolished but legally established under CEU number 6119.
Mr. Chair, I have Diane Moshe for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
Mr. Chair, I recuse.
Yes, the record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused from the application. Diane, we can see you, but your audio is not on. That's better.
There
Can
we
can
go.
you hear us? Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, can we swear Ms. Moshe in?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Ms. Moshe, let's start with your appearance, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Diane Moshe, DNI Expediting Services with offices located at 779 Horse Block Road in Farmingville. Chairman, members of the board, the subject premises is located on Montauk Highway and has approximately 50 feet of road frontage. This application has been before this board previously. The application has been changed since that original application, but I'd still like to bring forward the fact that it was before the board originally August 26th of 2020. I'm sorry, originally of 9/11/19, and then a decision August 26th of 2020, and that oh, that's when we had requested to refile. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong grant letter.
Thank you, Ms. Moshe. So you're requesting that the prior records be incorporated into
My
this.
record to be incorporated, yes, please. And
Does
thank
the
you.
board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. As I recall, Ms. Moshe, there was an application for, I believe, a residence. I remember a large driveway, and
Correct.
did the board deny the application?
The board did in fact deny the application. There was a parking arrangement in the front of the existing house. They were also seeking a variance for the detached garage. They were seeking a rear yard setback. And I think there was some confusion with regard to the previous application. So I'd like to clear up some of that.
Very
and
good.
bring it forward. So the property is split zoned. It's J2 and A1. As you stated in the call of the meeting, there was previously a residence located on this property that was in fact demolished by the town of Brookhaven, I believe, in an effort to clean it up because it was dilapidated and unsightly. So there was a certificate of existing use for the residence for one family, 1.5 story and 1-story residence, 26 by 45 irregular with a roofed over front entry and cellar entry. And that was CEU number 14766. And then there was also a separate certificate for an existing detached garage, 16 by 24. And there was no electric, and that was issued in 2000. That was CO number 205814. We have the existing house had existed closer to Montauk Highway. It was up on the J2 portion of the property. The town did demolish it. We are proposing the house set back far off of Montauk Highway. When Ron originally purchased the property, he was under the belief that Martha Court was a town road and that he would be able to access the residence from Martha Court. And that was not the case because it is a private road. As you see, it's indicated now on the survey. So there was some discussion with the board in the previous application, and I've also had discussions with the planning department on this with regard to making it a commercial property because it is on Montauk Highway and there is some commercial properties surrounding it. I would suggest that, especially in the last year, that retail and a commercial property is not what is best needed at this time. There's not much of a market for it, and the applicant has always intended this to be a residence. We are seeking, based off of the guidelines for a 50-foot lot, and also keeping in mind that there was previously CO'd residence on this, which entitles, per the code, to a certain amount of house that we could build back. But using the guidelines set forth for a 50-foot lot, we're asking for approximately 256 square feet over in size for this proposed residence. We have relocated the detached garage to a conforming location. It's under 600 square feet, so it completely conforms. It's located on the A1 portion of the property. And if you look at the aerial and you bring it out a little bit, you can see that if you look to the east, there is some residential properties in close proximity. There's residences in the back. So it's not completely out of character. This is not, there is mixed in with commercial and whatnot, but I believe that the granting of this variance would not create a detriment to the surrounding area, nor would it impair the values thereof. And it would enjoy some conformity with the surrounding area. So if the board has any questions, I know that Chris Reed also has a report that we can move forward with that if you'd like.
Thank you, Ms. Mosher. Yes, we'll take Mr. Reed's testimony now.
The
Great.
parcel is located on the south side of Montauk Highway, 193 feet west of Blue Point Avenue in the hamlet of Blue Point. The applicant is intending to erect a 2-story dwelling on the 15,385 square foot parcel with access intended via Montauk Highway. It is noted that the Board of Appeals heard an application by the applicant to provide for a dwelling with a 631 square foot second floor, as well as minimum side and rear yard variances for the detached garage, and permission for a 40-foot wide driveway, which was denied with findings. Ron King Corp., case number 7 of September 11, 2019, and permission to refile an application was granted by the board on August 26, 2020. The relief for both the driveway width and detached garage was eliminated with the subject application. And while the subject parcel is non-conforming with regard to most bulk requirement of the A1 zoning, Due to the fact that there was a previous dwelling on the parcel, the zoning enforcement officer determined that the endeavor was exempt from said requirements. The one-story dwelling, which was removed approximately 4 years ago, enjoyed 1,052 square feet on the first floor. In terms of the recommended dwelling specs for 50-foot wide lots, same as a 1,500 square foot dwelling via 1,000 square feet on the first floor and 500 square feet on the second. And the proposed dwelling exceeds said requirements by 125 square feet and 131 square feet respectively. A full unfinished basement is also proposed, and should the board look favorably on the application, staff recommends that it be subject to the filing of a covenant prohibiting habitable space in the basement, and the application being a type 2 action.
Thank you then. Ms. Mosier, did you have any further comment after hearing that testimony?
But we have no problem with the basement. You know, mention either on the permit or the CO or however you'd like to do that. I think that we've cleaned up the request to make it more palatable to the town. We have already received Suffolk County Department of Health approval and Town of Brookhaven Planning approval for this configuration and for the house that we have proposed. I'd say that we're pretty close in keeping to the guidelines of set forth for a 50-foot lot, keeping in mind that most 50-foot lots are 50 by 100, and this is a much larger lot due to its depth and its size, so it enjoys a much larger square footage.
Thank you. Is there anything from the board?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Mazzarella?
Yes. Hey, Diane, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Good. So, Anthony, can I get an aerial on this? You just bring it up a little
Scooch
bit.
the other way a little bit.
Okay, so I'm trying to
Too close, you gotta come out.
come out a little bit. I'm just trying to locate the residential portions that surround it. Looks like they're really towards the back of this property are those two residents, correct?
Right, if he comes out a little further, you'll see going to the west, a little bit further down Montauk Highway past Blue Point Avenue. There's some residences, and you look over near number 257 and 255, 247, I think those are residences, 250 as well.
Okay. And I'm actually looking at those two residents that border the back of this said
Right.
property, correct?
Correct. That's Martha Court, which is a private drive, which it was leading to my client that they would be able to access from back there, which was
Right.
part and parcel of the reason that he purchased this particular.
So this revision doesn't actually request any at all entrance or exits off of that private drive, correct?
No, we cannot access that private drive. It would have.
Specifically the driveway that you have here on the survey.
Right, right. And that would ingress and egress off of Montauk Highway, just as the original house had. And as you can see by the aerial, the original house was way up front, very close to the road. This will be set back.
Right.
Unfortunately, what happens with a pocket lot like this, a lot of people either encroach from the adjacent properties or, it ends up, being a dumping ground sometimes. So
Correct.
I think that cleaning it up, having it maintained and having a lawn and a nice new house on there would be an improvement.
I would agree with that. And yeah, my main concern was just the surrounding residents, of course. I see the garage is 14 feet at height, which is not unreasonable at all. So I guess my next question would be to Anthony, or do we have any speakers, and do we have any at all written communications?
I don't have anything in writing.
And I do not have any speakers on the case.
Okay, just for record purposes, I just want to mention, because there was some go back and forth between the plans examiner and myself as to the overall height, which it is on the denial, but the overall height of the proposed house is 24.7. So I'd like to just get that on the record, so it's in the testimony, so that I don't have a problem when I get to building.
Thank you, Ms. Moshe. That is, that is part of the record. We do see that being proposed, not therefore requiring a height variance.
Correct. I just, just.
I understand the history. I
Where is
understand why you said that.
possible.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
The chairman, I'd like to grant the application as submitted, type 2.
All right. With regard to
sorry,
the,
with just the addition of the prohibition of the habitable space in the basement.
Second.
all right. Specifically, how that's going to be done, we haven't discussed. I'll take that as the motion. Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Wisdom, and the decision letter will have that. And the decision, I think what I heard was the recommendation was a covenant. Ms. Mojay agreed that to the extent that it could be made prohibition on the CO. But haven't heard anything further on that issue.
So can we amend, I think you ought to clear it up, do it one way or the other.
All right. So you want to work out that now, or do you want to just close and hold and work it out during executive
Why
session?
don't we close and hold? We'll clear it up in a couple of minutes. No reason to do it.
Mr. Mazzarella, did you want to change your motion?
Sure, I'll change the motion and hold.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella to close and hold, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right.
Thank you so much. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, you too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I believe that we are on 33.
The chairman, I'm going to drop off just for a minute. I'll be right back. I think you have a
Yes.
quorum.
Yes.
Case number 33, Eric and Rebecca Waxman, care of Andrew Malguanera, located on the south side of Sunbury Lane, 82 feet east of Sycamore Circle, Stony Brook. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing sunroom addition.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Magonera for the applicant. I also have the applicant, Mr. Waxman. I don't know if you want me to promote him.
Let's see what Mr. Malganera has to
He's just
say.
gonna hang out.
All right, then no need to promote. Mr. Malganera, I know that we cut you off. Sorry about that. Can we take your appearance here?
Hey, okay. Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
I have here is a sunroom built in 2002. Client did not know it needed a variance. The sunroom company had to install it on a rush and didn't get the permits. And then, and now here we are, 18 years later, and he's trying to legalize. Same, has no adverse effects to the neighborhood, has, holding 42 feet to the property line. If the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Wisdom?
Andrew, how long has this sunroom been there?
2002.
Okay, and is that common in this area? Are there other-
Absolutely. Yes. And that setback is more than common.
And nobody's have bothered them, their neighbors are fine with it and everything?
Absolutely has no issues, just trying to legalize the property.
And it conforms with the area?
Absolutely.
And it's got a large backyard?
Yes, it does.
All right, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
That motion is by Mr. Wisdom. I'll take the second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 34, Kevin Us, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, located on the east side of Campfire Lane, 546 feet south of Harwood Way, Quorum. Applicant requests rear yard and side yard variances for existing shed.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Can we see the aerial on this when you get a chance?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
Mr. Vito, good to see you. Let me ask you to please give your attention to Mr. Doyle.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
You,
And your appearance for the record, please.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. You have an odd-shaped corner of this lot and a shed right up against it. What would you like to tell us specifically?
This is not a corner lot.
No,
Okay,
it's not a
there you go.
corner. It's just the shape of the lot at that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
corner of it, yeah.
I thought maybe we were talking
No,
about
no,
two
no.
different
We're good. We're same place.
cases. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, good evening. My client erected, sorry?
Oh, I didn't say anything.
My client erected the shed in 2005. It was specifically erected to hold lawn equipment such as lawnmowers, tools, household tools, lawn and property maintenance care items. I did submit photos of the interior of the shed for the board's review so that you could see that it is specifically for storage. The shed is located 2.1 feet north of the south property line. And that is because of exactly what the Mr. Chairman pointed out earlier, is that for some reason, the property line just curves in over in that area. So it doesn't maintain the required setback. The backyard has a pool in it, and it's actually not really a large backyard. And there's also a lot of vegetation. So the shed is just placed in this corner specifically to just leave some area for the family to enjoy the backyard. We do not feel that this would create any detriment to the neighborhood. If you do look at the aerial, you'll see that there are several other sheds in neighboring properties. They might not be quite as large as this one, but they most certainly are close to the property line. And I am happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, if you can go through those photos one more time. I did see significant vegetation behind the shed. So,
Yes.
so is that the present status of things?
Yes, that was
So
the,
those are-
that
those are-
photograph was taken on the weekend that the sign was posted.
So the parcels, owners of the parcels adjoining can't see the shed because of the vegetation that's there.
That is correct. It's
And
complete.
those are evergreens?
I believe so.
All right. I'm looking at your survey, and it does indicate to us that there's a clearing limitation on the parcel. It's large, it's 70%. To your knowledge, does the existence of this shed, and it's a large shed in this, what was formerly vegetated area, does it create a violation of that covenant?
No, it actually, Mr. Chairman, we recently went before the planning board for relief of covenant and it was approved.
And what is the covenant now? It was
The-
increased from 70% to what?
I believe 80%. Let me just look at the amended covenant. Actually 85%. So clearing of natural vegetation, so not exceed 85% for lot
So
27. Which
The planning board then agreed to an 85% clearing limit. And does the existence of the shed at this location and the parcel in its present state violate the 85% requirement?
No, it doesn't.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything from the board on the application? Do we have anyone wishing to speak on the application?
Mr. Chair, I have no speakers for this application.
Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented type 2.
Second.
I'll take a motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 35, Evelyn Udi, care of Woodhull Expediting. Properties located on the east side of West Drive, 559 feet south of Neighborhood Road, Mastic Beach. Applicant request minimum and total side yard variances for proposed one-story residence addition, attaching existing detached garage to dwelling. Said garage to be converted to habitable space and used as accessory apartment.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vito. Your appearance for the record here.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting with offices at 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us on behalf of this applicant?
Mr. Chairman, my client is proposing to attach the existing detached garage for the purposes of creating an accessory apartment for her elderly parents. So she just recently bought this house in 2020 and wants to be able to care for her parents as their main caretaker. It seemed most logical for them to attach the detached garage instead of proposing an addition. There is no basement in this home. It's on a crawl space. So they don't have the ability of creating living space that already would be within the footprint. So instead of proposing an addition, which would also create a variance requirement, it seemed most logical for them to attach the detached garage to the home to create the living space needed for the apartment. The garage is currently still a garage. It is not living space. It's not converted. So this is a proposed application. I did submit the floor plans and I believe elevations, there they are right there, to the board so that you could see what this would look like and what the layout would be of the detached garage once it's complete, if the board should approve this application. And I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Mr. Vito, how are you?
Good. How are you, Mr. Cunha?
Good, thank you. Okay, so in the neighborhood, are there other houses that have similar side yards as the,
So
because
if
now
you-
your 10-foot side yard is now going to be your side yard because you're attaching the garage, correct?
That's correct. So if you look at the aerial, there is a variety of different shapes and sizes of lots in the area. My client happens to have one of the larger lots, but if you do look at the aerial, you'll see that there are several homes in the immediate surrounding neighborhood that do have very close setbacks. Granted, those particular properties are smaller, but they you could see clearly that they are very close to the property line. We also did find some grants in the surrounding neighborhood with similar side yard setback approvals. Again, not necessarily the same exact lot size as this, but similar relief, which were also presented. Oh, there they are right there. So yes, it is in conformity in the neighborhood to that extent.
Okay, and it is a 1-story, not a 2-story, so there's no way of doing an apartment there. You had stated that this is only a crawl space.
Yes, they're on a crawl. The garage is also on just a slab foundation. And
Anthony, can you run through the pictures again? I'm sorry.
I was actually interested in also looking at that aerial real quick too, but
Let's do that.
they are trying to accomplish their goal of being able to provide the apartment for their parents in the most cost-effective way possible, which is why they chose this route, as opposed to putting a second story on the house. This property is also located in wetlands, and as part of our process of not legalization, of approvals, we're going to have to put in a application to Suffolk County Health Department, and the Town of Brookhaven Environmental Department is going to require that we install the IA system because of our proximity to wetlands and being in the nitrogen protective zone. So that's an added cost. So they are just trying to be very mindful of budget and make sure that they could accomplish the task at hand within their means.
okay. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Anthony, can you show us the frontage from the roadway of the parcel? Again, when you reach the frontage, just leave it there for a moment so we can take a look at it. Is that,
So this is the house, if you're standing on the street.
all right, so
looking-
is this it? Maybe Anthony, maybe you could stay there. So is this the residence? So that was the utility room that you've converted in the yellow attached to the house?
Correct.
All right, and then the attachment will go between the structures.
That's correct.
Do we have any other similar photographs from the frontage?
There's that from the other angle. I couldn't get a full picture of the front from standing directly in front of the house because I would have been standing in like a very swampy forest. So I decided to go from each angle of the house. That's the rear of the house. So you could just see the proximity of the garage to the little utility room.
And are there modifications that are proposed to the garage structure to make it appear as though it's part of the house? Like, is the garage door going to remain? What's being proposed? Do you know?
Well, the garage door will be removed and that will be converted into a wall with likely a window. I just want to see if I have elevations, if you just give me one moment. Don't know if we got that far in the plans yet.
I think that he has elevations up now.
Yeah. I see
Oh, good. Yes, perfect. So yes, so that's the existing house there, but the garage door will be removed as per fire code. It has to be removed.
All right, is there an elevation from the frontage that appears to be the rear?
I have it here if I need to hold it up. If perhaps my scanner didn't catch it. Oh, there we go. Yep.
There it is.
Right
All
there.
right. So the top is the elevation from the frontage. Okay.
Yes, and just so you know, I did explain to the architect that the door was not going to be able to remain in the front like that. So that's going to be replaced with a window and will be part of our building application for plan review.
And then access could be from the side or rear elevation.
That's correct.
I understand that. Okay, that's what I was looking. That's what I was interested in seeing. That elevation shows, without the second front door, a more of a single structure as opposed to two separate houses on one parcel.
Yes,
All right.
it will
Thank you.
flow as if it's one house. Yes, that's correct.
Is there anything further from the board on this application? Do we have any speakers?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any speakers.
No letters.
All right. I'll note for the record, the application is subject to chapter 81 of the code. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as presented, subject to chapter 81.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Case number 37, Richard Sayers, 14 Vautrin Avenue, Holtzville. Property is located on the west side of Vautrin Avenue, 563 feet north of Vautrin Lane, east of Woodland Avenue, Holtzville. Applicant requests side yard variances for existing hot tub and for existing pool storage shed with attached shower stall.
Mr. Chair, I have a Kevin Guilfoyle for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. Guilfoyle, I don't see you yet.
I promoted him. I don't know.
All right, I don't even see a box for him yet. So what I'd like to do is, Anthony, if you can continue working on that, I'd like to just call case 38.
Okay.
Case number 38, Douglas and Erica Gannon, care of Integrity Expediting, 1717 North Ocean Avenue, Medford. Properties located on the northeast corner, Hopewell Drive and Harwick Lane, Stony Brook. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Harwick Lane for existing pool equipment located in the required front yard. Front yard setback variance from Harwick Lane and rear yard variance for existing roofed over bar with walls on two sides located in the required front yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Mitch Brendel for the applicant.
I'm finally seeing Mr. Guilfoyle. Do we have Mr. Brendel?
Mr. Chair, I believe that the program is actually moving very slow.
All right. So, Mr. Guilfoyle, we have two cases called. Mr. Guilfoyle seems to be ahead of Mr. Brendel. So we will take what we can get. Mr. Guilfoyle, your audio is probably on, but your video is not. Oh, I see you're with us now. It's good to see you. You've actually just put yourself on mute again. Kevin, could you try to unmute that yourself? You probably are trying. I'm just telling you that we can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we absolutely can. Good to see you.
I was patiently listening to all the things, and my Wi-Fi connection just went down right beforehand.
Well, while we have it, we're going to get you through this quickly. Let me ask you to give
Okay.
your attention to Mr. Doyle.
Okay,
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. So for the record, this is case number 37, seeking relief for side yard setback for a hot tub shed with a attached shower.
Correct.
What would you like to tell us, sir?
Mr. Chairman, my client had constructed a swimming pool with an elaborate patio around it back in 2000, and had the filter equipment where it is currently located. He decided to put an enclosure around the filter and an enclosure for basically a handheld shower that's hooked up along the water lines that run along the south side of the property. Obviously, the hot tub is there for the same situation as far as the electric. He didn't, he trying to move it. He possibly could maybe move it a little bit, but because of the patio itself, he would have had to excavate the patio to install electric lines. So he's holding 1 foot there. It's totally screened. If you look at the aerial is screened with heavy shrubbery on both sides. And, although I looked in the immediate vicinity, I didn't see any structures, holding those setbacks on Vautrin. They're all large lots over there. But I'm sure a little further to the west in the other areas of Holtzville where we have similar structures close to the property line.
Thank you. Questions on the board?
Mr. Chairman, is it mine? I'm sorry, I lost track of. who
I
was,
thought it was, yes.
Okay, so how long has that jacuzzi been there?
About 2017.
So it's only a couple of years. Have you had any input or contact with the neighbor?
Yeah,
to the south. Wait a second, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish. To the south with respect to the jacuzzi.
No. If you see the immediate neighbor to the south, their property is probably, their house itself is probably about 50 foot to the east of where the hot tub would be. It's well to the rear yard. There's similar sized lots and similar sized.
So that the neighbor to the south house is situated so that it fronts on Vautrin?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so it's significantly away from the jacuzzi.
Correct.
The house itself. Okay, and the pool shed, the frame pool shed with the shower, how long has that been there?
Same time, about the same 2018.
When did the pool go in?
The pool went in 96.
And then when did he do this major patio paver situation?
The patio was done soon right after the pool was installed.
But the jacuzzi and the tub and the shed
Later on,
later on.
2017, yes.
Okay, and is there in fact shrubbery between the jacuzzi
Correct.
and the property line?
No, not there's a 6 foot fence behind the wooden slats. I had sent into the chairman photos of the structure, but there is a 6 foot fence with privacy slatting in it. It's chain link, but it has the privacy slats in it. It's virtually invisible from the adjacent neighbor.
Okay, and all right. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson.
Second.
Second by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Do we have Mr. Brendel? I saw his, Mr. Brendel.
I will promote him.
He looks like he's with us. He just has to unmute and put his video on. Yes, sir, we see you. If you could just unmute yourself, we can go.
Mr. Chair, I also have the applicant, Mr. Gannon.
Very good. Bring Mr.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the board.
Just one moment. I'm hearing a lot of things at the same time. With regard to Mr. Gannon, please promote him, because if we do need to speak to him, it may take several minutes for him to come up. Mr. Brendel, I did hear some voices, but your mouth wasn't moving. So is there anyone else here? Okay. So, Mr. Gannon, I see you now. Very good. Sir, Mr. Brendel's video went off. So, Mr. Gannon, let me ask you, first, can you give your attention to the board's attorney, Mr. Doyle, to be sworn?
Sure. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good, sir. Your name and address, please.
Douglas Gannon, 45 Hopewell Drive, Stony Brook, New York, 11790.
Thank you, sir. You are the applicant, case number 38 before the board today.
Yep, my wife and I.
And Mr. Brendel, who we had up here before, is that someone, is that an agent of yours or someone else?
Yeah, that's my expediter. Yep.
All right, so I see Mr. Brendel now. So thank you very much, Mr. Gannon, for being there. Mr. Brendel, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you?
Yes, we
hear
can
me?
see you now. Absolutely, and we can hear you. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
Sure thing.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. It appears as though you were able to get on. Just what would you do? Use your phone?
I did have to use my phone for some
Nice
reason.
work. No, that's
It
great.
was, not working for me, so.
All right. Well, this works perfectly. So let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Sure thing. Mitch Brendel, Integrity Expediting, 1717 North Ocean Avenue, Suite F in Medford, New York, 11763, agent for the applicant.
Thank you. And you are here on behalf of the applicant seeking certain relief concerning pool equipment and an outdoor bar at the property. Is that correct?
Correct.
What would you like to tell us?
Yeah, seeking permission to maintain the existing pool equipment with the 5-foot setback from the secondary front yard and the existing roof over bar with walls on two sides with 7.3 setback from secondary front yard and a 4.4 foot setback from the rear yard. And we believe this application is in keeping with the nature and character of the neighborhood. And we also do have the homeowner here present with us for.
Thank you, sir. And just for the clarification on the record, the structure the structure on the survey that says pool equipment, that's not just pool equipment outside. That's a shed that houses pool equipment. Is that, do we understand that? That's the actual shed? No?
There is no around the pool equipment. It was marked off as a square, but there were some photos attached and sent to the board that do show just the pool equipment in the open air.
All right, and I'm looking at the survey. I'm looking at the call of the calendar. Existing, okay, I see existing pool equipment and for bar. So, okay, that clarifies it then for me. Thank you. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mazzarella.
How you doing, Mr. Brendel?
Good. How about yourself?
Very good. Let's talk about the outdoor bar for a second. And can you tell us the year that it was built?
Structure was built in 2017.
Okay, so it's it's been there 2+ years, and you say that it's enclosed on two sides. Would that be the back portion and a side portion, or you tell me how it's configured? You say it's open on two sides.
So the two sides that are closed are both sides facing Harwick Lane.
Okay. All right. So the 14.3 and the 10.2 up in that corner are closed, and like more or less the open portions are open to the pool.
Open towards the pool, correct.
Gotcha. All right. And I see that the property is well fenced. You got PVC on the one side, stockade across the back. And just for the record, so you know, that Now we have the homeowner with us. The stockade fence is actually off the property line.
There's actually PVC there now.
Oh, there is. Okay. And again, it's not what we're here for, but we usually make a note, just so you know. I don't know if you have a neighbor back there or.
Yeah, we actually signed a document when they moved in that the property was off by a foot.
All right, perfect. Okay, and staying with the neighbors, any response at all to the granting of this request for permission to get a variance for these two structures? Nope, nothing at all.
No, nothing.
Anthony, if I could just take a quick look at aerial. Okay, and just bring it up a little, that's all.
That might be the 2016 area.
All right, there's good space between residents. All right, if you have any communications or anyone wanting to speak, I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. I will note for the record that the Harwick Lane dead ends, and there's, I guess, 3 houses, 3, 4, and 5 Harwick that would cause to be in the area of the location of the bar and pool equipment. Was there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
That motion is by Mr.
Second.
Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Board. Have a great
Thank
evening.
you.
Thank you, guys.
Case number 39, Vincent Bonte and Francine Wagenstein, 20 Community Drive, Quorum, located on the west side of Community Drive, 676 feet south of Humming Lane, Quorum. Applicant requests front yard setback from Community Drive and height variances for existing 14.8 foot high shed with attached roof overhang and for existing 13.3 foot high shed located in the front yard not permitted.
Mr. Chair, I have the applicant Francine Wagenstein.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Ms. Wagenstein, I see that you are being promoted. You'll need to put on your video and your audio.
I believe I also have a speaker on this case.
Thank you. Very good. Ms. Wagenstein, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Thank you. Can you please give your attention to the board's attorney, please?
solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. Let's start with your name and address, please.
Fran Wagenstein, 20 Community Drive, Quorum, New York, 11727.
Thank you, Ms. Wagenstein. You are here seeking relief for 2 sheds at your parcel. Both of them are have height in excess of the 12 feet permitted. One of them has a roof over. Talk to us about the sheds and your request for relief.
Well, actually, I wasn't going to talk on it. Melissa Butler is
Oh,
supposed.
all right. Then we'll pull up Ms. Butler. Maybe that is the other person we found wishing to speak on the application.
Yeah, that's it.
That is, Mr. Chair, that is the brother.
Excellent.
I'm promoting her right now.
Thank you.
Hello.
Ms. Butler,
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. How are you doing?
I'm very good. Actually, looking down now, I see you now. Good to see you. Let me just ask you to start with Mr. Doyle to be sworn.
Thank you.
John?
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. Thank you.
All right,
My
then
internet
let's
cut out
start.
for a second there, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Thank you. Melissa Butler, agent for homeowner with the address of PO Box 543, Shoreham, New York, 11786.
Thank you. And what would you like to tell us on behalf of the applicant?
All right, well, first of all, we're requesting a front yard variance for 2 existing sheds, each under 144 square feet. We're also requesting a height variance. One of the sheds is 13.3 feet high and the other shed is 14.8 high. To give you a little background, as you can see, it's a flag lot, heavily wooded, I think it's about 300 feet off of Community Drive. So you can't see the house or the shed from Community Drive. Yes, so it's heavily shaded. I think you got some pictures in there as well as the sheds. They are primarily used for, lawn equipment, tools and that sort of thing. They do have clearing restrictions on this property, I believe 53%, and we are at 51%. There's also a 25-foot natural buffer in the backyard, so it's a little, not much area to put a shed over here, where they wanted to keep some of the cleared area kind of open in case they wanted to use it for a pool or do something else. So they decided to put these sheds there to kind of tuck them away a little bit. Didn't realize they actually put these here not knowing that that was the front yard. They assumed that was the rear yard since it was behind the foundation of the home. And since it's on a flag lot, the front yard is a little complicated there. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Well, let me ask you, your survey, this appears to have been a flag lot land division, yet your survey doesn't show us, as it should, what the clearing covenant is, and I'm certain that there was one imposed. So you did say it was 53%, but why isn't it on the survey?
It is. It's in a funny area. Right in the backyard, there's a bunch of wording to the left of that shed. Yeah, right, pretty much there.
No, it does say that it's 51% cleared, but it doesn't identify a covenant or the clearing permission.
Let me see that. You know what? You're right. There is a clearing limit, though.
It's on the CO and the building department denial.
Correct, yes.
All right. Well, you know that it needs to be on the survey,
Yep.
so that I'm surprised the surveyor didn't include it. But so you're showing us that the 2 sheds are on there now. The 51% cleared calculation, was that done with the sheds in place?
Correct. Yeah, I confirmed that with him, but I just realized, I didn't realize he had he didn't have the required clearing on there. I didn't realize that.
All right, we do understand why you're here for frontage, because it's the horizontal property line to Community Drive that's considered the frontage on a flag lot. The height of the sheds, you've talked to us about. The shed that is most to southern of the 2, the smaller with the roof over.
Correct.
It's shown in the middle of the vegetation, but no cleared access to it, which leads me to believe that there's clearing beyond what your survey is showing us. Do you know how one gains access?
Look at the photo. Those are trees over it. If you look at the photo, do you have the photos available?
Well, if you sent them in before Monday, they would be here. Do we have anything? I believe that we do have them.
Yeah, the photo will show how you can get access, but basically that's where the canopy of the tree, you can get access to it. It's
So in that location, the vegetation is a tree, and therefore you can walk under it as opposed to ground vegetation that you'd be stepping on?
Yes. Yep.
All right, and again, the purpose of the height of the sheds, I know the requirement is 12 feet. You're very close to that at 13.3 and 14.8. But is it the architecture of the sheds? Is there something about the sheds that made them that height?
It's more the architecture, I guess. The homeowner would have to comment on that a little bit more.
Poster.
Let me see them.
There are no photos.
All right.
No photos. Okay.
So we do have the pictures of the signage. I don't see the sheds in
There are no other
the
photos.
background, but I just on the point of the clearing, when the final inspection is done by the building department, if they deem that there is a violation because you have to enter the vegetated area to gain access to the shed, they may deem that an issue or may not. And you're right now you're 2% under anyway, so there certainly is some room,
Right.
additional room that you have to clear. So I just wanted to bring that up as an issue. In terms of the sheds themselves, you said how were they used?
For storage of equipment, basically, yeah.
All right, thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application as presented type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha. I think that was seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Case number 40, Donald and Kristen Salah, 340 Durkee Lane, East Patchogue, located on the west side of Durkee Lane, 1,413 feet south of Colonial Lane, East Patchogue. Applicant requests front yard setback variance for existing detached garage not built in conformance with permit number 19B 103853. 12-foot front yard setback was permitted as per prior BZA grant of May 26, 1993. Also side yard variance for existing deck with steps.
Mr. Chair, I have the applicants Donald and Kristen Salah. Mr. Salah, you need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, okay, you're on, Don. You're right there. I am right here. I can see myself. Are you unmuted?
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
Hello?
Yes, we can see you, Mr. Salah. How are you?
I'm fine. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Can we have your appearance for the record, please?
Yes. Donald Salah, 340 Durkee Lane, East Patchogue, New York. I am the owner with my wife, Kristen.
Thank you. Don, I know that you're an attorney. I'm not going to ask you to be sworn. This is your parcel. This is your residence, though?
It is. It's been a residence since originally built in 1983. The garage was built in 93, and the expansion of it on the same foot really was built in 95. I raised 6 children there, and I don't need it anymore.
All right, sir. So there was a prior BZA action wherein you requested setback for the detached garage. The board granted 12 feet, and you built the garage with a 10.9 foot setback.
Yes.
So tell us how that happened.
I don't know. That was a mistake. It was built by Rignola Builders. It's a concrete floor and cedar garage. I got permission from the highway department. The fence was slightly on town property, although not on the road. It was back from the road, and they gave me that. In 1993, it was granted 12-foot front yard setback and 1-foot side yard. I don't know what happened. I'm not a builder, but that's how it was built. You can't even see it from the road. I've sent you pictures.
We do have the aerial. We do see the vegetation in the area. In fact, that there's you're talking about a frontage from the roadway. It looks like it was built with a 1.1 foot setback and then it's just that instead of 12 feet, it's 10.9. So you are a foot and 3 inches off of that
Right,
requirement.
that's what I'm asking for there.
Yes. Talk to us about then the deck that is
The deck
on the north
is
side.
built also, but that's 3.9 from the property line. That section coming out, and it's right next to the garage, which is already approved for 1 foot. So it doesn't interfere with anybody or anything, that little section coming out.
The aerial shows us that there's a cul-de-sac behind you in a vegetated area, which is on the opposite side of this deck. Is that still the same scenario?
Yes, that's Heron Point condominiums. There's a cul-de-sac there, and to the right of the woods towards Durkey Lane, there's a gate in case there's a fire in there, the fire department goes through. The nearest house for me is 332. It's approximately 200 feet from my structure.
Let me
But
see that.
because of the vegetation, except from the beach, you can't even see my house. I sent in pictures of it.
Well, we're looking at the aerial. I don't know, on your screen, could you see the aerial that we're looking at from
I don't.
overhead? All right. So we do see the scenario. Do we have any speakers on this application, Mr. Vega?
Mr. Chairman, I do not have any speakers.
Anything written? All right, thank you. All right, is there anything further from the board on this application? I'll note for the record, the application is subject to Chapter 81 of the code. I'll ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to grant the application subject to Chapter 81 as presented.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you all. I appreciate it.
Case number 42, Edward and Joan Lawrence, 84 Tyler Avenue, Sound Beach, located on the west side of Tyler Avenue, 100 feet south of 7th Street, Sound Beach. Applicant requests rear yard variance for proposed one-story residence addition, including conversion of sunroom to living space.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Mr. Chairman?
I'm also confused because I also have Jennifer Leeds.
I'm making the presentation, Anthony.
Okay.
Okay, Amy, thank you. You've previously been sworn. Can we have your appearance for this application?
Amy DeVito on behalf of Jennifer Leeds, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
And what would you like to tell us here?
Mr. Chairman, the homeowners suffered a fire in May of 2020. A major fire. The house burnt nearly completely to the ground. If you look at this is a photo before the fire. If you look at the following photos, you'll see that the only thing really left standing was the sunroom that was CO'd in 2001. The homeowner is proposing to add an addition to the home, which basically just squares off the home. It's approximately 10 feet by 70 feet. And if you go back to that's the sunroom right there. If you go back to the survey, Anthony, the board could see the area that's being added. So the highlighted pink area is the addition that the owner is proposing. They are basically looking to just do an addition equal to the setback that the sunroom was, which was CO'd in 2001. The property, the plans were actually approved, and the file was ready to have a building permit issued rather. And upon review by the permit examiner, they determined that the addition was going to require a variance, even though the sunroom was certified at that 26-foot setback, due to the fact that now it would be living space. So that's what brings us here today. I also included the floor plans and the elevations in my packet to Anthony on Monday, and you could see that they are not adding any bedrooms, just proposing a larger, different layout on the first floor of the home, which it is a one-story home. And they'll also be adding a two-car garage. The existing garage, which obviously is no longer, will be converted to living space. And I am happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mis-
Actually, Amy, you have the addition that you're requesting is holding the same distance that the sunroom had before that was previously approved. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And that's the
It's
only
just a
variance
larger.
that you need with respect to for the conversion of the living space and the extension.
That's correct. We're zone B1, so we're maintaining the side yard and total side yard setback. So we just need the rear yard setback of 26 feet.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? I will note for the record, Amy, maybe you could shed some light, or maybe Mr. Doyle or Mr. Vega, you can let me know if Mr. Campbell responded to you. There is a violation date May 30, 2020, complaint number 200601815 on the premises.
I'm unaware of that violation. Do you see any text related to that? What was the violation for?
Mr. Vega, did Mr. Campbell respond to you?
Mr. Chair, I never received a response from Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Doyle, can you help us with this?
060815.
0601, no, it's, well, 200601815. Date of violation, May 30, 2020.
Oh, 815. So
815.
it just denotes that there was a fire there, and that he actually closed it on our system. So because they were applying for permit, so it's not active there. I don't know
All
if
right,
there's any-
not an obstacle to the board acting today.
No, not at all. Yeah.
Very good. Does the board have a motion?
Move to approve the application as submitted type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
This
you.
is, thank you. We have what is left to be case number 44 on the 4 PM interval calendar, and then an interval calendar that follows. Board members, I intend to take 15 minutes once this case is taken care of.
Case number 44, Anthony and Kelly Pubens, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the east side of Locust Lane, 349 feet south of Rolling Road, Miller Place. Applicant requests front yard setback variance and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed attached garage addition with attic above, rear yard and side yard variances for existing in-ground swimming pool, not built in conformance with permit number 20B128896.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant. I also have the applicants, Anthony and Kelly Pubens.
Okay, I don't think you need to promote them yet. I'll wait to see what Mr. Malguanera has. You need to unmute yourself, Andrew. Thank
I think
you.
I know that. Yep, thank you.
And your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. What do you want to tell us here?
What we have here is my client simply outgrew their house, so they need an additional living space for their kids. So they intend to convert their existing garage to said living space. By doing that, obviously they do want to maintain a 2-car garage, so they are proposing to add it to the side yard. It is in line with the neighborhood. There are houses with similar setbacks, and actually similar setbacks not only with the setback, but also as living space. And we're not asking for living space on this side yard. We're asking for a garage at its closest point at 6, kind of tails off to about 8. The pool itself was had a permit and was built erroneously. I believe I sent some pictures in. I don't know if they made it. It was a little late, but if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. While I ask for questions, Mr. Vega, could you put up an aerial for us? And does the board have questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Mazzarella.
So Andrew, well, I guess we'll start with the pool. So obviously it was not built in conformance. Can you tell me where the out of conformance occurred?
The contractor just didn't put it in the right spot. I don't know how that stuff happens, but it happened, and it was off by not a tremendous amount, but off by a couple feet. So here we are.
All right, so it should have been built a little bit further from the side.
It was proposed to be 15 feet in conformance. That's what it was supposed to be.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
All right, how long has that pool been there?
It was just recently installed, I believe, within the last year.
Okay. So the proposed garage, I'm trying to understand here. It looks like, so I see the present garage, that's going to be made into living space.
Correct.
Naturally, they're going to continue on onto that side. It looks like the proposed new garage is going to be a lot deeper. Is that all going to be garage? Am I correct?
Or is
It will all be, everything
that-
on the side yard will be garage.
Okay, because what I'm showing here is if you look behind the current garage, right?
Correct.
So, and this project, this garage looks like it almost goes in an L shape. What I'm trying to determine here is how much is going to be garage and then how much is going to be living space of the new addition.
Right. So the new addition will be pretty much squaring off the house, and then the rest will be garage, deeper than the previous garage, but a garage.
Okay, but there still looks like there's going to be living space behind the original garage.
Exactly right. Squaring off the original house.
All right, so squaring off the original house, so the original garage and the space behind it with which to square the house off is all going to be new living space.
Correct.
New garage adjacent, and then it says
Correct.
Attic area, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of that is just storage?
Strictly storage. Yep. Again, they're they have kids and just outgrew the home. Basically, they don't want to move like the area, like the neighbors. The neighbor, the only neighbor affected by this it has no problem with it. We did speak to them, and they were on board. And I did give pictures of the look. We are slightly raised up as well from the neighbor. So it is, it is the appearance that it is actually further away from the neighbor than you would even think.
I gotcha. So you would be, I guess, talking about the neighbor on that side, you're saying is.
Correct. He's completely, they're completely fine with this.
All right. And I'm sorry, I know, Anthony, you put those, I guess they were renditions up. Okay,
Correct.
great.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at them before. All right, so I see where the existing garage is going to get turned in.
Mhm.
Then, okay. All right. Can I just look a quick aerial, Anthony?
Mr. Mazzarella, I have photos of the surrounding properties that Mr. Maguire submitted, if you wanted to see those.
Yeah.
Sure.
So that's a neighbor 2 houses down. Their house and porch are within range of exactly what we're asking for. That's just an example.
Okay.
That is a house with a similar ask that we're asked for. They have an extended garage on the side, bigger, pretty large. That's
Right. Setback of that garage is similar, you're saying?
right. And the setback of this garage is similar that there as well.
Okay. Thanks, Anthony.
All right, then.
No communications?
We have nothing.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Just a question, one question to actually Lori, if she could just tell us what the setback for the pool is on the denial.
I mean, we do see the pool holds a 15-foot side yard at the rear. It's the
Well-
12-foot section in the front that it doesn't hold.
Okay, because there's a 2-foot extent, there's a 2-foot protrusion that they're calling waterfall.
Oh.
I just don't know if we're doing
On
10
the-
feet or are we
on the-
doing 12?
On the denial, it's a 12-foot side, 14.3-foot rear.
They actually may have the same distance, waterfall and
I
that
just
corner of
scaled
the
it,
pool?
Mr. Chair. It is.
What is it?
Approximately 10 and a half feet.
10.5 feet to the waterfall?
Right.
Yes, sir.
Waterfall is decorative and the town doesn't necessarily maintain that as such, but we could get clarification on that. I mean, the town saw this survey and they went off with the 12-foot.
Well, they may have seen the survey, they may not have seen the waterfall. But in terms of the setback, I think what Mr. Cunha may be inviting you to do
I just don't want them
to
sent
in-
back to
is
us.
to amend the
Okay.
application for a 10.5-foot side yard.
That wasn't advertised, was it?
Well, that's the question. And in terms of the building denial, Lori?
It was denied for a 12-foot side yard,
All right.
but
Okay.
we advertised for just a side yard. We don't put the dimension in the legal ad.
But we do say for pool.
Yes,
All right. And I think Mr. Cunha's question was the waterfall alter that? And we can, Andrew, we can hold it to the next hearing if you want to clarify with the building department. It's up to you.
Mr. Chair, since we only advertised for a side yard and not a distance, can't we amend it for him at 10 and a half?
Yeah, it's,
We
but
didn't-
the point was it was side yard for a pool.
not a waterfall.
Kind of attached to the pool.
I believe decorative waterfalls, I don't, I don't know if the town holds that, but I have to check with them, honestly.
All right. I mean, these are, well, I'm sorry. I was gonna say
I
that's an
apologize. I
existing
just didn't
structure.
want you coming back. I'm
No,
sorry.
I
Mr.
appreciate it,
Chair.
Rick. Yeah, listen,
No,
I do
but
appreciate it.
but in terms of the construction, it's a situation probably where they want to move on it.
Yes, they did. That's my only concern. They do want to start this as soon as
So why don't we move on what was presented, and if you need any further relief,
Yeah,
and if it can be done.
I'll submit a
you'll
letter
let
to
us- you'll
clarify.
advise us.
Yeah, right.
So then you're here for the as presented application.
Correct.
Mr. Cunha, was there anything further?
No, Mr. Chair, just
Was there
wanted to avoid
anything-
problems.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very
Was there anything further
Appreciate
from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, grant the application as presented, type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I have a motion
you.
for a brief recess to 7:35.
So
Is there a
moved.
second?
Second.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. It looks like we have a quorum. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, what we have left before us is the holdover calendar. I believe there's 4 cases. Of the ones that were not adjourned, we'll begin with the first one, Byworth.
Case number 36 of December 9th, 2020, Peter Byworth, care of Sharon O'Brien, 54 Miller Place, Middle Island Road, Mount Sinai, located on the east side of Highview Boulevard, 580 feet south of South Country Road, Brookhaven. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed in-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chair, I have Sharon O'Brien for the applicant.
Anthony, when you get a chance, can you zoom in?
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
O'Brien, we can hear you.
Can you see
And-
me?
And we can see you. Okay, Anthony, did you have something?
Yeah, she's on 2 different things, so I'm not sure which one she wants to be seen on. And because one of them has to turn off because of the,
Yeah, so we're also getting echo, Sharon. So one of your devices, can you please shut off and just use one?
I'm not sure the audio.
We're having technical problems here, sir, tonight.
All right, so right now you are echoing significantly, which means that you have more than one device on. So, so,
We're gonna get out.
Okay, can I-
Are you
Okay,
okay now?
sir, can we, okay, we're good to go now.
you're good to go now. If I can ask you to just give your attention to the board's attorney, please.
Yes, sir.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
And your appearance for the record, Sharon.
Sharon O'Brien, 54 Miller Place, Middle Island Road, Mount Sinai, New York.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. You were here for a side yard setback for an in-ground swimming pool. While you presented the case at the last hearing, you first received notice that the HDAC had issue and was recommending denial of the setback. And you asked the board to hold the application. We did in fact hold the application. And I understand that you had some communication with HDAC on the project. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
What would you like to tell us tonight?
Yes, sir. I would like to make the board aware of the fact that we contacted an arborist, and the arborist did generate a letter evaluating the situation on the south side of the house. He did
not only the letter of evaluation, but also a two-dimensional mapping of the mature trees located on the south side of the property. I did the presentation to the committee, presenting them with that information, and the committee took no position, even though they really didn't have any jurisdiction over setbacks. I was trying to work with them. And when I was notified that they did not take a position, I submitted everything that I had done as far as working with them to the zoning board prior to this meeting. I think the board does have all that correspondence.
Yes, Sharon, we do. We have the correspondence from the arborist, in addition to your letter to myself and the HDAC.
Thank you, sir. I would ask the board to make the minutes of the hearing of December 9th part of tonight's record.
Yes, this is one in the same hearing, so we won't need to do that. I
Okay.
also understand, based upon a revised survey that I'm looking at, that you want the board to consider an amended application.
Yes, sir. I was going to request that the board give consideration to our amendment of a 12.5 setback off the north property line, which would only be a relief of 2.5 feet, as opposed to the original 10 feet requested.
So you're asking for an amended application wherein you're seeking a 12.5-foot side yard setback where you originally had been proposing 10.
That is correct, sir.
Does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Very good. So on the amended application, Sharon, was there anything else you wanted to say?
No, sir. I would just respectfully ask the board to consider our application at the 12.5, which would be a 2.5 relief as far as the setback is concerned.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? I will note for the board's certification that the letter from the arborist indicates that locating the pool at the required setback would be detrimental, if not terminal, to the plotted trees that the arborist identified. And I believe this is the information that the HDAC had in front of it. So is there anything further from the board? If not, does the board have a motion? And
Mr.
that
Chair, I
hearing,
move to grant the application as amended type 2.
Second.
Mr. Cunha moves to grant the amended application. Mr. Mazzarella seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I thank the
Oh,
board.
and
Yes, sir.
all right, thank you. It was granted as per that revised survey. And Ms. O'Brien, did you have anything that you want to say?
I just wanted to thank the board for their consideration and wish you a good evening.
Thank you very much. You too.
Thank you. Good night.
Yes, good night.
Case number 38 of December 9th, 2020, Salvatore and Donna Lacoba, care of Andrew Malguanera. Properties located on the north side of Noble Street, 673 feet west of Blue Point Avenue, Blue Point. Applicant requests rear yard variance for existing one-story residence addition. Also permission for existing third floor dormer addition. 2.5 stories are permitted. Permission for existing second story residence addition.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera from the applicant. I also have Mr. Lakova.
Thank you.
Not sure if we want to promote him.
Why don't we just start with Mr. Malguanera, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Andrew, you're back.
Back.
Very good. Can we have your appearance for the record?
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent.
Thank you. Andrew, your client, Mr. Lakova, is also here. We haven't promoted him yet. Are you presenting, or do you believe that we should promote him?
You can keep him on the side unless need be.
All right. So this matter was initially on the board on December 9, 2020, and we did reference the habitable space on the third floor, which was part of the request for relief.
Yeah. So, okay, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. So since we held it, there was supposed to be conversations between you, your client and the building department. Could you
Yes.
tell us or update us on it, please?
Yes, we're looking to amend the application to make the third story storage and keep the rest as same.
So are you amending the application by eliminating the request for relief or permission for third floor dormer?
Well, the door, it's still going to be dormer the way it is. It's just going to be storage, as opposed to living space.
All right, so then that would, so you still need permission for the third floor dormer? Yes, but you're mitigating that by
Correct.
I
Correct.
agree with the board that you would agree that it would not be habitable space.
Right, and it's, you know, it was built in error, so it would be a severe hardship for him to deconstruct it at this point. But he's willing to do that to move things along if able.
All right. I understand that the application itself never requested a height variance because the existence of the height of the structure meets code requirements.
Correct.
All right. Is there anything from the board on this application? I don't know that I hear any need to bring up Mr. Lukova. Do we have any comments from anyone? Nothing?
I do not have a speaker.
Nothing. All right. All right. Does the board have a motion on the application then?
Grant the application type 2, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And that's to grant the application as amended to, actually, it's a grant the, you're absolutely right. It's a grant the application as presented with limitation. Actually, I'd like to iron out the wording at executive session as we did earlier, Mr. Mazzarella. I know it always comes to you on this, but why don't we, can I ask you to move to close and hold on it and we can work out that language.
Sure. Motion to close and hold.
Motion is
Second.
by
Second.
Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay. Case number 7 of November 18th, 2020, Nessinger Realty LLC, 2112 Route 112 Medford. Properties located on the west side of Route 112, 747 feet north of Greenport Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests permission for 2 proposed wall signs located on the east elevation, 1 permitted per elevation. Height variance for 1 of said wall signs, Mazda logo, to exceed 18 feet high, 40 square feet allowed. 23 feet 6 inches high, 64 square feet proposed. Height variance for other wall sign, 112 logo, to exceed 18 foot high allowed. 19 feet high is proposed. Permission for 2 proposed ground signs located on road frontage, 1 sign permitted per frontage. Permission for 1 of said ground signs to be located less than the required 17 feet from Route 112, 2 feet is proposed. Height variance for 1 of said ground signs to exceed 12 foot high, 24 square feet per face allowed. 14 feet high, 87 square feet per face proposed.
Hello. Mr. Chairman, I have Stephen Brockner for the applicant.
Thank you.
I also have another person who wanted to speak. I don't know if he's with Mr. Brockner.
All right, let's just start with Mr. Brockner. I see, sir, you'll need to put your video on. You just did that. Very good. We can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Are you presenting with anyone else this evening?
Well, there's somebody else on the line there, Melody, if she's still there.
Is she from the sign company?
Say again?
Is she from the sign company?
Yes.
right,
She's
do
the
you-
main contractor with Mazda.
All right. Do you want, Anthony, why don't we promote that individual now? And can I ask you to, well, let me just,
Yes.
let's see if she's going to be promoted at a quick speed. Otherwise, we'll just start without her. Nope, I think she's here now.
Is she still there?
Yes, if you want to participate in the hearing, I'm going to ask you to put your video on and unmute yourself. If not, just please indicate to us in the chat function and we'll be happy to leave you where you are located.
You want me to put what on the?
No, that's not to you, sir.
Oh, okay.
All right, I don't see her opening up her video, so let's just start with me asking you to give your attention to the board's attorney so we could swear you in.
All right.
I'll ask you to raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right, sir. Your name and address, please, and your affiliation to the application.
Stephen Brockner, 266-01 Middle Island Road, Medford, New York. Subcontractor to the main company, AGI, contracted with Mazda Corporation and the dealership.
All right, Mr. Brockner, this application was reviewed by the board's planner. Mr. Reed is present. He's been sworn. We're going to take his testimony first.
The applicant seeks relief for signage for existing motor vehicle dealership, and the property is located on the west side of New York State Route 112, 400 feet south of Jamaica Avenue in the hamlet of Medford, and home to the Nessinger Motor Vehicle Dealership, which sells Chevrolet, Hyundai, and Mazda vehicles. It is noted that the planning board granted a change of use from Mazda stemming from a 413 square foot addition and facade change, which was granted by the planning board on June 3, 2019. Conditions with the approval include, but are not limited to, the following: that all signage shall be applied for the building division. And with regard to the ground signage, staff notes there is an existing ground sign advertising Mazda, which is intended to be removed and replaced with a 15-foot high, 84 square foot sign. The existing sign is 37 square feet and 15 feet in height, according to the CO 207328 on file. The inherent difference from the proposed ground sign from the one being removed is the proposed sign is a monument style sign wherein the entire area is incorporated, unlike a typical ground sign. The second ground sign intends to advertise service and is 3 feet in height and 3 square feet in size. While not significant, staff notes that neither Chevrolet nor Hyundai have multiple ground signs. With regard to the wall signage, the proposal intends to advertise Mazda with insignia and 112, where the sign ordinance only allows one wall sign per elevation. The 112 sign is modest in size at 10 square feet and 1 foot over the height requirement. It is noted that Hyundai also enjoys a similar wall sign where it extends to the top of the roof and is 22 feet in height and 144 square feet in area. Chevrolet enjoys 2 wall signs advertising Chevrolet with insignia and Chevrolet 112. Staff found no evidence the second 112 wall sign is legally permitted. It is noted that the requested relief is for proposed wall and ground signs. However, a site inspection of the premises revealed that the wall signage exists, and as such, it is recommended that the applicable penalty fees be imposed for the wall signs, with the application being a type 2 action.
All right, Mr. Brockner, I know that you've seen that report before. What would you like to tell us on behalf of the applicant?
Well, I guess everything you said is factual there. They want to have put up a new sign up in the main ground sign, which is 14 feet, 10 inches. I know there was 2 designs. One said 15, one said 1410. It's the 1410 that we're going for. And the distance across is the same size, 8 foot 4 inches and 7/8 going across. The other ground sign, they wanted to get the name Mazda on it along with service, because each one of these properties, each one of these dealerships has an entry on the right side. When you're facing the building, the entry's on the right side. Everybody keeps going in the Chevy dealer location, which all these properties are connected anyway, but they want to put the sign down there to designate that this is the entry for Mazda. And as far as the building signs, the numbers there, it says 112. That is what the corporation's called, Mazda 112. So this is like sort of their advertisement. This is the Mazda 112. And the logo, along with the name Mazda, is incorporated in a spot to make it high enough so you can see it from the street, because the building is set back quite a ways. And this whole design of this property, of this new type of design, is made by an architect, and it's very difficult to get. They don't just give this design to anybody. You have to qualify through Mazda to get this type of design building made by them. You have to have a certain amount of sales, a presentation. There's a whole list of things in order to qualify for it. And even if you qualify for it, it doesn't mean that they're going to allow you to build it. They handpicked each person or each dealership for the privilege of using this type of design. So it's very, sort of prestigious for them to have it. It's an upgraded, I guess, like I say, prestigious type of design for them.
Okay, sir, thank you. I do see that there is someone else here. I don't have a name for you. Do you wish to speak on the application?
Her name is Melody.
I
Melody?
can. Yes, I'm Melanie
Hi, Melanie.
Lively with AGI. We're the national manufacturer for all Mazda signages in the United States, and I can provide any extra information if y'all have any questions.
All right, we'll see if we have any questions, but thank you very much for attending. Questions or comments from board members? All right, in terms of the planner's testimony that the signs actually exist and they're not proposed, Mr. Brockner, do you agree with that?
Say again?
Mr. Reed notes that the signs actually exist. They're not proposed signs
No,
anymore.
well, the signs that are there, I don't know who put them up or how they got there. I had nothing to do with them. They are not signs. Well, they are technically signs, I guess, but they're vinyl. They were put up there, as far as my knowledge, as temporary signs until the new ones come in.
So they are not the permanent signs.
No, they're just flat vinyl signs that were just put up there. So they have some kind of identification on the building, as far as I know. But like I said, I had nothing to do with that. I don't know who put them up or what it was.
Maybe Melody would know.
No.
I sure
let's see what
don't.
Melanie
We
says.
weren't aware, so I think we weren't aware of that either. I think this is something that the Nessinger dealership did on their own. Had we been involved, we would have applied to the city for a temporary banner permit.
Okay.
Thank you. We do see that the ground sign proposes a monument style sign, and therefore slightly larger in terms of square footage, because we are calculating the entire structure itself. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
And
They wanted to put a larger sign there, not quite as big as Chevy, but something larger, because when you're coming down that street from the north heading south, or either way, actually, north or south, you're going, you cannot see the existing sign that's there now, the old sign. It gets hidden by the trees that are there. In the wintertime now, you can see it, but when those trees bloom for the summertime, you cannot see that sign at all. You drive right by it, and then you go, I passed it. I'm up and down that road for many years. I even go by it. I know where it is. They wanted to get a bigger one, but they capped it off at this height. Hopefully, the new sign will be more noticeable.
And with regard to the second ground sign, the sign that indicates service,
right?
You are indicating to us that that there are, it looks like there are two entries onto the parcel, and the desire is for Mazda service to come in the northernmost entry.
There's 3 dealerships there. Each dealership has a driveway to enter the property on the right side. So that one entry that is between Mazda and Chevy is actually the Chevy entry, although all the properties interconnect once you're on the property. Yeah, the driveway, the driveway you see right there, that is between the two. And it actually, like I say, the real entry for Mazda is on the right side. That is the Chevy entry base. But like I say, they're all interconnected anyway, the properties. And we want to put the menu or the designation sign, the service sign on the right side of the property. That is the designated entry for Mazda.
Do the other two dealerships have service signs,
I
separate ones?
don't think so. I never noticed one, no.
So why would a service sign from Mazda assist the
It's part
grouping of
It's part
dealerships?
of the corporate package of this new type of dealership. They want to designate their driveway separate from others. They're also getting a service sign, which is already permitted, over the service area on the side of the building. That's already been permitted and approved.
All right, and Melanie has raised her hand, so it looks as though she'd like to speak.
Just to clarify,
Yes,
the
Melanie, go
little
ahead.
small service free, just to clarify, the little small service freestanding sign, it's meant to be directional in nature. So if you needed to remove the Mazda logo from it and have it just say service only, that's an option. What it's meant to be, again, is directional in nature. And part of the package that Mazda corporate office requires for these dealerships with the black and white buildings is that if the service wall sign letters are not visible on the front elevation, then they require a little freestanding directional sign.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything further from the board on this application? If not, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted type 2.
Are we doing
Second.
penalties?
Oh, with,
The testimony was that those are temporary signs and not the permanent signs. Why don't we move in, close and hold, and discuss it off the record?
okay, I'll amend my motion to close and hold to discuss that.
If anybody wants, I can bring this up with the dealership tomorrow to remove those immediately if need be. But like I say, they were just put up there as temporary signs as far as I know.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bruckner. We'll have a decision for you. The motion is made to close and hold, and it's second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay, case number 5 of November 18th, 2020, Dorothy Lufker, care of Michelle Cotrali, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue. Property is located on the north side of Montauk Highway, 580 feet east of East Moriches, Riverhead Road, East Moriches. Applicant requests certificate of existing use for airstrip, an existing 2-story building with garage under.
Mr. Chair, I have Patricia Stern for the applicant. I'm not sure who she intends to also bring in, because I have a Jim Gleason and I have a Royal Reynolds as well.
Well, Mr. Gleason will speak after the presentation. I'm not sure. Who else do you have?
Mr. Reynolds is from the community too, I believe, just for the
Okay,
record.
and then I have Steve Keegan and a Lisa.
All right. Well, certainly this. I see both Mr. and Mrs. Stern here. They will be presenting, so that we'll take everyone after them. Let's just start with the applicant's attorney.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board. Patricia Stern and Frederick Stern of Shire and Stern, 110 Lake Avenue South, Suite 46, Wisconsin, New York, 11767 for the applicant Dorothy Lufker. I wanted to let the board know that we are withdrawing that portion of the application that's seeking a CEU for the hangar and the connected building in the southerly portion of the property. We're just going to focus on the landing strip itself tonight.
All right, does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. So you've now limited the application to a request for a CEU for the airstrip.
Yes, we're looking to get something from the board regarding the legal status of the airstrip.
Anything?
Anything.
That was a joke. All right, I will note for the record that that we did receive an email from your office today, rather belatedly, just before the hearing, but I do have copies of the documents, and I'll state them for the record. At least this is what I received. I have the October 1, 2001 order of short form order of Justice Doyle. I have an affidavit from someone identified as Gregory Folk, F-O-L-K. I have the July 9, 1993 short form order of Justice Lester Gerard. I have the resolution of the town board of September 6, 1983. I have the minutes that were held with Judge Alfred Lama, July 22, 1983. I have the short form order of Justice Doyle. Not finding the second page to it, but I believe that this is the 2001 decision. We have minutes from a hearing that was held February 14, 2019. And that would complete what I received as part of your email. Patty, was that all that was sent?
I believe that there was a second email with an affidavit from Dwight Stefan.
All right, so I'm going to
That
look
was
for
sent
that.
separately.
All right, well, we will certainly make those part of the record. I also want to include, and I know that we've, the town has sent a bunch of materials regarding this application to you, but in addition to that, I want to include the following. The affidavit of Tullio Bertoli dated August 8, 2016. The affidavit of Frank Rignola Jr. dated August 1st, 2016 with the attached photographs. And the zoning history of the parcel, which we're all familiar with. C-zone 1937, changed to upzone to, well, changed to J2 zone 1963 to B zone 1978, and currently an A1 zoned residential parcel. Those all of those documents just mentioned were part of the motion papers wherein there is ongoing litigation where you represent the applicant in Supreme Court Suffolk County. And that would complete what I have and what you've submitted that is part of the record.
I also submitted minutes of a hearing before, well, it wasn't a hearing, it was a stipulation on December 29th, 2020 before Judge Berland. If you don't have that, I can send that over to you too, but I think I included it.
All right, I don't have it. And to be safe, why don't you send it? And I will certainly make it part of the record and the board will consider it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, well, once we come up to the hearing, we just don't have the ability to access those. I always recommend sending things in at least by the Monday before, but I understand what occurs. There are times where we have to hold a hearing because we don't have the documents that we need for a hearing. In this instance, I think this has been ongoing for quite some time. So why don't you present what you intend to present this evening to us?
Okay, so it's been ongoing since about 1983. So in September of 1983, in the matter Kajowski versus Town of Brookhaven, the town board approved the resolution we were discussing, which included a stipulation of settlement that provided that airplane repair and maintenance of automobiles and aircraft shall be permitted, and that the Kajowskis will be able to use their property as they always have been since 1963. The Kajowskis were the prior owners before the Lufgers. The stipulation further provided that eight airplanes could be stored on the property, 3 tie downs and 5 in a hangar. So by tie down, they mean just outside, tied to the ground. In the stipulation, the town confirmed that this town is permitting and granting the Kajowskis a variance from zoning so that they will be able to use the property as an airfield. And they reiterated that they understand the town is going to permit them to use it as an airfield as a pre-existing use. In exchange, the Kajowskis agreed that the airfield would not be used for commercial purposes such as hot air ballooning, aircraft rides, or flying lessons. Apparently, the Kajowskis didn't always live up to that arrangement. So in 1992, the town brought a motion seeking to declare the use of the property as an airfield in violation of the town code. In the 1992 decision that was provided from Judge Gerard, he found that in 1963, the property zoning was changed to J2 business, which allowed air parks and aircraft landing fields. The use as an airfield became legal in 1963 and again in 1983 pursuant to the settlement stipulation, which was in the nature of a conditional use variance, and that the use variance runs with the land. Judge Gerard reiterated that in the 1983 stipulation, the town agreed to permit the continued use as an airfield subject to the use incident to the repair and maintenance of aircraft and automobiles. But for the first time, Judge Gerard said that I guess at that time it was still the Kajowskis, that they had to comply with General Business Law 249, which requires that anyone operating a private airfield get permission from the Department of Transportation if the airfield was established after 1970. For whatever reason, nobody seemed to put together the fact that this airfield had pre-existed the GBL 249. So that's kind of where we are at this point, trying to get permission from the Department of Transportation in order to have them approve the airfield. So in 1998, the town again moved to declare the property owners, who would now be the Lufgers, in violation of the town code in GBL 249. In 1998, Judge Doyle enjoined the use of the property as an airfield until and unless they obtain the approval of the state. In 2001, the town again brought a motion to punish the Lufgers for a purported contempt of the 1998 order. And Judge Doyle reiterated that the September 3rd, 1998 order only enjoined the defendants until they got approval from the state. So the stipulation from 1983 is still in effect but we can't use the property until we get the GBL approval. So GBL 249 provides in pertinent part that no person shall hereafter establish a privately owned airport, or make an airport improvement to an existing privately owned airport except by authorization of the governing body of the city, village, or town in which the airport is proposed to be established or improved. An airport improvement means an extension, alteration, addition, or realignment of the runways. It has nothing to do with the hangars. It has nothing to do with the houses that are on the property. It's only talking about the airstrip itself. Here we have the 1983 stipulation, which was approved by the town board. However, the town board won't grant the resolution that the Department of Transportation needs in order to decide whether or not to approve the Lufger Airport. So now we're in a catch-22. We can't get GBL 249 approval because the town board won't give us what we need, and the town continues to enforce the injunction against the Lufgers because they don't have the GBL 249 approval. All we need is a town board resolution. And in the pending litigation before the courts now, the town attorney agreed that if we brought an application to the zoning board and the zoning board approved the use, didn't approve the use, but found that the continuing non-conforming use of the airstrip was still in effect, that the town board would issue the resolution that we need, which is why we're here today before you. Let's see. In conjunction with the application, I have submitted 2 affidavits, one of which is from Greg Folk. Mr. Folk has had a pilot's license since 1969. He's very familiar with the Lufger Airport. He says that at no time longer than 1 year has the airfield not been in use for the purpose of aircraft repair and maintenance. And the use of the airfield for landing and taking off incident to this use. We've also submitted an affidavit from Dwight Stefan, who's kept his aircraft as a tie down since 1983. He has personal knowledge that there has been no period longer than a year when the airfield was not in use for the approved purposes.
Excuse
Mrs.
me,
Lufgren.
excuse me, could I just interrupt for 1 second and ask you
Sure,
a
I'm
quick
done.
question?
Yes.
The understanding with the town attorney is that you're asking us to make a finding of continuing use as an airport from what period of time? From what date?
So,
From back 30?
There-
we're
Well,
talking about 19
I'll correct that. The request is for a CEU. The date is 1937.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify. So we are actually looking at the full period of time. Is that correct?
no, we're not. That's not what we're looking for. We're asking for an interpretation of the town that the pre-existing non-conforming use that was granted in 1963 and was reiterated in a 1983 stipulation is still in full force and effect. The way
All
the
right,
town.
well, no,
Well,
Patty,
wait,
Patty,
the
let me
way the
stop you.
town-
Let me
wait.
stop you there. That was not noticed to the public. What was noticed to the
But-
public is a certificate of existing use. So we don't
But-
have an interpretation before us.
But the town code does not provide for a certificate of existing use other for those periods, which means that it's being unconstitutionally applied to my client. Because my client has a non-conforming use, she's entitled to a CEU. The fact that the town code is written only for a specific period in time means that anyone that has a non-conforming use for a period that doesn't fit into that time frame that's in the code is unconstitutionally prevented from getting a document that they need in order to protect their rights.
All right,
So-
that's a legal argument. We got that.
I know, and that's why I'm making it to you, because
Well,
you're the
then
board.
why make it to us? Mr.
Because
Bergson,
you're
did you
the
have
board and you get to
Mr.
make those decisions.
Mr. Bergson, did you have another question?
No.
All right, Patty, let's just talk about it for a moment. We all know the history. The 83 stipulation and attempted resolution by the town board was set aside by Justice Doyle, who said the town was not empowered to do it. We know that the airstrip is unique. It not only requires town board special permit, but it also requires permission from the Commissioner of Transportation. So let me ask you, at any time prior to today, at any time, has the town board special permit been issued? Has a town board special permit been issued granting the airstrip? Not the resolution settling the case, a town board special permit.
Well, there's nothing in Judge Doyle's order that says that a town board special permit is required.
Well,
It just says
the
you
code,
permit-
the code
Paul,
says
you asked me
that.
a question. Please let me answer. It says you need permission from the town, which is what a town board resolution is. It is permission from the town. There's no specific requirement that it be a permit. And actually, Judge Gerard said that the 1983 stipulation worked as a special permit or a use variance. So
All right,
I have.
so let me go back to my question. The town board resolution that you're talking about is the resolution that affirmed the stipulation of settlement that was in court. But if we look at the
Correct.
zoning of the parcel, the only zoning under which the airstrip is permitted is in industrial zoning. And the code itself says industrial zoning with the special permit, town board issued special permit. So I'm trying to get on the record whether or not a town board special permit under an industrial zone was ever issued for this use.
Well, that you're bringing up now, but in 1992, Judge Gerard found that in 1963 and again in 1983, the use of the airfield was legal. So
All right,
I don't.
well, that's what I'm trying to find out. You know, in order to establish entitlement to a CEU, you need to establish to us that the use was permitted and at a time that that it was zoned in that category, or that the use extends beyond the inception earlier than the inception of the code, which is 1937. An airstrip is a unique creature because not only do you need the town board special permit if you're in an industrial zone, but you also need approval from the Commissioner of Transportation, New York State Commissioner of Transportation. That's what the GBL section 249 dictates. So if I'm just trying to clarify issues, if we don't have a town board special permit in place or anyone ever got the approval from the state Commissioner of Transportation, then you, in order to establish entitlement to a CEU, you have to establish to this board that the use existed prior to the inception of the code.
No, I have to prove that it was a legal use when it was created, or
I
it
agree.
became
I agree
legal
with
at
you, but
some
how
point
can you
after
how
that.
can you establish a legal use if if there was never an approval from the Commissioner of Transportation and if there was never a special permit issued from town board? It could not have been a legal use.
Absolutely
The use may
wrong.
have existed, but it
Paul,
existed
Paul, you
illegally.
can't just keep asking, Mr. Chairman, you can't ask me questions and not let me answer.
All right, Mr. Go ahead.
GBL 249 was enacted in 1970. This airport was given approval to operate in 1963. So
By
in
who?
when it was converted to J2 business, Judge Gerard says that in 1963 the property zoning was changed
All
to
right.
J2, which allowed air parks.
So just do
In
me a favor and
1960
just slow down a bit because I want the record to be clear. You say that it had permission to operate as an airport. All Judge Gerard said in his order, based upon the evidence presented to him, was that there's a use, whether it was non-conforming or not. He said there was a use. The code of the town of Brookhaven says whether it's permitted, and it says, and it's permitted by the issuance of a town board special permit and by an approval from the Commissioner of Transportation of New York State. That's the only way that it's approved. If you can't show us that, what you're going to show us is that the non-conforming use was established prior to the inception of the code. There's only two ways here.
No, you're saying there's only two ways there, but you are purposely making an exception to the code for my client, making where she's being treated unfairly. If I have to prove that the use of the airport existed in 1937, between 1937 and 1959, what happens if it was if the inception began in 1963? Someone whose inception began in 1963 was a legal use in 1963, but is not a legal use now, doesn't have a non-conforming use.
All right, let's stop there. Let's stop there for a second. A lease that was not a use that was not permitted and therefore not legal is never granted a CEU unless it existed prior to the inception of the code. In this instance, your use may have existed, but no one went and got a special permit for it from town board, and no one went to Commissioner of Transportation of New York State. So the use remained, while it was pre-existing or was existing, it would never became permitted, never became legal because there were no documents making it legal. That's why you're here to establish to us that it existed prior to 37.
Again, Paul, you are using the code in a way that is unfair to anyone who has a legal non-conforming use. A legal non-conforming use, by definition, is a use that was legal when incepted, but then zoning changed it to something else. So if I have a house in a single family area in A1 zoning and I build a house and I at that point, once it changes to another zoning, I don't lose that legal non-conforming use. I still have a single family residence in a commercial area.
Yes,
So
because
what
because it was certificated. What I'm saying here is you're taking the position that it was a legal non-conforming use, even though it lacked town board special permit and approval from the Commissioner of Transportation. That's the position that you're taking.
Yes, but there's no requirement in 1963 that I get a special permit. And there was no requirement in 1963 that I get GBL 249 approval, because in 1963 it didn't exist. GBL 249
GBL existed as of 1970, yes.
Right.
But the
So for 7 years, I was
wait. But the
non-conforming use.
industrial zoning in 1963 required the issuance of a town board special permit. So if the town board special permit was never applied for, or was applied for and then abandoned or never gotten, your position is that the use remains legal and entitled, and I'm saying to you that you're wrong.
And I'm saying to you, I respectfully disagree.
Okay,
Because I have a
Fair
Supreme
enough.
Court decision that says that the I have a court order that says that the use of the airfield became legal in 1963 and again in 1983. Now, the town had the right to appeal that decision and chose not to. So it becomes law of the case and the town is bound by it. And the
and
town
those
zoning
are
board
legal
cannot
issues that don't support
decide.
your request for a CEU. There is also a decision from Judge Doyle setting aside the town board's resolution as
Unless
without,
and
a- without,
until I
wait,
get
wait,
the
as
GPL
without
approval.
authority, which the applicant appealed, and the second department, appellate division, second department agreed.
Unless and until I get
Well, let me ask you,
GBL 249
that
approval.
decision was over
So
15 or 20
again,
years
this is
ago.
a catch-22. My
No,
client is in a hamster
well,
wheel running around. You won't give her the approval so she can go to the Department of Transportation. And then you tell her she doesn't have the approval from the Department of Transportation, so she can't use the
Betty,
airfield.
it sounds as though she's been working on this, but you know the history of this case. During that time of litigation, there was I think at one point there was a site plan that was filed, but then just abandoned and no action was taken on it. The legal history of this and the procedural history is tortured by either an applicant who had no interest in the parcel or chose not to pursue their interest. Did I just, I thought I lost you, but I didn't.
No, I'm here. And I think that was a prior owner. I don't think that was the Lufkers. I think that was the Jowskis, but I could be, I could be wrong. A lot went on.
In terms of the existence of the airport, the airstrip, I'm sorry, and how long it's been there, do either of the affidavits that you have speak to this?
The affidavit, well, I think the town knows how long it's been there. The town knows it. I mean, the town has tried repeatedly to stop the use of it. So for the town to say that it hasn't been in use for all this period would be a little hypocritical. But Mr. Stefan's affidavit says that he has personally been keeping his aircraft there since 1983, which it was at the time that the stipulation was entered into.
And your client bought the parcel, what, 1984, something like that, right? I mean,
I'm gonna say yes.
All right, so you're
About that.
but you're here for a CEU.
I am here to document a non-conforming use. The town only allows me certain avenues to do that because of the way the code is written, which is unfair to anyone who doesn't
document
fit
away,
between
but document away, but do me a favor, document as far back as you can
period.
go, because we're measuring you from 1937. So whatever you have, do you have anything regarding the use? Either affidavits of persons with knowledge, the prior owner, historic aerials, anything to talk to us about when what the inception of the use was, when this airstrip dates back to.
The airstrip dates back to the 60s.
I believe it dates back much further than that. Okay.
Well, I'm looking at a 1947 aerial, and I'm seeing farmland. So I think that you're probably right that it certainly is later than that. But in any event, if we were going to look back to the inception of the code, I'm not seeing and I'm not hearing from you any evidence that there was an airstrip or this use.
The airstrip use began in 1963 and it was legal in 1963. And I have a court order that says so. And for the town, again, for the town to, say that court orders don't really apply to them, that's pretty, that's
I don't know that you've heard that. I
intense.
think that Judge Doyle and the appellate division second department were very clear as to what where the applicant's position, where the applicant was, and that's
yes.
why
And Judge
you're here
Doyle was
20 years
very
later.
clear that he said unless and until we get the DOT approval, there was a temporary restraining order in place. He didn't say that the stipulation would no longer be in effect. He said unless and until we get the DOT approval. That's what we're trying to do, get the DOT approval. So
How long have you been trying to do that? 20 years? I know that you're just on this, in the last couple of years?
But
So what did the applicant do after getting enjoined in 1998 up through today? I mean, I know that from what I can see, they don't live here. They live in Huntington, right?
Mr. Lufker passed away last year. So
I'm sorry to hear that. So Mrs. Lufker doesn't live here. So she's what is it?
She does not live at the property. I honestly don't know where she lives. She might live in Huntington. I think she lives with.
I have her
Sure.
address. I have her address, but she also
Then
owns other
then you
parcels.
know more than me.
Berlin interpreted all of this and said that it was.
Right. We
Berlin-
also, Judge Berland also, issued an opinion saying that the stipulation was still in full force and effect. So
That's in
we think-
2020.
But that would be
2020.
contrary to the Appellate Division, Second Department, and Judge Doyle.
Well, that,
It
But that's
actually
Judge-
wouldn't,
not.
because
It's
Judge
not. That's-
Judge
yeah.
Doyle's order in 2001, which interprets his 1998 order, says on September 3rd, 1998, this court issued an order enjoining the defendants from conducting any and all operations involving airplanes, light airplanes, and aircraft on the premises until and unless they obtain the approval of the state. He
And no
didn't
one-
say they
and
couldn't
no,
do
and no,
it anymore.
and
That they
no one
needed to
did
get
that.
the state.
No one did that.
Well, that's what
You know,
we're trying.
I understand that.
now.
I understand this is in litigation. I understand that, and an easy route maybe was decided to come to the zoning board for a CEU, but entitlement to a CEU again is show us that you have. Show us that either it pre-existed the code or that it was an authorized use at the time that it was established. You can't do the latter because the town board special permit was never issued, nor approval from the Commissioner of Transportation. It's that simple. So you need to establish that it existed prior to 37. And I know from the record that we can't. So I know your best argument moving forward legally is to establish some sort of existence, a recognition by the town board that has nothing to do with the zoning board.
I don't know how you can say that.
Yeah.
With a court order that specifically says that it is a legal use in 1983.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Cunha.
I know we're going around in circles, but I'd like to clarify something for me, if possible. Ms. Stern, you said that in 63, the airport existed, correct? And you
Correct.
said that it was J2 at
Correct.
the time. And you said that there was a permitted use at the time because it was J2 and it was allowed in J2, but was it allowed in J2 with the permission of the board, or was it as of right? Without
This-
the judges, without the without the courts,
Right.
just the code.
It's my understanding it was permitted as of right. He went specifically to the town board to ask for a change of zone to operate the airport, and he was given that permission from the town board. And in exchange, he put covenants on the property. He gave away some of his property rights in order to get that designation from the town board. And the covenants required that he would only use the airfield in certain ways. So the town board themselves approved the specific airport, not just a change of zone. It wasn't just a permitted use, but the town board granted him the right to use the airfield in exchange for covenants and restrictions that were filed on the property.
All right, let me
Okay,
just,
now
let-
you just
no, Rick, let me
confused
just
me
add,
again.
Rick, let me just add
Um,
to that. Sorry, Rick. Let me just add to that, it was not a permitted use. And specifically, the industrial code at the time required a town board issued special permit to establish the use.
Which the town board did, Paul, because they required him to file covenants and restrictions regarding the use of the airport. Why would he have done that? Why would he have limited the use of his property if the town board hadn't given him that very approval? He had approval from the town board in connection with the change of zone. The change of zone was only done on his property. It wasn't done on other properties. It was specific to this property, and the town board themselves approved it. They requested covenants. The covenants were filed. This was an approved use from 1963 until the town board elected to change the zoning back a decade later. So for
Right.
10 years, there was no problem with this airport being operated there.
Mr.
Patty,
Cunha,
you-
I interrupted there. Go ahead.
Yeah, Patty, you keep saying that they went for a change of zone, but you told me just now that it was J2. Did they change?
No.
to
It was
L1?
previous, I'm sorry. I think it was previously, you have the zoning history there.
I do, Patty. It was
What
it was
before
C.
six-
It was
Okay.
C and then J2 in J2 in 63, and then
Right.
town board's zone motion to B in 78.
Right,
So
in
the change of
1960
zone was in 63 was to J2, not to industrial. It was to commercial.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
In connection with approval to operate the airport specifically.
But didn't the code require a special permit at that time with the
Well, if
J2?
town board grants you special approval to operate an airport, that sounds like a permit to me. Well, they didn't also issue a piece of paper that said permit on the top of it, and my client gave
Well,
up his
so
rights
I
by.
guess that's a legal question. The question that Paul's raising is whether or not you get a certificate of existing use from us based upon the interpretation of the answer to that question.
Okay.
You want us to grant you a certificate of existing use and say that the town board's approval was the equivalent of the special permit. That's what you're asking us to do.
Correct. The town board approved, they permitted the use. That's a permit. If I say I approve you, that's the same as saying I permitted you. It's semantics. We're using semantics right now to
And you have a court order that
and we have a court
specifically
order
finds that the use was legal.
that reviewed all this and determined that it
Yes.
was permitted. So I'm not, because we can't find a piece of paper that says permit on it when we have a town board approval.
And a court order.
And a court order, and my client gave up property, or my client's predecessor gave up property rights by putting a covenant and restriction on the property regarding the use of the property as an airport, which the board was well aware of. They accepted the covenants. Now, because we don't have an extra piece of paper that says permit, now we really were in illegal use. I'm not sure what more we could give you.
You could make
Give
that,
you a permit, don't say it.
you could make that argument to the Supreme Court.
We
Yes,
shouldn't have to.
We shouldn't have
Yes.
to. And we've been in court with the Supreme Court
That's
since
right. We shouldn't have to.
1983.
This is, it's
We-
pretty clear what
and
this
this was
Yeah.
the settlement in this case. The town attorney told us to come to the zoning board and we would get not that they said we would get an approval, but we would get our resolution here. And then from there, we could move on. Now we're just doing, going back again. We're back in the hamster wheel, trying to get what we need in order to get to the Department of Transportation. It really isn't fair.
Obviously, what would have made it easier for them is the prior owner, if the prior owner had followed through with their site plan and gotten a special permit from town board, that would have resolved all of this issue and none of us would be here. Although, that's neither here nor there.
excuse. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
There's no doubt that I hear what you're saying on behalf of the applicant. I also note that the code is very clear as to what requirements you must establish to be entitled to a CEU. You're actually asking for an interpretation of the town board's action at a specific time. I don't know that this is the venue. I know that a number of people may have thought that this is the venue. You are here to establish entitlement to a CEU. And that's what the record is.
So let's amend the application to ask for an interpretation.
I can't do that because that was not noticed to the public. Nor
Yes,
do
but we could amend the application and we could renotice to the public.
aren't you seeking the same relief via litigation?
No, because we agreed with the town attorney that we would come here right
Well,
now.
that was the
litigation-
agreement, but doesn't that litigation seek the same relief?
That litigation, yes, seeks the same relief,
so-
but again, you're telling us that the town board doesn't have to, honor the court orders that are issued, that only the zoning board can give us the relief that we need.
No,
And
I-
we
no, I-
agreed,
I- no,
and we,
well-
and we agreed with the town attorney, and Judge Berlin held us to that agreement because we tried to avoid coming here, which is why it was adjourned twice. And Judge Berlin told us we made an agreement and we have to stick to it, which is why we're here today.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Doyle.
just to clarify on this issue, a couple of things, just to give the clarification to the law department. We interpret the general business law, which everybody agrees they need to comply with, to require conformance to the local zoning before the town board will give a resolution. And that could be by change of zone or by establishing a pre-existing non-conforming use. The reason with Judge Berlin, what we agreed to was we'd bring them here, and if they were not successful, they could amend their papers and then also do an Article 78 for this proceeding as well to go forward. So the town attorney's position was that they need to go for official proceeding, whichever avenue makes more sense. And in this case, I know in their litigation, they were attempting to establish pre-existing non-conforming use. So before the court can really even argue on the merits of that, they have to go for a proceeding for that issue. That's why we're here.
All right, so
it could have been a change of zone as well, but that's Now, that's a different avenue, and that has merits too and negatives to it as well. So
So we are here, again, we're here for the certificate of existing use request for the parcel. I have everything. Patty, I don't want to close because you indicated that you have those two items to email me that I don't see that are in front of me. But I think we should just have you email those. I'll close it subject to the receipt of that affidavit, that one affidavit, and the minutes of the January 2020 hearing that you mentioned, and then we'll issue a decision.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything further from the board? All right, it's good to see you both.
You too.
I'm sorry.
Well, we have
Wait.
two speakers.
We have speakers. Very good. Okay. Are we taking speakers first, or are we taking written comments? We're taking speakers first. How many speakers do we have?
I have Mr. Gleason, I have Royal Reynolds, and I have two people, Lisa and Steve Keegan. Those are the only two people left, I believe.
I would like you to promote Mr. Gleason and just confirm with anyone else their interest in speaking. Let's bring Mr. Gleason first, and everyone else you could bring up together once Mr. Gleason has spoken.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute. And just while we're promoting persons, we do have comment from the board's planner. Mr. Reed will testify now.
Property is located on the north side of Montauk Highway, 580 feet east of East Mauritius Riverhead Road in the hamlet of East Mauritius. The applicant seeks a certificate of existing use for an airstrip and two-story building with garage under. It is noted that section 8516 of Town Code states the following. The Town Board recognizes that certain structures exist in the town of Brookhaven which were erected prior to the adoption of the zoning code in 1937 and therefore do not have certificates of occupancy. The Town Board also recognizes that other structures were erected between 1937 and June 30, 1959, when records of the building division were destroyed, and no certificate of occupancy are available for these structures. And section 8516C of Town Code states that no non-conforming use or structure other than that for a single family dwelling on a single lot shall be maintained or renewed without a certificate of existing use having first been issued by the chief building inspector after a public hearing and approval by the Board of Appeals. As such, in order to obtain a certificate of existing use, the applicant should provide certain proofs to the board, including but not limited to affidavits, assessment records, surveys, newspaper articles, photographs, or other proofs that the parcel has been historically and continually used as an airfield with companion two-story building with garage under. With regard to the latter, it is recommended that the applicant further elaborate on how this building has been historically been utilized, for should the board look favorably on this component of the application, the board may wish to be specific in its approval in order to prevent other uses within the two-story building in the future. An example, in the matter of Fogarty, case number 43 of July 21, 2010, the board granted a CEU specifically for public garage/auto repair. And the application is a type 2 action pursuant to SECRA, and a copy of the 1947 aerial photograph is provided for the board's purview.
Very good. Okay, those are the comments of the board's planner. I think that we have Mr. Gleason here. I do see you. Mr. Gleason, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Very good. Good to see you. Let me ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney.
Mr. Gleason is a member of the bar, correct, Mr. Gleason?
Oh,
That is correct, yes.
all right. So, I mean, you are speaking on behalf of the Civic Association?
Yes, the East Mauritius Property Owners Association. I'm a vice president and a director. And the letter that we sent to you on December the 8th is a letter that was approved by the board to go out. It deals with legal issues largely, but attached to it is an email that we sent out to our email list, all of our members and a lot of other residents. It has a lot of the history, some of which you've been talking about without having certainty. It has a lot of the history, that email that's attached with respect to this property. I will address a few issues. Some of them have been sufficiently discussed, and try and focus on additional points that may be relevant. The starting point, of course, has to be that the standard for a certificate of existing use, and clearly there has to be a lawful use that existed prior to the enactment of a zoning ordinance that made it illegal. The evidence is quite clear that in 1937, the land was a farm. The Kaczorski family operated it, and they did so until about the early 60s, about 1962, 63, when Teddy Kaczorski applied for the change of zone to J2. Now, at that point of time, based on the decisions, which I have, most of which I have read, at that point in time, there were two requirements, or really three requirements for an airport. One, there had to be permission, it had to be as of right under had to be a permitted use under the zoning code. Two, if the zoning code permitted it, then there had to be 50 acres. That was a requirement, and as well as a special permit, which has been mentioned. So in 1963, when the board approved a change to J2, it only did part of what had to be done for any airport use to be legal on the property. At that, if it was permitted use under the code, that didn't mean that there were 50 acres. No, there had to be a variance from the ZBA at that point in time. I believe, as I recall, there was in fact an application, but it was not granted. And as has been discussed, there certainly was no special permit that was granted for any sort of airport use. Now, special permit under the code, I think I'm saying the obvious, is something that has to be granted as a special permit. I have, in the good number of years I've been paying attention to land use matters, I've never known of a special permit that was granted by implication, by some general statements that happened to be made during the course of a hearing. No, it's a piece of paper. And if it's not there, there is no legal use. So in this case, after the change of zone occurred in 63, there was no legal use as an airport because, despite it being a permitted use under J2, there wasn't a variance with respect to the 50-acre requirement, and there was no special permit from the board. With respect to when the airport actually started, that is something that there are witnesses who could be brought in if that becomes an issue, who would testify that the land was used as a farm until Teddy Kaczorski wanted to have an airport. There was another airport in East Mauritius at that time. He had worked there. He worked on planes. So he wanted to use his family farm to repair planes. That was the essence of the application. To run a full airport, I really don't think so. Somebody would have to bring in some clear evidence of that. So if there isn't a basis for a legal use in 1963 or the early 60s, is there one that was generated by the 1983 consent order? Well, as I read the court proceedings back then, there might have been for a period of time, but it was very limited. Now, this application is only for an airstrip, not for an airport. And plainly, the uses that have taken place on this property over the years have been for more than just an airstrip. An airstrip is grass. We can see it there when we drive by. It's a strip of grass. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that when the consent order was entered, that doesn't mean that there was the right to use an airport. Was there a right to use an airstrip? Well, not if it was invalid. And that's what was decided by the court in 1998. It was invalid. And as the Court of Appeals has said in a case that we quoted, you can't have vested rights when there's been a reliance on an invalid permit. So the only times that there could possibly be an argument that there was a legal use that could have predated any illegal.
The town board approval. I can't find it.
Excuse me, is somebody
Mr.
else
Gleason,
talking?
let me just, I'll mute. That's all right. There we go.
I
All right.
haven't finished, so I'd like to continue.
Yes, continue.
So those are the two possibilities, is when there might have been an argument, but there isn't in either case. So there never was a legal use. There never can be a continuing existing use that could be made legal by a certificate. Now, even if the board were to decide that there should be a CEU issued for something, it would have to be severely limited, because the 1963 change of zone required a covenant that limited the number of tie downs to 3. Basically, if you look at the transcript, that was simply so that a few planes could come in and get repaired. That's what Teddy wanted, to have a repair shop. And so that's what the board agreed to. With respect to the 1983 consent order, it's also limited. It doesn't allow full use as an airport. It doesn't allow all the activities that have been going on at that airport. It doesn't allow for banners to be picked up and towed. It doesn't allow for jumping. It doesn't allow for any other commercial activity. It also was quite limited, so that there could be a repair shop, but not a whole lot more. Today, there are all sorts of hangars along the runway, a variety of buildings. Clearly, the property has been used for more than what it was permitted to be used for, but that certainly doesn't make it legal, doesn't make it entitled to a CEU. So if one were to be granted, it would have to be narrowly tailored to what it was that there might have been some sort of a legal right to use based upon the events of 63 or 83. The application, if you look at it, lists quite a few lots. I believe, looks about 7. But can be no argument, there hasn't been an argument, that most of those lots were used for any sort of airstrip or airport operations. There are 2 lots that might arguably be, if there's any argument to be made at all. Those are the lot that the airstrip is on, and the small, less than a half an acre lot that is on the Montauk Highway. The rest of the lots, as far as I can tell from what I've seen, were used for different purposes and could not possibly be entitled to a certificate of existing use. Now, in arguing that there shouldn't be a CEU, I should point out that East Moriches Property Owners Association is not taking a position on whether or not there should be an airport at this location. That's a different question. That's a question that could well be decided by the town board if an application were made to change the use and give the permits that would be allowed. And if that were done, then the community would be in a position to take its positions. And I must say there are splits in the community as to what should be done. Some people, particularly those who live in the vicinity, say, don't want an airport. And a lot of other people say, there's a long history of airports in East Moriches. It is nice to have a small airport that doesn't have the things that were prohibited, the jump planes, the commercial activity. It would be a good thing to have. But that's something for the town board to decide, not this board. If there are other arguments to be made on this, we would be happy to put together something further written comments, for example, that might address them. But at this point, we don't see a case as to why they should be entitled to a CEU. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Question, comments from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Mr. Gleason, you referred to reading the minutes. Did you mean the minutes of 1963?
I believe that's it, yeah.
In those minutes, did the town board make a suggestion or require them to go to the zoning board at that time?
Require them to go, it was in the code.
It could be in the code, but usually the town board, even today, will require, or even the planning board will require somebody requiring a variance to come to us that would be in their decision.
Well, I would have to look back at
Or
at the
subject to,
papers.
that's what I was curious, because you
I would
read
have
them,
to-
so you're helping us.
I would have to look back at the papers, and I would be happy to answer that question subsequently, if you would like me to do that.
Okay, because I haven't seen it, and I'm using your expertise at this point in time to help me understand.
Yeah, all of the documents, all of the background documents that we have are on an EMPOA website, and it's accessible by the public. I think we've referred to it in the letter and in the email that's attached to the letter.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gleason, for coming out. Mr. Vega, can you promote anyone else wishing to speak?
Mr. Chairman, I have Royal Reynolds and I have a Steve Keegan.
Okay. That would be it then. There's no other participants at the hearing?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Very good.
Okay, you there?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know where you get that picture from, but I was willing to go live, but I'll go with it.
What, right now, you, I think, is Mr. Keegan, correct?
I'm Roy Reynolds.
All right, Mr. Reynolds, yes, I did see,
I don't know where you got the
I'll say it's a caricature. We didn't put that there, I promise you.
Okay, well, it's a reasonable facsimile.
All right, I'm waiting for Mr. Keegan to be fully promoted with video and audio, so I can swear you both in together. Mr. Keegan doesn't appear to be doing that yet. Let's save some time. Sir, can I just ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn?
Okay, there you go.
Oh, I think we have Mr. Keegan.
That's me, Roy.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Mr. Keegan, I see that you've taken mute off. Can you hear us? All right. So then, sir, why don't you start with your name and address, please?
Okay, my name is Royal Reynolds, and I live in East Moriches, and I'm south of the Lufker property. I agree with Jim in his letter, and I think he covered a lot of the points. On a personal note, I have empathy for the pilots that use the property. Jim and I met with some of them a while back at the property, probably about 2 years ago. And it actually seemed more like an airplane club, not an airport. And they are passionate about flying. At this point, the owner is asking for approval as an airstrip or an airfield. And I'm not quite sure what that is. I know, or I believe they were registered as an airport with the FAA at some point, even though the zoning does not permit the airport. The problem I see is once you approve the property as an airport, you open the door for more intense use. I don't know that the town is set up to control a private airport. We know about the past problems with jump planes, and we thank the town for stepping in and stopping the practice. The only reason we were able to stop them because they were not zoned as an airport. So if you move forward with this and approve an airport, how many planes will be able to use it? How about helicopters? They're permitted at an airport. How many helicopters will be flying in and out? What flight patterns over our homes? Will the town control that? I have no problem with an airplane club using the property, but not as an airport. If you look at the history, they were restricted by the town from flying any planes from the property. That's a good portion of the time, but they did it anyway. If you approve this as an airport, it can get out of control very, very quickly, just like Spadaro's did. And I'd appreciate if you just say no to an airport. Maybe work something else out. That's up to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Questions or comments from board members? All right, we did have Mr. Keegan, who appears to be now gone. Mr. Vega, did he return back to?
Mr. Keegan is here. He has his mute off.
But still no video?
No video.
Mr. Keegan, I'm not sure what I can do for you, sir. With your audio on, you should be able to hear us. And I don't see that. I do note that you are listed as part of the board of directors of the East Merchants Property Owners Association. I'm not certain whether you were one of the authors of the letters that the board received. In fact, for the record, I'll state that we have nine pieces of correspondence in favor of the application and 3 opposed. We've made those part of the record. We're just checking them now to see if Mr. Keegan's letter is there. Or actually, if Mr. Keegan has a letter.
Mr. Chairman, I have him in the chat and he's saying opposed to the CEO.
All right. So I do thank you, Mr. Keegan, for saying that. For the record, I'll note that Steve Keegan is present, a member of the board of directors of the Property Owners Association, and opposed to the request for certificate of existing use. I'm not sure what else I can do. I'd like to move on. Do we have Mr. Gleason still here?
I posted him to an attendee. Do you want me to put him back?
Yeah, we'll bring him back because I'd like to just ask him if he's spoken to Mr. Keegan.
Yeah,
Jim,
Mr. Gleason back.
thanks for coming back on, Mr. Gleason. If you can unmute yourself, I just wondered, we're having trouble promoting Mr. Keegan. Well, I just wondered whether or not you've spoken to Mr. Keegan. He's indicated to us through the chat function that he's opposed to the CEU. I'm not sure what else I can do to get what he has to say for the record out.
I actually haven't spent any time talking to him about this particular issue.
All right.
I would point out that Roy is also, he is president, in fact, of the EMPOA.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you for coming back on. I want to go back to the applicant's representatives.
I could point out, since I'm here, that I do have in front of me the transcript of the 1963 hearing. I haven't been able to read it again closely since I've been listening to Roy, but it is clear to the extent I looked at it that the object was a repair shop.
Thank you.
And Paul, we don't dispute that. As we said right at the very beginning, we are only asking for what we were permitted in the 1963 and 1983 approvals. We want 3 tie downs, we want 5 planes in a hangar, and we only want to be able to use the airstrip for landing and taking off, incident to repair and storage of airplanes. That's all we're asking for is what we're entitled to. No commercial use. We said that right from the get-go. There would be no banners. There would be no jumping. There would be no parachuting, whatever else they're complaining about. With regard to Mr. Gleason's whole testimony, it was nothing but hearsay. He's just talking about what he thinks he found in documents. And with regard to all the lots being on the application, the town requires that because all the lots are merged. They're all in common ownership. With Mr. Reynolds, I don't think he understands the definition of an airport as opposed to an airstrip. We're not looking for an airport. We're not looking for commercial uses. We're not looking for commercial traffic. We're looking for the strip in connection with the storage of 3 tie downs, 5 airplanes and a hangar, and taking off incidental to storage, repair, and maintenance. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm done. It was good to see you again, Patty. Questions or comments from board members?
I'm always the second to last on the calendar.
You know what? Once
always.
you were first, you remember
That
that.
is true, but then you put me over and I was second to last.
Well, whenever you get to, when we adjourn, then you get to the holdover calendar and then it's a late night.
I know.
I apologize for that. We all want to.
You know, it's way past my bedtime, Paul.
May I make one brief response to
Yes.
what I would simply point out that we have now, for whatever the length of time is, something like 77 years or something like that, been operating under promises to only do a few things and not to expand operations. But every time Mr. Kajowski or Mr. Lufker had permission to do something, it kept expanding.
Well, Mr. Lufker and Mr.
thank you.
Kajowski are both no longer owners. They're both passed away. And Mrs. Lufker will honor the terms of the stipulation. She's just looking for some income, you know, during a very tough time in hers and a lot of people's lives. And this is how she supports herself, renting out this airstrip to this club that you were talking about. They're just a bunch of airplane enthusiasts. She's not doing jumping. She's not doing banners. In fact, most of that took place at Spadaro and not at Lufker historically. So we're just looking for specifically what's in the stipulation.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask the board for a motion to close and hold subject only to the receipt within 10 days, 10 business days, if you want. Of
That's
the
Thank
all
you.
right, of the minutes from the 2020 hearing reference, and also the third affidavit from on behalf of the applicant. Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. With that, board members, that would conclude the holdover calendar. We have executive session in front of us. We can go immediately into it unless there is an objection. Very good. Let's do that then.
Can you hear me, Anthony?
I can.
All right, looks like we have Jim Wisdom. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members, looking at today's worksheet, page number 6. Case number 19 in the name of Fannie Mae. The chair moves to deny the application. The applicant has not obtained the required hardship exemption from the Pine Barrens Commission. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 8. Case 23 in the name of Debbie and Alan Shankwheeler. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant as presented type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 16. Case 41 in the name of Ron King Corp. Does the board have a motion?
Chairman, move to grant the application as presented, subject to the filing of a covenant with no habitable space in the basement.
Motion is by Mr. Burks.
Type 2.
Second by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The record will reflect that motion carries 4 in favor with 1 recused. Turning to page 19. Case number 38 of December 9, 2020 in the name of Salvatore and Donna Lakova. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to grant type 2, third floor dormer to be used for storage only and covenant same.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha.
Second.
Second by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. To page 20, case number 7 of November 18, 2020 in the name of Nessinger Realty LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. granted type 2 with penalty and fees.
Motion by Mr. Mazzarella,
Second.
second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 24 under request for grant extensions, case 41 of October 3, 2018, the name of Jonathan Eck. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, granted, prior grant of 10/3/18 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 4/3/21.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella,
Second.
second by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On the same page, case 26 of June 18, 2018, the name of Persephone Focus. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, prior grant of 6/18/18 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 3/18/21.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Wisdom again. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Finally, board members, case 39 of August 8th, 2018, the name of Leopoldo Squera. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, motion prior grant of 8/8/18 is extended for a period of 6 months to expire 3/8/21.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to recess?
Move.
So moved.
Motion second have been made. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Have a good evening to you.